What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can.
I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I'd buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6, that's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
Hello guys, I'm Tatsuri, mid lane from Boom Esports.
Hello guys, I'm Gatsu, mid lane for TEC. Sino yan, pre? Kilala mo na?
I think it's ganin mo.
Yeah, ito gan mo.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
Glory, go, go. Sino to? First blood lang pala to.
Sana yan ba akin.
Uy, nakamotok yan.
Ako na.
Gumagulo yung puro ka.
I think for my item choice, it's very bad. But it's good. I think it's good in 1v1 because I have lifesteal.
For mine, it is a good Ganmo build since Ganmo is a burst type of hero.
GG.
I choose this one.
I choose this one.
Jungler?
No.
Mid?
Yes.
One question.
Okay.
Mid?
One.
No, I mean-
Is this support?
No.
No?
Am I mid lane?
No.
Is this meta hero?
I think no. No. I think no. Is my hero Clash Ren?
No.
No.
Am I jungler?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So, firepower?
Firepower.
No.
Is my role jungle?
No. Am I assassin hero?
Yeah.
Chow Chow?
No.
No.
Is this hero OP?
Depends on the user.
Only yes or no, right?
Yeah. Only yes or no?
Am I Luna?
No.
Who is this?
Who is this, bro?
Is this hero is meta tournament or for rank?
Both.
Oh, female meta hero, kill damage, F star.
Female, have dash, no meta, can't burst. Is you?
No, female bro.
Oh, female.
Do we use this hero in Scream even once?
No, never. Is my hero Xiao Xiao?
No.
No.
Arky.
Yeah. It's fine if I look.
やだやだ。これがターボババアの力かよ。なえるぜ。許さねえぜてめえはよ。やれやれ本気出すぜ。ももちゃん会いたかったぜ。
強くならなきゃ。もっと強く。
そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。この器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。強い。楽しいのう呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう。強い。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
dimming the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Valor crowning on with the champions ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back and it coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on in fortune? Valor crowning on now. Yeah, crowning on now. Yeah, with fortune, valor crowning on now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're live from Paris, France. This is the Honor of Kings KWC 2026. Today's gonna be the day number 3 of our group stage. All of the groups have already sent one team into the top 8. And starting today, we're going to start seeing the lower brackets. It is do or die. If you win, you can keep your hopes in. And if you lose, you are going back home. I am Isaac Peña. I'm going to be your host for today. And for this first game, we're going to have Sagi and Holler right over here with me. Lads, this is a little bit of a chilly morning right over here in France. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good, but also at the same time, we're kind of a little bit unwary. Like, we're not 100% comfortable, and the reason being is that some of these teams are going to be going home today.
And we all love all of these teams, right? Like, at the end of the day, we don't want anyone going home, but it's all part of the tournament.
It's part of esports, right? And in competitive sports like Honor of Kings, you have winners and you have losers that we like to quote-unquote say they are learners that may win the next one.
Well, as long as they are trying to learn, they will always win something. They might not be winning the trophy this time, but they will be gaining experience as they go back into their regions. And when we think about the regions, we're going to have the champions. Champions of MKL are going to be playing today in the lower bracket, man. We never expected that.
I think it was more of an upset, right? Like, we talk about, like, yes, in terms of power ranking, Aurora is potentially one team that is right under the KPL teams. And then ROC, Rock Esports, they didn't have much of a good run back in MKL or in 2025. But coming in towards that specific VO3, they popped off.
They definitely popped off. I mean, but also to Aurora's point, it seemed like that they were a little overconfident. I mean, if you saw Ji-Hong in that interview, it seemed like he was kind of dismissive of all the others, and they were just going to run over everybody, and they had a bit of a wake-up call, as of course they did not overcome Rock Esports here.
In our match number 2 of the day, we're going to have the champions of PKL as well. Boom Esports in the lower bracket. Were we expecting that?
I mean, for me, I sort of thought that it was going to be much more of a closer series against NMSS.
Yeah.
There were signs of amazing moments from Boom Esports, but the inconsistency towards that late game was kind of worrying for PKL fans, especially this is your champion coming in for that specific group.
Yeah, and actually for me, I mean, they still have 3 teams from PKL still in this one, right? I mean, yes, they're kind of on the bottom side right now, but I mean, still they still have a chance. But going up against NMSS, I think it's more about that rivalry more than anything else.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Today we're going to have our lower bracket finals, and that is going to give them tickets to try to go into the top 8. In order to know a little bit better how this KWC 2026 is going to work, we've got a video right over here explaining that.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup, happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we get into the action, here's how the tournament works. The global ban pick system will be implemented, and there will be 3 stages: the play-ins, the group stage, and the playoffs. The 8 qualified teams have been split into Group A and B and drawn their placements on the bracket. The play-ins will have best of 3 matches, where the top 2 of each group advance to the group stage. The 4 teams who advanced from play-ins will be joined by 12 teams that qualified from their respective leagues, forming a total of 16 teams for the group stage. The 16 teams are split into 4 pools based on their performance, with teams in Pool 1 being the top-seeded team in each group. The rest of the teams will be drawn into the groups, with each group having a team from each pool. The group stage will once again have best of 3 matches in a double elimination format, where the top 2 of each group advance to the playoffs. Teams that advance through the upper bracket will have an advantage, so placement matters. The playoffs is where things get interesting. The team who advanced through the upper bracket in the group stage will first draw their selection order. Then, they each get to pick one from the other 4 second-place teams to play against. When all teams are picked, the stage is set for the playoffs. The playoffs will have best of 7 matches, and where teams tie 3-3, the ultimate battle will be the deciding factor. No second chances, no room for mistakes, and only one team will be crowned the champion of KWC at EWC 2026.
No room for mistake is being left right now. It is do or die. You win, you move forward, you lose, you're sent back home. The groups right over there, they were a little bit better because there was kind of like a second opportunity. But all that is something of the past.
Yeah, I mean, they had that one opportunity. Unfortunately, they ran into, generally speaking, the top dog in each of the seeds. Obviously, Group B is the only one that didn't really happen. But as we look at Group A, this is kind of formulating based on, I would say, the seeding. AGAL, high expectations. They're going to just move on as they kind of roll through Team Vitality and Blacklist International. Blacklist International decided dropping down to that decider match. But in that elimination match, the Team Vitality, MIBR, LOS, that one is going to be a fire of a series.
It's always the Chalk VR and also the IKL teams going in for that elimination match. So
it happens every single time.
Every single time. That's going to be happening tomorrow. But in for today, we have Group B with the upset coming in from Rock Esports, taking out Aurora Gaming, advancing to the playoffs as a seed number 1 for Group B. Now, the first match later on, Titan Esports Club going against Influence Rage. There's a lot of storyline. We can talk about this later on. And then the winner of this elimination match will be facing Aurora Gaming. It's going to be difficult, but they have to shoot their shot.
Definitely need to shoot their shot. And I think that Aurora Gaming are going to be so angry. I mean, I think that was a bit of an upset from Rock Esports.
Yeah.
They were definitely jubilant about it. Obviously well-deserved because, of course, coming out the top dog in each of the different groups gives you a huge advantage come playoffs.
Kwaisho Gaming took Group C right over there with 4 games that they lasted, what, 10 minutes, 11 minutes? And then they literally just came, beat those two teams and then just left back home right over there.
But my point being is, Virtus Pro, they put up a decent show against the potential champions of KSG and also AGAL. These two, they are definitely crowned as the top tier teams coming in for our KWC. But Virtus Pro, at the very least in their game 2, they were holding pretty well in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and also kind of to also blacklist against AGAL, it seems like the global teams have kind of leveled up. Not to say that, I mean, they still did come out with the L, but I think that they've been in a much better spot as we look at Group D here.
When you compare 12 months ago to right now, everyone is getting better and better and better. Group D, GK Esports took the first ticket and is sending the game that we're going to be watching today, Deep Cross Gaming against Boom Esports. The winner of that match is going to go against Team Nemesis for what's going to be a ticket to the top 8.
Now, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because if we use GK Esports as a measurement tool, both Deep Cross Gaming and Team Nemesis, they did extremely well against GK Esports. Yes, you can argue that it's still 0-2 Sagi, but the game time, the game duration, and the intensity of those games, how do you compare it when you're a Team Nemesis versus Boom Esports? It's just something that I'm worried about for PKL fans.
It was very different. And I think that these scores do not really show or give justice to those teams. They were way more competitive. They were way more close in that sense. But again, I think that going into this one, we only have the best of the best. So we're going to only see competitive games here on out.
I love competitive games, right? Especially when there are stakes at the line. If you lose, you're really out. There's just no more second chances. It's your only shot of making it into the top 8. Yes, you're going in at C2, but hey, top 8 is better than top 16.
Of course, of course. And of course, being the top dog as opposed to number 2, where you're going to be selected, I think that would be a prime position, but we've already know who those number 1 seeds are going to be, but now it's about fighting for that last spot.
That last spot that is going to keep their KWC 2026 run for a little bit longer. They're trying to fight for everything that they can. They go on that stage, they work against their nerves, and they're trying to perform their very best. Over there in the group stages, they actually, some of the teams showed that they deserve to be here.
Oh yeah.
But not everyone showed everything they need to show to be in the top 8 though.
I'm kind of looking at this more of like, they haven't had enough games. Like Titan Esports Club, they played 2 games. It wasn't the, it was very quick for them. They weren't able to kind of warm up, if you will. But I think in this series, it will hopefully, they'll have that time to really just settle down and play their game.
I think it's a bit of a two perspective, right? Back to your point where TEC, yes, they lost very straightforward against Aurora Gaming. That's sort of information if you are on the side of Influence Rage, like, what can I derive from this? This is just a steamroll. But to the side TEC, if their mental is strong and they're holding well, they're hiding a lot of strategy before going into the series against Influence Rage. And you talk about Influence Rage, they showed all their cards when they fought against Rock Esports back then.
And actually, that was the thing where, again, TEC, very short games, really weren't able to show anything. But Influence Rage, I think that they came in firing onto Rock Esports. They had a set plan, and it actually paid off in game 1. And I think that they need to be super high. But again, you have just won 1 game. You didn't win the series. And it seemed like even with the celebration, I mean, it feels great to beat an MKL team. If you're able to beat a KPL team, even better, right? I'm sure that they will be much more jubilant. But in this case, it was just 1 game at the end of the day. And Rock Esports, they took it a little personally.
One of the most interesting things over here in this KWC 2026 is going to be the King's Moment, right? The King's Moment is going to just push the players to try to do individually the things that a lot of us are really looking forward. The pentakills, the backdoors, all of those things right over there, right?
And talk about pentakills, right? I think we had one yesterday.
Yes.
Between the series of Virtus Pro and also Buriram United Esports, where Jiabao in game 2, he whipped out the Jing, he got a sweet, sweet pentakill. And Holler, how much do you get if you get that pentakill?
It's 500 USD. So I think that, I mean, he's going to be very happy with that. I think he's going to be like cha-ching, getting all that pentakill. I mean, but there are so many different opportunities, and that's what makes Honor of Kings so great, is that there are specific moments where you're able to kind of, if you're outnumbered and you're able to fight 1 versus 2 or 3, or there's specific times where, again, you can get those Kings moments as well.
Sagi, if you were to choose one of them for your own performance, which one you would like to have?
Now, if we were to trace back the Honor of Kings history, we know a specific backdoor on that Hansen.
Yes.
And then that was like 5,000 goal behind. I would pick that one.
Scream time.
Scream time. We gotta steal that base, and if we steal that base in a deficit with a backdoor, that's gonna feel good.
There is the Dragon Slayer as well, right? Which is when you come into a clutch moment and you steal the Tempest Dragon for to initiate the turn back and to come back for your team to win.
Yeah, that was an amazing one. I mean, we've seen that. I think that and Pentakill are probably the top 2 in terms of like which ones we see the most often. I mean, not to say that they happen often, but it is a rare, special moment that, again, everybody, when they do get that 500 extra USD, it's going to be just like an amazing play for them.
And I think it's not only just 500 USD, right? It's also like 100 USD each to your teammates' pockets, like, hey, you got that play? Let me get some of that. Let me get some of that.
Yeah. But they're sharing it, right? And I think it's a team game, and so everyone should be rewarded. And yeah, you might have gotten that steal, but again, it's all about sharing at this point.
Yeah, you just make for that simple play. No, it's not simple. It's like you all work together for that one grand play, because any of these are very difficult. It's all steals, backdoors, pentakills, 1v1 outplays. These are hard.
I'm telling you, everyone in here is working not only to get the KWC trophy, but to get the club championship in there, just to get more points, to get higher and higher over there in the rankings. Winners from yesterday: Overwatch, Zeta Division, Street Fighter Falcons, COD Warzone, G2 Esports. They gain more points, and that's why you can start to see their teams ranking up higher and higher.
Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet, though. It hasn't been set completely for Team Falcons. We have many a game. We have to go through the entire month of August to find out who the true champion is. But Team Falcons right now, they're looking very good on that perch.
I think they were the back-to-back champions as well, right? Coming in for 2024 and 2025. So that's going to be a feels-good moment for them if they can actually achieve that three-peat of all things, club championships.
Oh, actually, that's the biggest honor here at the EWC, right? I mean, it's the greatest thing that kind of unifies all of the games together.
That is a lovely story for us to observe right over here. If you have a chance, come right over here to Paris, France, and then just come and enjoy everything. From where we are, we get to see around us. All of the different games are already playing, and you can always come and join us over here into the KWC. Into the stages right now, the lower bracket finals. The schedule is going to say Titan Esports Club is going to be fighting against Influence Rage first, and then after that, Deep Cross Gaming against Boom Esports.
And coming after that is going to be Aurora Gaming, Team Nemesis. They are like at the decider match, waiting for the outcome for these specific two series here. But I'll talk more about the first upcoming series here. We have the boys on stage coming in from Titan Esports Club and Influence Rage. It's not only about elimination, it's a revenger coming in from Ivalis from the side of TEC.
Yeah, and he had some past history, right? Especially with going up against some of the members of Influence Rage here. But I do think that Ivalis is the guy who's had the most competitive level. I mean, he's in terms of international experience, he's brought it back. He was previously on that Elevate squad where they did well. He was a mid laner. Now he shifted back to his previous with Roots, which is back into the Rome here.
Yeah, and the storyline is like this. Back in KIC 2025, they were at Philippines.
Yep.
Danny and also Fury. They were in Alpha 7. For the side of Ivalis, he was in Elevate. They were feeling so good. 2-0 lead, almost making it to the next stage. Boom, reverse sweep. Ivalis. That kind of feeling. How do you convert that? Now, you have one shot, one opportunity to do the same thing against the opponent that knocked you out of that previous tournament.
Yeah, I mean, to quote, I like the fact that you're quoting Eminem right there with the one shot, one opportunity thing. But I do think that this is still, he's had multiple opportunities. Now he's actually able to bounce back. He took that fuel, he took all those lessons, and now he's back on the international stage, and he can get revenge, of course, against Danny and Fury here.
Well, and they want to do that with style, right? Like they want to do that with the best skins, with the best everything. So that's why we need to show you over there on stage, Forged in Valor, crowned by Honor Heaven Beacon, Princess Frost skin.
I mean, Princess Frost has been one of the more popular heroes, I would say.
Yep.
It's not pick a lot, but when it comes down to niche picks, we have certain players like Sheng from AGAL that has been amazing with this pick in his history, in his career, and also Shisan and also Ze with that Princess Frost Liang combo that they showcase against DCG. So I would believe when we pace into BO3s and into longer series forms like in the playoffs of BO7, we will see more and more Princess Frost debuting in the pick and bans.
Yeah, especially partnered up with the old tried and true Liang. I think that those two have been working well together, but it's usually in later series where they kind of really excel because, again, in these best of threes, there's so much CC, so many different ways to kind of counter this combination right now.
What about we move forward into our first match of the day? Titan Esports Club against Influence Rage. Both of them lost their openers. This is their chance to prove themselves. Not winning that first game right over there sent them right in the place where they are. For these two teams, like, which disappointment is going to be bigger?
I mean, it's Ivalis, right? You lost once to Danny and Fury last year. You want to get revenge, and it's right here, right now. They are in front of you. You lost to them once in a reverse sweep fashion, and if you let it happen to you again, it's not going to be sad. It's going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, and also this format, I mean, they've only played one other series, and it was against Aurora. It was just like they got 0-2'd, and now they have to play another series. If they lose this one, they are out. They might come out winless, not to say that they, that series is not going to be competitive, but again, it's just like how many games until you're actually warmed up and you're able to play to your level?
You cannot have that many games, right? Like, you need to just really come in and hit the ground running. You don't have a tomorrow if you lose this game.
Only if you're winning, then you have it tomorrow. You got to keep pushing, keep trying, and chances are, you gotta work for it. And this is the Titan Esports Club roster here. In the jungle, we have Gushing, Qingxi. In the farm lane, these are the two core carries here, paired up with Calm, Evilus, and Katsu. And Evilus, we covered his backstory here, so he's coming back for revenge. This time around, he swapped from mid lane to roamer in 2026.
Yeah, I also want to highlight Katsu here. This guy's a rookie of the, he's a rookie, right? And not only that, but he's actually just, he has accolades in terms of education as well. I believe he was magna cum laude as well. So that this is a guy, again, incredibly smart and what you kind of want to kind of direct how this team will go.
From South America, we have Influence Rage. They really want to come in and just continue with their run. We want to keep over here the South American flair. Danny is going to try to carry his team to try to move forward from these lower bracket semifinals into the lower bracket finals.
Now, I understand the main story has been about Danny since his last year of top 8 finish and also his KIC performance. Now, coming from play-ins, there is one star player coming in from Influence Rage that we must highlight. Leffy, the boy wonder in that farm lane. He's been carrying Influence Rage on his shoulders and pushing him forward in every single game. Even against the game against ROC Esports, Rock Esports, he's been doing amazing in that farm lane role.
The craziest part is that actually he was not the starter on this team when Influence Rage first was formed this year. I mean, it was Elwind, and then they had a little bit of a struggle, and they were always like, okay, we had Leffy as a sub, but he was never given that opportunity. But Leffy, he was not phased. He's been doing this entire life where he's just been grinding games. And actually, recently talking to Danny, Danny was just like, actually, Leffy is the hardest worker in the room.
And sometimes when you work really hard, you will always get back. You will always have something back. And if you already work so hard for this, it is your opportunity to shine right now. Like all of those hours that you've been working in there, please show us something today that is going to allow your team to take the victory.
Now, before we actually hop into the pick and bans, right? Let's do a bit of predictions here.
Go ahead.
Scores.
You want to start off with that one? I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of Influence Rage. I like what I saw in terms of when they played against Rock Esports. They were able to steal game 1. I mean, for that, you got to give them props, right?
What about you, Isaac?
I am going to go with Holler completely. 2-1 for Influence Rage. I don't think that it's going to be a 2-0 for none of both the sides. But I do believe that Influence Rage has showed us something a little bit deeper than what has done the other side.
You're going to correct prediction right there, man. Right
there you go.
Nah, you're putting me in a spot right now. I was going to say Influence Rage as well, but we can't have a broadcast where everybody's supporting the same team.
It was your topic, boy.
I mean, all right. Let me hop on to the PKL train. PC, I got you on my back. 2-1.
2-1 in favor of Influence Rage.
Let's do it.
So we're all kind of doing 2-1?
No, I want TC.
TC, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Gotta
all right.
have some support for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't agree with you. I was thinking about changing my prediction. But
my name is Lucky Dofu.
But now it looks like we're going to be going into the draft here. The players are underway. They're ready and good to go here.
Now, it goes back to one of my conversations that we had back in the green room. I feel like, yes, the junglers has been amazing for both teams, but since we highlighted Leffy, we must also put focus on Qingxi coming in for the side of TEC. Yes, Leffy is the late game style carry with the consistent DPS and clutch playmaking. Qingxi, however, complete opposite. Hyper-aggressive laning style. Wants to go on your face with the strong picks in the early to mid game like Arlie and Shicha or Ao Yin.
Yeah, and actually, you were talking about this earlier, about the fact that they kind of really prioritize the Chicha as much as possible.
Correct.
Again, this is something that they're very comfortable with, even almost first picking it, almost all of their games. They really like it.
I'm a bit worried, right? Yeah. Chicha is, for me, is one of the heroes where you are a fighter that can do great in the early to mid game, but you start to struggle at a 10th minute mark where you can't take down turrets because of your innate passive. Your range war only lasts for what, 4 to 5 seconds, so it's really hard to take down tier 3 towers.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue here. I mean, in terms of that range, and they can get kind of outclassed, right? So the spacing is there, but again, it's more about the play style of TEC, right? Correct. They want to be aggressive, and Qingxi kind of plays that one to the T, if you will.
And coming into the pick and ban tier, we do see a lot of the mid lanes that's been removed from the pool. Mai Shiranui, Haya, aggressive mid lanes that are really active in the early game. So Coach XC probably be thinking like, okay, we want to give Katsu priority. At the very least, something like a Garuda, something like to equalize out the laning phase, make sure that Katsu can outpush Fury and Mena, then assist Kingxi in that bottom lane.
Makes a lot of sense there. And I mean, with this Lori in here, we also know that Fury, this is something that they like to play as well. They've been prioritizing this hero quite a bit. They had a lot of success against Rock Esports, winning game 1 with that Lorian as well.
Oh, if you look at towards this draft, right, do we see a Flowborn tank on this third? It's good against the Long because Long doesn't do consistent DPS. It's good against marking the likes of the Guan Yu here. That could be a pretty strong counter pick if they do want to go for it. But in the case, they are going for a lane matchup that is good against the Aoyan, which is the channel that's being locked in for the South Lefties late game.
Yeah, it's almost like if it's available and it's going up against the Loom, you have opportunities here. But again, it might open things up where maybe they go with an Arlie later for TEC. I'm getting the cart ahead of the horse at this point, but I do think that this, with Yuhan, Guan Yu, a lot of sustain, a lot of control coming in from this first phase of the pick.
We have to see coming in towards the second phase, right? You have to understand, okay, first phase is about these strong heroes. How do you want to visualize your composition here? What are strong? Can we take it combos? Now you go into the second phase, it's about thinking, what are these strategic bans that can actually limit my opponent's draft or enhance my draft? Something like, okay, Guan Yu, what does it do bad against? Things like the Bloodborne Tank, Charlotte, for example, Florentino. Those are the bans that will elevate the pressure coming in from Calm and making those big set knockups here. So for me, Coach Kaiba, he has a pretty interesting draft. It's like, okay, our idea is Fury, you carry. So let's remove all those hard dive heroes like the Jing, like the Nurta, so Fury and also Leffy, they get a comfortable late game later on.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, the Guan Yu just creates so much havoc that you just kind of want to limit like the potential jump in from the backline. I mean, you already pointed out the Jing, but for me, it was the Neza. Getting to on top of that Lorian in the channel, that would have been amazing if they were able to get access to that hero here.
I think we saw a few Nezas from the past 2 days of group stage, right?
Right.
From these junglers that just go like full damage. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Danny that played a game of Nurta that he didn't defend the base and just flew all the way into the enemy's base. I think it was back in play-ins.
I think it was. I think it was. Yeah, it was definitely one of those ones. But I think for now, it seems like they've kind of been prioritizing more like an Aguru style, something like a tank type of hero for Danny thus far. So that last pick will be interesting. But oh my gosh, the Luna here.
I want to see the floor one tank. If the floor one tank comes out, it's going to be the perfect counter coming in from the side of Team Influence Rage. I feel that the Florman tank just works so well into Luna or Guan Yu that just wants to like run around, dash around, and has insane amounts of mobility.
Yeah, and also if you're kind of going with that, you also have a little bit more of an early aggression because you want to play aggressive against the Luna. You want to take away that buff as much as possible.
That's correct here. 5 more seconds until Coach Kaiba has to lock in that final pick. It's going to be the Ying picked up here from the side of Danny. So for me, we have to look at the 3v3 matchup from the jungle, mid, and roam. And so far, after observing, it looks better in the state of Influence Rage to control that mid lane tempo here. So if you are on the side of TEC, you need to find that tempo that win lane priority on towards the side lanes instead.
Do you think that that's enough though? Like, because I'm thinking about this lineup. I mean, this is a tough lineup for both ends, right? You're seeing CC galore, you got the Dharma, the Zhang Fei, you know that those are going to be Wombo combos, the Guan Yu on the other end, plus the Lian Po. It's about this execution. Like, the team fights are going to be enormous, if you will.
It's like a clash of two of the same playstyles because every time we interview Danny, it's like, oh, we don't like to play slow, we like to play in your face. Fight, 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 fight. And what does fight, fight, fight reminding you of? Also PKL teams. And when we talk about Titan Esports Club, we call them the Binny Boom Esports because that's just how their playstyle revolves around. You look at them in the face, right in the rear, it's like, hey, why are you looking at me? You want to fight? We fight.
Yeah. Actually, easily goated, I would say. It seems like they're almost impatient at times, and they like to take those team fights. And why I think the global teams are a lot of fun to watch. But I mean, going back to that boot camp where they were kind of taught by some of these KPL coaches, I think they were taught a little bit more about patience, right? Taking, calculated risks more than anything.
So the Suzo boot camp for these teams is like they were invited by Honor of Kings Esports just to go over there, train for like 2 to 3 weeks, understand how to improve fundamentally. Hence, what they learn from the bootcamp, they must apply it and implement it in their games. So you can't just copy. You need to fully understand what's the teachings.
Okay, yeah. I mean, but getting that opportunity, I think, is a golden one, like a blessed opportunity for these teams, because they're going to level up. Some of the other teams that haven't had that access to that boot camp, they're going to be a little bit behind, if you will.
Yeah, fully agreed, right? And both of these teams, at the very least, they all went to that boot camp. They have sufficient results, and jumping right into the game. This will be game 1 of Titan Esports Club going up against Influence Rage in the elimination match of Group B.
All right, now with these drafts alone, who do you give the edge to? Let's start with the early game first.
Early game, I think it's more over to the side of Influence Rage, and also I do like the draft more compared to the side of TEC, because like you mentioned, CC galore, comfortable late game. If TEC isn't able to find any sort of mid-game pickoff, good 10-minute mark, that Luna could scale off in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the scariest part from TEC right now, because once he gets going and you expect kind of Katsu to be, roaming around, affecting all of the different lanes, and then you're seeing Gushing with all of that space that's being provided, and once it hits that mark, that tipping point, I think that they're going to really be able to put the fight on the Fury and to dive on top of him.
And early game, just a bit of a tussle over to the side of this Fire Beak here, but Katsu already teleporting down, might be finding Mena for a quick and easy kill. Mena has to pop the heal, but Leffy does secure the Fire Beak.
Yeah, Mena a little bit low, and he's actually taking more damage, tries to go for the Leaping Savior, but here comes Danny, but Mena is going to be giving up first blood. Leffy trying to get the revenge onto Qingxi, and they do, but Danny's going to be killed in return. 2 for 1 in favor of TEC.
It's only 2 minutes, and you already have like a total of 3 kills happening over a single objective in towards that bottom side, but it's a bit of a over-aggression coming in from Mena. He miscalculated how much damage he can actually tank, and he got silenced by Qingxi with that Flash 3-1 combo from the side of Ao In.
Yeah, just a little too close to the sun, if you will. And I think that he was thinking that he was safe under the tower, but again, just too low, right? And they do have enough damage. TEC, this is a squad that, yeah, while they're definitely going to scale up and do a lot more, I think especially early, they're going to do a decent amount.
I'm okay with sacrificing Qingxi for that play, but I'm not okay with Danny actually having to go down as a jungler.
Yeah.
But with junglers going down in the early game, you're essentially losing so much farm that you have potential in farming every single lane, because we see how the KPL teams and MKL teams play. It's about farming waves, stacking waves for your jungle, share with 3 or 4 members, bring them into the jungle, and then farm together for the efficient goal sharing.
If I was in Danny's shoes, though, I don't know if I could have withheld myself from really just jumping in, because you know that Mena's getting gone on. Qingxi is very low. I mean, I think you're still looking to kind of be like, hey, if you're going to take one of our buddies out, I'm still going to just be in your face. I'm going to get revenge.
Power of friendship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty influence-based style here. It goes back to how they played back in day 1 in towards the play-ins here. Bit of a face check here coming from Evilis just to spot out the buff taking, but nothing much will be happening thus far in this early game. We might see more aggression going into that first 4 minute in that Tyrant.
Yeah, and actually, it's all about the setup. I mean, the 800 gold lead that you're seeing going the way of TEC is that rotation. Those extra kills have actually padded the stats, but now 30 seconds away from that first Tyrant.
Yeah, we're just clearing up waves for one final wave coming in. Usually there's always 2 choices, right? Back then, in the early days of Honor of Kings, Esports is about, 4 minutes, we have to fight. But nowadays, it's more like, 4 minutes, can we fight? We can't, let's just back off, go farm the camps, and then wait for the other objective spawn. Then we decide whether we want a team fight.
Okay. Yeah, but look at this top lane. I mean, a little bit of Danny with that rotation already. As that 4-minute Tyrant about to spawn here, the teleport is coming, and now the reinforcements. They're going to look to just take the Tyrant now.
And Gushing got poked down insanely hard coming in for that specific play. Yuri made his statement on that Lorien pick, and right now we do see this Tyrant being started by the side of Gushing.
Yeah, it's going to be off to the side, if you will, and now the pullback. Leffy, no chance. Gushing taking him down, and all that control from Ivalis. They couldn't even get to his friends, and here comes Calm trying to go for the flank, not able to get the pull away, and it looks like the rest of Influence Rage hiding under that mid T1.
Oh, Gushing with the unlimited refresh, just catching Leffy towards the side, plus the Tyrant, not allowing PEC to actually have a fighting chance against the side of Influence, because once you remove the side of Leffy, there's no more 5v5. It's just going to be a instant 5v4 with numbers advantage, and with that kill on towards the Chano, it puts them so behind, losing the tower, losing minions. This is a disastrous start for Influence Rage.
Disastrous. But Leffy was all by himself, right? He was kind of thinking that he was going to be okay, but Gushing gets the catch out. Fury getting a little bit low, but now Danny, he's getting knocked around. It looks like Calm's going to get that kill, and TEC finding their groove here.
They're just pushing pushing their momentum ever since that Tyrant play, with Leffy showing on the top side. It's numbers advantage for Titan Esports Club in getting this specific Azure Golem plus an additional kill onto his Danny. And Danny right now, he's scratching his head. He's 1-2, losing his buffs, and he is all over the place.
Yeah, all over the place, but mainly dead thus far. I mean, he's just spawning in the fountain. He is so far behind right now. Influence Rage have to find a way to get back into this, but TEC, again, full court press. This bottom T2 is under siege here.
And topside as well, right? They're just pushing in all 3 lanes, simultaneously choking out the farming space for the side of Influence Rage. This is the thing. When you push a wave, you force the enemy to all show on the map, thus improving your decision making for the next play.
Yeah, and it's all about that vision, right? We know how many members were there, and then we can kind of counter-rotate or take the fight if we see that the numbers are elsewhere, right? So this is a great opportunity, and why map control and vision is so key in a game.
But it's still okay, right? For Influence Rage, yes, you're losing 3 kills, some towers, but there's still a acceptable 1,000 gold deficit with the top side.
But Kushing here gets the low. Tempest actually flashing away. Calm is actually not going to snipe him out. It looks like they're going to let him walk away. Ivalice was thinking about jumping in, but Qingxi with a couple flaming palms, he came a little late to the party.
I like the play coming from Influence Rage. If Gushing goes well, if Gushing breaks his ultimate chain, then it's okay. And Ivalice, he has to back up. So this upcoming Azure Golem in towards that bottom side, PEC, they don't have any resource to actually contest for it.
Yeah, Ivalice, though, actually had to spend the Tremor Smash just to get to safety here. So Influence Rage with a small little win. Nice little burst ram onto 2. They have the knockback, but Ivalice just so tanky thus far. Danny trying to do some work. Not enough damage to kill Ivalice. Tempest, though, not as lucky. Qingxi gets that one.
Oh, that's just the difficult part, right? When you're investing so much resource towards the mid side, you give Katsu and Qingxi just a free kill on towards the top side. Now, Qingxi, we talk about the specific matchup. He needs to match Levy, and he's doing it so well. Yes, goalie is even, but take a look at the other lanes. Jungle and mid especially, they are trailing ahead by Fury and Danny by not just a bit, it's a lot of gold, almost 1,000.
Yeah, almost 1,000 on that one. But I mean, still Danny died twice already. That put him really far behind, definitely putting their team in a tough spot here. But Gushing, he's been left almost untouched. He's been able to kind of dictate the pace of this game with his rotations.
Now, if you're on a Sun Influence Rage, what do you need to achieve in these team fights to realistically bring the game back to an equal footing?
I think that you're looking to kind of group up a bit and kind of push. And I think this Overlord will definitely help them because, again, if they take some towers down, it'll really just like chip into the lead a bit. And plus, with the, again, we were talking about the pushing of the waves. Once you force a little bit of a rotation, again, everybody's going to be there for you.
That could be the potential case, right? And towards the bottom side here, there's a lot of aggression coming in from the side of Titan Esports Club. Just picking up an easy tier 2, further pushing up their lead in this mid game. But I still think it's actually comfortable for Influence Rage. Yes, that early game was disastrous. Leffy dying, Danny dying, but as long as they can reset themselves, bring the game back into a 10-minute equal footing, then they still have an equal fighting chance.
Yeah, have a chance, but they're down about 2k. One thing to take note of, Qingxi actually expended the flash, tried to go on to Fury. The nice little control on with the Umbrella Outburst, and they have the control, but he gets on his dragon. Qingxi with the clutch save there. And now on the side, Gushing, though, he tried to go in. He's going to walk into 4, and Influence Ray says, thank you for that one.
Huge mistakes coming in from the side of TEC's jungle and farm lane, being caught up by the CC galore. That's the strength of the Glory and Zhangfei. You initiate, you combo it, and you make them immovable for at the very least 4 to 5 seconds. And with that play, they get that tier 1 tower from a losing position.
All right, so you're talking about how to come back into the game. Well, that's how you do it. I mean, you get the Overlord. The Vanguard was pushing, and now with this death ball, it's very difficult for TEC to defend. It looks like they've taken the mid T2 as well.
Oh, they are looking so comfortable right now. And this is all before the 10th minute mark, bringing the goalie back into Leffy's pocket. And Fury Mena, so far in the last 2 minutes, they are showing very good performance on that mid-roam duo.
Definitely, and definitely kind of a bounce back, right? I think that we're like, okay, they've taken over the net worth lead. Leffy is back in this game, and now TEC are like, okay, maybe we made too many mistakes. The top T1 goes down, but it looks like they get the snipe out. They find Gushing yet again, and just like that, the tables have turned.
They are reading his mind so well, camping for the Azure Golem, and with that kill, it's not only about the Azure Golem, it's 10 minutes on the dot without Gushing for the next 15 seconds. TEC, if they go for a 4v5, it's going to be disastrous for them.
Oh, control. Fury gets the knockup on a Qingxi. He doesn't expend his dragon or anything like that, but it looks like Influence Rage. Again, with Gushing down for 5 seconds, they'll start the Tyrant, but I think it's just too much time or not enough time for Gushing to make his way to the Tyrant pit in time.
Maybe he has time. Lefty is all the way towards the top side collecting the Crimson Golem here, and Calm is actually looking for a potential flank onto the member.
Oh, they go for the flank here, but Calm trying to just herd them in. He gets the pushback. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be on to 3. The Dragon is going to be used as well. He tries to go in, but the Tempest, setting it up. Ivalice won't survive as he flashes away, and it looks like only Katsu goes down.
That was a lot of spells being thrown left and right coming in from both teams. Unfortunately, only Katsu fall in that team fight. If not, that's going to be a disastrous outcome for the side of Titan Esports Club. But nonetheless, Influence Rage from that good team fight being set up by Tempest, Mena, and Fury's combo chain, they successfully got that Shadow Tyrant in towards that pocket.
Oh, that could have been way worse. That could have been way worse. But Ivil is just barely able to just hop on out of this one. And Katsu going down. I mean, yes, they lost that one as well as the Tyrants, but man, the wheels could have totally fallen off here. But DJ, Sagi, break it down.
Let's take a look at this, right? The Splash Tempest coming in towards the back line here, finding a specific play. Gushing has to back away towards safety here. As of that point, you have no more fighting power because Qingxi and Gushing, they were zoned from the team fight.
Yeah, completely taken down out of this one. But now, a little bit of control in. Danny just going in on Katsu, trying to bait things out with those heals and those stuns, if you will. But on the backside, Gushing looking to go in. They find 2. The Umbrella Outburst will be used, but it looks like Gushing is a little too low, and it looks like they find Ivalice as well. They will continue on with the chase. They find Katsu. 3 members down from TEC.
Influence Rage is on fire right now. Every single time TEC wants to go for that Azure Golem, they get punished heavily, and the cost is so deadly. It's going to be game
nice little
1 win.
Gushing going in. It looks like they want to go with Calm, but they find Fury, but it looks like they throw everything at them. Influence Rage, hang on, only losing Fury, but they don't have the minion wave with this ace.
Do they have enough time though? Minion waves are marching in. The upcoming respawn time is going to be from Ivalice, Qingxi, and Katsu in the next 5 seconds. They need to pull off a miracle play right here, right now.
I don't think that there's a chance on this one, but he's going to try to slow it down. The Trevor Smash on to 3, and he's trying to go for the minion wave, but he gets killed. The Infinite Fastness is going to be used. They still have backdoor protection, and it looks like Katsu is going to be killed as well. Qingxi's on the other side, but they go for the Crystal, and Influence Rage will take game number 1.
Off of a horrible start, Influence Rage, they bounce back. They found back-to-back catches on towards the side of the Luna, and they bring the game back with a good finish.
Talk about resilience from this team, right? Things were not looking great. Other teams could have folded on this one, but Influence Rage are like, no. We got this one.
Come on, it's in our culture, man. Like, we go down once and then things are against us, but we just continue pushing and pushing and pushing. Influence Rage right now just showing that even though this beginning of the game might not be the best, they can always turn things around. And that is the power of friendship, man.
Yeah. They were always together. I loved it, right? I mean, they were able to kind of play with one another. Again, the things were not looking great. And the way that Danny was able to bounce back is because he had some help from his friends. Like Tempest was always backing him up. Those two were really playing well together.
But you see, I think that's the issue, right? Like, they got targeted at the farm lane very early. And then Danny jumps in to try to save his friend. Instead of just making a 1-0, they make it a 2-1 trade. Still for Titan Esports, and that, I believe, is one of those little details that he needs to understand. If he was going to be the captain and he is going to be the carry of the team, sometimes you just need to let your friends go.
That's correct.
Sometimes you just need to let them go.
Now, I understand that we're looking at a very beautiful KDA coming in from the side of Lefty, 8-1 and 2, but I want to shine focus on towards Fury and Mena. Without these 2 players from the mid and roam pool, Influence Rage will never see that late game. Fury was landing nasty setups on towards Qingxi and also Gushing in those team fights.
You don't want to talk about Lefty's KDA, but I want to. He came off first blood. He was 0-1 and 0, and then he got 8 kills in a row. Like, I mean, this is a guy that it's like, again, about that resilience and able to bounce it back.
Hey, give Rovers and Midley some love, man. They were setting up so much.
I don't even see them in game. They're nothing to me.
Let's talk meta of the meta. DeLorean and Triumphate composition right over there. That is just top patch.
Top tier.
Like, when you go back in a couple years, going back to KWC 2026, what was the meta about that time? Triumphate and Lorien. That was it. That is it.
100%. I mean, they just had a lot of control. They were able to just dictate the pace. I mean, okay, let's give a little bit of love. Again, the CC setup, all of those good things came out of those 2.
I know. It's like, And later on in towards the replay, we will see very good combinations here. And let's check it out here. Early
This
game.
one right over here, Sagi.
Yeah, Mayna just being taken down in towards the early game. Then it goes back to your question, Danny, playing for friendship, going in for that specific play. This puts them so far behind, but this is the crucial one. Gushing jumps in, gets cancelled by Danny's skill 1, and he couldn't get any of the refresher. And after that, once a Luna even died once, his entire snowball potential gets mitigated in the game.
100%, and that actually was like the tipping point. And then you also see this mark where they're trying to fight for the buff because Influence Rage had an advantage, and all 5 members not enough. And again, the team fight from Influence Rage to be able to dissect them all on this one was great.
Just beautiful stuff coming in from Influence Rage. They weren't in a hurry. They were playing for their item power specs, and in the end, they set up Lefty and Danny for amazing moments here. It is a team contribution in allowing them to find these beautiful teamfight moments and resulting in this game 1 comeback win.
And look at the fire you see from the players of Influence Rage. Danny is, I mean, they're all just high-fiving one another. What a great win, a comeback win. That one feels good.
That one feels good. Is the best way to start the day in one day where everything is gonna be on the table. Influence Rage right now, 1-0 advantage on top of Titan Esports. Let's go to a little break, and when we come back, it's gonna be our second game of the day.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for puff and blow the house down.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. I'm really sorry that I'm just like breaking out in left. Why are you playing with the toy, Sagi? Just leave it there on the table, man.
The moment I fell down, like it was like here, and then I was like, oh no.
I'm like kind of like trying to set up the stage for something serious, and then I just see you playing with the toys, man. There's no way to be serious in this game.
I'm the kid of the broadcast. Look at this.
You're having the most fun, that's for sure. I mean,
all right, thank you very much, everyone, for being back. Right over here is going to be game number 2. Influence Rage right now. Good performance, but we need to understand they cannot just let the game go at the beginning, just hoping to find a mistake from their opponents.
Correct, yeah.
Because when you get to the higher levels, man, there's no mistakes coming in from them.
yeah, I think that's something they definitely need to shore up is that early game, right? You can't let other teams kind of dictate the pace for you, and then you have to come back. That is a losing situation long term, especially against good teams, as you mentioned.
Gushing over here just kind of like just opened the door for them to be like, hey, do you guys want to come back in?
No. Yeah.
Because he completely just allowed them back.
I think that's the Luna player philosophy. It's like, I want to go for the refresh. I don't care. I must go for it. And then the CC layering coming in from the side of Danny, that was just really crucial. That Ying spell one tip up.
Yes.
It just stopped him in his tracks. And that one, ever since that, they tracked the Azure Golem timer. They made sure that every time Gushing wants to come for the Azure Golem, without the Azure Golem mana buff, he's forced to fight. It's like, do I want to risk it? But if I don't risk it, I can't fight. So it goes into a loop for the side of TEC that they are constantly trying to fight over control on the Azure.
And if you're a Luna, you need that blue buff. Like that's it. Like it's not even... That's one of the things that we want to set right over there for the audience, man. Like, specific heroes need specific resources to be able to really win the game. And when you're fighting against a Luna, it's not even about just trying to kill the Luna, it's trying to just to take the Azure Golem away, and that's it. It's a 6v4.
Yeah, and also they were winning, right? There was no reason for Gushing to push the initiative.
Correct.
He could have just stayed back and just efficiently farmed, but once he died, that snowball completely shattered.
I think it goes back to our discussion where these two teams, they love to fight, and with the quote-unquote name on the side of TEC being the Mini Boom Esports, they really are like a team where you look me in the eye, I'm like, you want to fight? I'll fight you. And that is exactly what happened towards that mid-game that allowed Influence Rage to capitalize on the over-aggression coming in from TEC, allowing them to bounce back in that late game.
Yeah, sometimes in life, you just don't need to fight, man. Sometimes in life, you just need to let it go. Understand that with the advantage, with the moment that you have, just turn around and then just leave. Let them just be yelling at you and then just take the higher ground, man.
Just walk away, if you will.
Just walk away.
The bigger man, right? I think at the end of the day. But going back to this game, though, it's just like, I mean, it seemed like TEC were getting a little impatient.
Correct.
Right? When you have a lead, you need to just lock in. Play your game, right? Don't force the initiative. Don't try to just make some sort of uncharacteristic mistake. I mean, and also, you can't really let Leffy get all those kills as well.
I mean, they did an amazing job in the early game. Laning phase, the 3v3 towards the bottom side that TEC won, the isolation kill coming in from Gushing against the side of Leffy to put him further and further behind. But it's those big teamfight moments that really allowed Influence Rage to slowly claw themselves back into the game. But Holler, before we jump into the pick and bans about the specific picks that I have already done, what do you think about the Clash Lane matchup? We've been talking about all the roles, but what about Clash Lane?
I think that Tempest is the type, I mean, you saw some of those truths, really set him up, and again, just made it very easy. Like, some of those, like, he doesn't go in with them, they might have lost some of those team fights, right? So he was able to salvage some and, you know, really set things up. But going up against, you know, it's not the easiest of matchups, especially when you're going up against, like, a player like Calmir.
Yeah, I fully agreed, right? It's just, the Clash Laners has been rather silent. They have their pop-off moments, but it's not as consistent as some players that we've seen from yesterday's match, where we have Silence, we have like AG Ran, or some of the MKL players like Xiang or Shuen, for example, right?
Definitely not. I mean, it's a different level, but I do think that this is still one where it's like feast or famine in terms of just like how well they play. If they're on, they are next level, and they're able to play with some of the best in the world.
You reckon we get like a Devara coming in for this specific series? It has been a rather hot pick yesterday, where every single team, they were like, oh, Devara Clash, Devara Farm, Devara Clash, Devara Farm, every single game.
Yeah, and I do think that, but Devara is the type where, I mean, if you need some late game assurances, that hero's going to be set for you, right? But I think that for now, when you have a Pei and a Mai, you're saying, hey, we're going all in early.
Yeah, going all in early here. So the upcoming mid lane pick for the side of Titan Esports Club will be really, really important. They need something that can actually go neck and neck with the Mai Shirley on the hands of Fury. I think if we trace back slightly into some of the team history for Fury, his Mai Shirley has been pretty tops in some of the teams that he's been in.
He's been very good on the Mai, right? I think that that's definitely one of his top 3 heroes, so he's going to be very comfortable on it. Plus to that, you have that Pei, you know Danny's going to find his own set of farm as well. But if we're looking at the other side, they've got the Yukio. This is the known counter in terms of the Pei, but is this enough, or like, what else do you think they need from the side of TEC here?
A very good mid lane to combo with the Diadea. So far, if we were to analyze the mid 3v3, I would give it more over to the side of Influence Rage with the hard control, the setup. Even if, let's say, like, yeah, you get the Lorien, it's an amazing, fantastic pick. But Lorien's weakness is the strong crowd control, hard engage, which Influence Rage, they have it in their mid-lane role.
Yeah, they have quite a bit, actually, if you think about it. Plus, they'll probably look to add something else. But this Lorien has overall just been a bit of a problem, right? Most teams have not really been able to kind of deal with the amount of CC, that damage, that orb is just so annoying to deal with. I mean, Lorien is a tough out, if you will.
I'm a bit worried right now for the side of Titan Esports Club. That is a beautiful team comp that has been drafted by Influence Rage. A plethora, a ton of crowd control coming in from every single role except for the pay that can actually maul the entire team. Because if we look in towards the crowd control reliability, yes, you have the Arlie's ultimate, you have the Diatia skill 2. But what comes next? You don't have a solid front line to actually stop this horse in its tracks.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, well, this is a good attempt.
That's nice.
That's a pretty good counter, right? The Ghost Ship will lock that down, assuming that he's able to kind of get the right angle. But this is a good setup, right? TEC understanding that, hey, they're going to run at you. This Ghost Ship, if they're able to isolate, divide the enemy team, they might have a pretty good chance in those team fights.
And Ata is one of the prime counters in towards the Guan Yu in the laning phase, in the team fight, because Ata, he's built with so much crowd control in the skill 1, skill 2. You can break the horse charge. You can also lock him in so that the horse cannot jump over the wall when his bar is not fully charged. So I like the last pick here coming in from the side of Titan Esports Club. They know what they're lacking, a tank. They know what they're lacking, a CC to actually stop the horse. So this is, I would say, a very good last pick coming in from the TEC coaching staff.
Yeah, actually, it's gravy, right? I think that last pick really solidified them. They're right back into this. Going into this, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so aggressive. They're going to be in your face, blowing you up, but then this Ghost Ship is just like, nay.
Nice. Nay. Now, I want to talk a bit more of the winning condition coming in from both of this team as we march into game number 2. Currently, we have Influence Rage leading the series 1-0 against Titan Esports Club. One more win coming in from Influence Rage, and they are set to go into the decider match for the matchup against Aurora Gaming. But TC doesn't want that. They want to bounce back, and this is where they come.
Oh, I love the aggression. They find Danny. He's so low, and Calm, not enough damage. Gushing is getting a little low himself, but Influence Rage were able to weather that initial assault.
Beautiful play coming in for the side of Titan Esports Club, knowing for the fact that they need to stop Danny in his tracks in towards the early game. They made it work, and Danny, he's already very slow on his jungle clear with a subpar health bar.
Yeah, good attempt there. I mean, you know that Danny was thinking maybe he looks to invade, and so they grouped up TEC. We're like, okay, let's take the initiative to them. Maybe we get them a little bit low, and they were just like, hey, it's a little bit of a wake-up call and a curveball to start this one off.
It's cause and effect also, right? Like, you win towards the mid lane, you allow Katsu and Evilist to move quickly towards that bottom side, but Calm gets caught a bit, but jumping in towards the point here, you get to move early, you allow Qingxi to pick up that fire beat without any contention.
Yeah, actually space created, if you will. And let's talk a little bit about Leffy here on this Chicha. We were talking about how Qingxi really likes this hero here. Correct. But Leffy on this one, is this the perfect farm laner for this lineup for Influence Rage?
It's good to see that they have the Chicha, but it's really dangerous because they don't have sufficient damage to actually take down the Bruiser, Gushing, Calm lineup in towards that late game. If we were to talk about late game potential, Titan Esports Club has it over the side of Influence Rage. But if this game is all gas pedal to the max, and Influence Rage keeps finding engages after engages, team fights after team fights, then it goes to them in the first 10-minute mark.
Right. So basically you're saying Influence Rage have to be winning at like the 8-minute mark.
Correct.
Or whatever, right? So that they have a lead, they snowball and get out of control. TC, again, if they're just like, hey, they just kind of, solidify, and they go even, if you will, even in the mid-game, pretty much TEC will win, right?
Perfectly said. And if Qingxi gets caught here, it's going to be over.
It gets the pounce in, but Qingxi, oh my gosh, the light step all the way on the other side, and I don't think Evilist got the memo as he was left behind. 3 members from Influence Rage taking him down.
Well, this is support life matters, right? It's like, Evilist is like, hey, Qingxi, I'm coming in for you. Let me drop some healing here. Wait, where did you go? Why did you leave me here?
Yeah, this is one of those things. We're talking about the power of friendship from, Influence Rage in game 1. TEC were like, hey, we invited Evilist, but then everybody just left the house party. Nobody was there with him.
You reckon I jinxed them just now? I was like, oh, Qingxi has to like play towards the mid game without actually suffering any casualties. And then immediately we see like Danny just pouncing on towards him.
Yeah, but
not bad.
Yeah, that one's on you, Saki, more than anything else. But now these boars, I mean, it's just a roam. It's not the end of the world, but still giving any sort of initial influx of gold in favor of Influence Rage. Not great. Raging Sea completely whiffing on this one.
But they got the flash coming in from Katsu, right? That's going to be a spell unavailable going into the Tyrant fight, which will be coming up in the next upcoming minute here. But I want to pull us back a little and talk about Danny.
Okay.
He was known as a tank jungle merchant, unable to play assassin from last year, and this year coming in, he's been increasing his arsenal with more assassin picks like the Pei and the Bruiser Ying, for example.
Yeah, and you kind of have to be, but now Danny on the prowl, if you will, not able to get the burst in. It looks like Mena, though, he's getting a little bit controlled here. Is he able to get away? No, Katsu gets it, but the Razor Cavalry is unreal. And now with that push away, the Soaring Great Dragon on top, but they're not able to find anything. Calm is on the prowl. He might want to shut the door down. He's not going to find Tempest.
TAC, they found a way to actually punish Mena. Mena wanted to find a skill 2 flash on towards Gu Xing, but he used all of his mobility spell, missed on Gu Xing, gets counter Punisher, and Tempest actually got a beautiful flank, but Katsu left a projectile towards the back and managed to use his skill 2 to dash towards safety.
Yeah, just barely enough. This Lorien's kind of throwing everybody in a bit of a loop here, and now the teleport in Gu Xing, he came out there like Superman. Woo!
That almost caught Danny off guard. If Danny got caught by that CC layering, he could have been instantly exploded in that combination.
Yeah, he would have had a rough time. But now, this is a great start for TEC. You're talking about just being neck and neck. I mean, Pei is on the other side. They're going to go early. Nice little play with the Ruin Jin. Fury, is he going to be controlled? And Katsu gets the kill.
The CC layering just wasn't on time coming in from Fury and also Mena here. A bit of a miscommunication on that combo. They get punished here because it's the same way that we saw what happened on Mena. He dashed in, gets locked in by Ivlis on that 2-2 Diadea, and then Gu Xing lands the full combo on towards them, and it's a rinse and repeat of what happened just now.
Yeah, just being able to control. And the CC from TEC, if they're able to find you, especially Ivlis, you're going to be locked down. I mean, they're squishy from Influence Rage. And this early game lineup has just been completely thwarted. TEC in the driver's seat in this one.
It was like game 1 where TEC had so much control.
Oh, nice little play. Nice little control, but Mena, he's going to throw out the Raging Sea, but he will be killed. The Razor Cavalry's on the back, but what can they get? They find King C. Danny running for the hills, if you will. One last shot, he's going to be saved. Ivlis is not going to be able to kill him. Oh, he doesn't. Disperse with that DOT there. 2 members down.
And he didn't have enough energy to actually pop the shield coming in from the side of Danny's Pei. Very well played coming in from Ivlis, redeeming himself from that previous game. And you know it, he doesn't want to go out of this stage. He wants to bring it back. Still, we saw this exact same moment from last game. TEC having the control. Replay here. Nice, beautiful knockup coming in from Katsu on that Lorien here. Finding initial pickup here on towards Mena. Then the pushback coming in from Tempest toward the backline. Finding King C. And then the DOT latching on towards Danny here. Sending him to the grave.
Yeah, Danny's just like praying. Oh, if I just had a little bit more HP or be able to get my shield. Not able to do so. And now TEC, they actually find the play. They get the knockback. Gu Xing. Oh my god. This is exactly deja vu. One, right? Where Gu Xing goes down again.
We remember, like, okay, TEC in control, then all of a sudden, Gu Xing walks into a dark alley, he gets taken down, and in towards the mid lane, Calm. He's finding a bit of business here, but Gu Xing, you cannot afford these deaths for TEC.
All right, just a pro-life tip. Don't walk into any dark alleys alone, right? I think that's something that we've learned walking in the mean streets of Paris, if you will. Bring the buddy system more than anything else. Hold hands. And it looks like, again, Gu Xing not living up to those rules.
He has to be careful more, especially on tempo picks like the Ukyo Tachibana. You can't afford these sort of deaths. But we are back into square one. 800 gold lead into side of TEC. It's coming down to those important team fights and better rotations. How you capitalize on these side lane turrets here. Vision line is going to be a bit of a trouble for side of TEC as they are marching towards this unknown territory that you speak of.
Yeah, Calm here. He's going to be walking pretty much by himself. Katsu is following him on this one, but they've taken the top T1 with this Overlord. It looks like Influence Rage have found ways to come back into it.
Slowly but surely, right? They are still on the defensive end, especially with their composition. Just doesn't work too well in towards the late game. You need a beautiful engage coming in from either Tempest, Fury, or Mena, especially on towards King C. King C is their only late game damage source. If King C goes down, it will be good news for Influence Rage and horrible news for TEC.
I mean, I still also give credit to Gu Xing. He's kind of that guy as well. The Raging Sea completely dodged away, but Gu Xing is the main target. They actually find him, and do they get any sort of revenge? It looks like Ivlis, he too will fall. Danny pouncing forward, not letting anybody go. They find Katsu as well. 3 members down, trade away for Leffy, and they're going to go onto the back. King C wants it, tries to dive the tower, wants to go for it. One more shot, not able to do it. And now with the Kachusin, he's in no man's land. Danny on the prowl, says, how dare you try to go for my team? The light step on away, but Fury finds him and takes him down.
Disaster disaster all around for Titan Esports Club. Every single member overextending for that play. Gushing, Evilus, first to fall just now, and Qingxi. He went over aggressive for a rover and he got punished for it.
He just thought he could just get that one kill. Just pat the KDA, just move on. But Qingxi, I mean, he had a really nice light step to kind of set things up, but he should have just ran for the hills to stay alive, but of course, break it down.
Like Mena missing the Raging Sea, but as of this point, Fury found a beautiful engage on towards the side of Gushing to take him down. And as of this point, backline shattered because the Ata was nowhere to be seen. Calm was late to the party, and Qingxi, because he overextended for Mena and still didn't get him, he got punished and towards line. Fury got caught.
Yeah, Fury gets caught on this one. So Gushing gets the revenge, but it looks like Qingxi, though, will also hide under this tower. And now Influence Rage will use that space. Danny is starting to hit like a truck, takes the top T2.
3-1 and 4 on that pay with 100% kill participation. Here, Tempest marches through.
Walks into the 2 on this one. He's trying to get the pull back. The Raging Sea's going to whiff on this one, and the Heart Link will get him back to safety, and now he's trying to leap away. Danny's gonna be killed. The Ghost Ship locking him down. Mena is hiding, but he's not gonna be able to get away.
What were they thinking there? They have a numbers advantage coming in for the side of TEC, and they capitalize it on Influence Rage over aggression here. I gotta say, both teams are biting neck and neck. They are finding every single moment to bring the game back into an equal footing. And right now, with that play, TEC, they are back in control.
Yeah, finding little play after little play. They're like, you know, trading jabs, if you will. It's a heavyweight fight between these two. Of course, loser of this series is gonna go home, so everything on the line here.
Slowly pacing, right? You gotta be sure that you don't want to go home. Okay, he didn't want to expend the smite there, because if you expend the smite, you probably cannot actually contest for this specific buff. 1.8k goalie for TEC, not the greatest one, and not the big one.
Calm, actually locking down the Ghost Ship. Danny, though, he's going to be controlled. He gets focus fired. He's going to be killed, and who takes that Tyrant? Gushing is there. And with that smite, now Influence Rage, they have to run for the hills, and it looks like TEC coming out on top with that trade with a 2-for-1.
Back-to-back initiations on towards Danny. Danny is their only consistent source of DPS in that composition here. He gets taken down, and the entirety of the composition that has been built around this double fighter has been diminished from the side of TEC. Securing the Shadow Tyrant, getting 2 kills, and everything on the map is going in the favor of PKL second seed.
Yeah, TEC were like, okay, we just gotta find Danny. Everything, throw everything at him, kill him, take him off so that we can take the rest of them down. I mean, if you're looking at Fury and Leffy, yes, they have damage, but man, it really is compounded by Danny's excellence.
And Calm, as of this point, no one can take him down. You'll be thinking like, okay, Leffy, maybe he can take him down, but this is why sustained style tank and fighters does extremely well against Chicha. If they can absorb all the damage coming in from Chicha's initial ultimate, then Chicha, her entire damage output just reduces.
Oh, they find him yet again. Danny's getting control, and yet again, he's been taken down. Oh, what a disastrous 2 minutes for the Danny as of late.
We were praising Danny in the first 8 minutes of the game. Then he just proceeded to fall 3 times in the row, uncharacteristic, and he's getting punished heavily for that here. So it's a bit worrying for the side of Influence Rage, because these mistakes are starting to crumble them in this game number 2 as TEC, they are knocking on your high ground, and there's just no answers or whatsoever coming in from INET.
I mean, they just lost 2 T3s because Danny just got killed on this one, and they're gonna flash on forward. Calm, not scared whatsoever. They want to look to end this one as they find Mena to start things off. Tempest is looking for the flank. He only finds one with a pushback under the tower, and they will kill Qingxi. But Tempest is barely staying alive, at least for now. He's in the fountain with the crystal, and Fury going in. It looks like he has Golden. Katsu on the run. Calm is a little bit low himself. Gushing is there. Gets the heart like he brings his buddy, and they backpack on to back to safety.
They bail out. Still a 1-for-1 trade. At the very least, they got Qingxi, but that was a very close event. Almost a game-winning push coming in from Titan Esports Club. But now, with the Hellfire advantage, maybe Influence Rage, they can knock on this Shadow Overlord with, what, a numbers advantage potentially for the next 5 seconds before Qingxi comes up.
Yeah, but it's not really enough to take any sort of major objective. Maybe this Overlord, if they go in, Gushing finding him in the lair, if you will. And now with that Razor Cavalry, Tempest was trying to make a bit of a play on that side. Leffy's there as well, trying to deal with Calm. The Overlord getting a little bit low. Who's going to take it in? Gushing gets the Overlord, and now Calm is controlling him on the back, but he will fall. They have the control on, but Tempest is going to be traded away as well. And now Evilus trying to just go with that CC. They find Fury. Mena is going to be Leffy picked off as well. Danny and Leffy running for the hills. They need to hold here.
But still, they're still chasing on towards Leffy. Leffy has no flash. Skill 2. Hardlink slash on towards South Leffy. Leffy gets taken down. Quadra kill going into South TEC's farm lane. And they are looking for the game-winning push. They just need to wait for the minion wave. Just TC goes for the panda kill here. Doesn't find it, but they are not here for that business. They are going for the equalizer here. 1-1 for all between this upcoming series.
What a great game. I mean, this is one where it's a little bit back and forth. Influence Rage are like, hey, we know the MO of how to get back into this game. They were trying to do it, but TEC shut the door on that one. They were like, we're not letting it happen yet again.
The composition just makes sense coming in from the side of Titan Esports Club. It is a difference compared to game number 1 where they're always consistently playing on a timer. This game itself is like, okay, we can afford mistakes in the mid game where Gushing fell back to back, and Arlie on the side, Qingxi still managed to pop off in towards the late game with that quadra kill to end that final fight.
I think that's the second quadra kill of the EWC. We're going to have to check the stats on that to make sure. I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't the penta, so he's not getting the King's moment, but still a quadra kill. Mad props, and that's why they won.
I think that the biggest problem from Influence Rage was the fact that they did not have enough damage.
Correct.
It came down to the 10th minute, 11th minute. It was just like poking them with pillows.
Yeah, like we had a conversation, right?
Yeah. It was just not enough damage, right? And I think also Danny getting caught out. That was a little uncharacteristic of him. Like he was trying to force some plays in that time, just like Gushing was like kind of sacrificing at times.
I'm sorry, I love Danny, but I don't think that is becoming uncharacteristic of him. I do believe that recently, I'm sorry, we gotta call the things the way they are. And recently in these last days, it has just been a pattern.
I have a theory on this because we play a lot of games, and especially in the high competitive level, if you are shot calling as a carry player, you will lose sight of your positioning while you're talking a lot. This has happened to a lot of the amazing players throughout the history of competitive esports and also Honor of Kings.
Way too many things to be thinking about. You need to be communicating, you need to be looking at your minimap, you need to look at your items, and you still need to be talking to people. I'm really sorry, I don't see it.
Okay. But I mean, as we check out this gold graph, really back and forth. Both of those teams were kind of, you know, jab for jab, blow for blow. They were kind of making it very close. But in the end, Titan Esports Club, the way that they were able to close this out, explain to me, what was that major tipping point to you?
Now, it goes down to the composition that Influence Rage has drafted for themselves. The Guan Yu, Pei, and Chicha. If you don't achieve anything in the first 8-minute mark that we've seen coming in from Influence Rage, their comp falls off. There's just not enough damage in taking down comp on this gigantic tank with the numerous amounts of heals coming in from the deity on the hands of Iblis. And we talk about it. Chicha is a ultimate reliant hero. Once the ultimate wears off 5 seconds, you lose damage, and Qingxi on the Arlie will just out-damage you as a traditional marksman.
Yeah, this Arlie was just out of control. Qingxi had a great game in this one, but I mean, look at how this is a moment where you're thinking, Influence Rage back in this game. They're doing well. They're able to dive, but then TEC, that team fight from what they were going, this is where everything, in my opinion, kind of the wheels fell off for Influence Rage.
Danny walked into the wrong bush as of that play here, and afterwards they're like, okay, change our targeting. It's not going to be about Leffy. Let's just target out Danny because he's the main core of their team. And once he gets taken down, there's just not going to be enough or sufficient damage in the late game team fights.
And this is also that part where things were looking dire, somehow Influence Rage hold. Tempest, like finding Qingxi and pushing him back onto the tower, getting that kill, that was what saved them at least for a little bit.
And this is the final fight. Crucial steal coming in for the side of Gushing. And Leffy has already expended the ultimate to take down Calm and also Katsu. So you don't have enough damage. You can't out-sustain or out-team fight a Diadia, Ukyo, and Arlie. He gets taken down. Quadra Q collected by the side of Qingxi, and they find the equalizing win in the series.
Did they need to jump into that fight after losing the Dragon right over there?
I think they are forced to. They have no choice, because if they don't fight, they'll be consistently chased down by the side of Titan Esports Club, because the positioning coming in from Calm and also Katsu, they are not letting anyone run away.
Well, we're going to have to break that one down a little bit more during the break. We're going to come back with the Game 3, the decider, to see who's going to be facing Aurora Gaming later.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris, France. Titan Esports won. Influence Rage won. The players look ready. The audience look ready. Are you guys ready?
I think we've been ready, right? I think we're good to go on this one. I mean, we wanted to see a competitive series. We got one in the game 3 here.
And I remember that Sagi asked us what were our predictions, and we said 2-1. And at this moment, I'm not completely sure who's going to end up winning this game, but I am certain we knew that it was not going to be a 2-0. We knew it was not going to be a clean sweep.
I think from the execution-wise coming in from both teams, they have it neck and neck in terms of macro, in terms of team fighting, but it boils down to the pick and bans coming in from both coaches here. If they can actually structure a well-round draft between the strong points of the players, like game 1, it was Leffy on that channel late game carry with strong mid-roam synergy coming in from Maina and also the side of Fury.
And I think that in terms of that, in the last game, in the last pick, when they picked the Atta, the Atta was exactly the deal breaker for this. It completely just tipped everything towards TEC.
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, the lockdown, the amount of control, the charges, the CC, and he was a tank. He was taking a lot of the shots, so that's exactly what you wanted. It was the perfect last pick for TC.
I fully agree with that, right? When I saw that, I thought I was like, oh, that's just Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
It counters the Guan Yu. It counters the Chicha. Pairs well with the Diadea. What more could you ask for, right?
Nothing more. I mean, that was just perfect in that sense. But, I mean, going back to the predictions, I know that everybody on the desk was like 2-1 in favor of Influence Rage.
Hey, not me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was you. Okay, so I got to continue on with my prediction. I was because I'm kind of wavering, to be honest, because I love teams that have a really good early start.
Correct.
We're seeing that TEC have gotten the better thus far in both of the games.
But at the same time, you start seeing that a good start is not everything. After you have a good start, you need to really lock it down. What we have seen today in these 2 games is just like a good start, then I kind of like just drop it.
Mistakes.
A little mistake. In this time, Influence Rage was not able to really capitalize from the mistakes coming in from TEC.
Yeah, it was in the snowball tempo to actually push for those consistent objectives, towers to recycling, potentially high grounds, then win the game. But due to the fact that Danny, yes, it's his mistake, but he also got punished because this side of TEC, they were looking at him. He was like, Danny must fall for us to win.
Yeah, and I mean, it was like mistakes from both of the junglers, right? Game 1, Gushing was making some mistakes. The game 2, it looks like it was Danny. So we're equalized here. Hopefully they've learned the lessons as we go into this one.
So if the junglers are going to keep having this kind of performances, someone else is going to have to stand up tall and really carry the flag of their team into the next round.
And it will be the featured matchup of what we talk about. Leffy and Qingxi.
Yes.
Arguably both the MVP of Game 1 and Game 2 respectfully, coming in from both of their teams.
Look, going into this one, the loser of this one is going home. I am heartbroken for both of these teams right now, and we haven't even played this one.
Coming into the pick and bans, the most crucial one of the first half of Honor of Kings year here. Titan Esports Club, they are on the blue side with Influence Rage going on the red side here. First ban, Haya and Ao Yin coming in from Coach XC.
Yeah, just ban those away, right? If you're not looking to pick them up yourself or they pick them themselves already, they want to definitely limit that. On the other side, you're seeing the Pei and, of course, the Changfei. Both power picks, they're limiting as much as possible as we get into the first pick here.
So far, the Lorien has been a 100% win rate in this specific series itself. Yes, it's removed due to the global ban pick here, so it wouldn't be available. No Lapu Lapu, no Zhangfei. Chicha will be the first pickup here coming in for South Titan Esports Club, giving more priority over the side of Qingxi in that farm lane role.
It's funny because we were talking about how, Qingxi loves that Chicha. Wasn't able to get it until this game 3, but they will go with that first pick to set things up. I don't think Leffy was as amazing on this hero as we could potentially see from Qingxi here.
Well, it could be the opposite, right? Like, they immediately pick up the Aaron and also the Byron. Very interesting pickup nonetheless from the side of Coach Kaiba. So I want to see how they formulate around that late game. Yes, Byron, amazing laning phase. Aaron as well, strong DPS. But these two picks, they fall off in the late game.
Yeah, they definitely do struggle on this. But so if we're looking at the other end, wow, they're just going to go fast and furious. Bai Chi and the Jing, nice little tank combination. You got the backline jump in with Jing, finding that potential pick off with this Aaron.
Oh, if you're on the side of Coach Kaiba, what do you pick for third pick here? Is it going to be a tank jungle? Is it going to be a tank roamer? Options are not readily available, but at the very least, if you want to go against a Chicha, double tanks always works well, because we talk about it. Like, if you use up the ultimate coming from Chicha and you can't take down any single target, you will get out DPS by Leffy on the Aaron.
Well, this is a good one, right? The Flowborn tank, Danny let him kind of get on his way, where the Jing is coming in, you got stun lock for days. If you're able to also jump on top of Calm, the Chicha, you're going to have also a good time here.
I want them to actually potentially draft like a Diadea here so they can supplement heals towards the side of the Floorborn tank and also the Byron. But judging from the fact that both teams have yet to select their roamer here, more of these roamers will be targeted down in the remaining pool of heroes.
What do you think about this Bai Chi just overall? Like, what about the Byron Aaron was like, okay, this is something that we want to take?
Now, let me explain. Bai Chi, good matchup into the Byron in terms of that laning phase. Good sustain, good tankiness. And Aaron's damage, it comes in the form of bits and bits and bits, and it can't really take down Bai Chi in the long run immediately compared to other traditional crit marksmen like the Channel or like the critical marksman like Alessio that's shown by Sun. So I guess that's the logic coming in for the side of this Bai Chi that has been picking up by the side of TEC.
Okay. As we go into the second phase here, you were talking about how, what is the roam pick from the side of Influence Rage? They've kind of taken away the Liang as well as the Diadea, just more lockdown, right? But it's been roams on both sides, right? Like Moats and the Lapu Lapu as well.
I think they need to pick up the Anet here. Anet has been one of the amazing picks showcased by some of the other teams, especially notably GKZ. He plays it defensively, he plays it aggressively with those ultimate flash engages here. Ladies and we picked up here in case if you want to draft another tank roam in towards that specific roamer pool. So it's going to be interesting to see what both teams have in mind for their final pick in towards the roamer.
Yeah, when in doubt, just go with more CC, right?
Correct.
But I think in terms of the damage department, kind of scary. I mean, Aaron is definitely the one, but is the rest of them enough to take down like a Bai Chi that's running at you? He's like, yeah, you can stun lock him for days, but if you don't have the damage to burn through that armor, what are you going to do?
I think this goes into the logic why the Lady Zen is selected here. It's because of the Destructive Deluge, the ultimate can actually slow him down, remove some of his physical and magic resistance so that the Aaron can manage to take him down. But the takeaway coming in from the Anet is what worries me. What other roamers do you have on the side of Influence Rage that could supplement this specific team composition? You don't have the mid push. You need something to protect the Aaron. So what is it going to be, Influence Rage? What is your last pick roamer?
Going to be a very good question. I think that because the Byron of the Flowboard tank, you've already got kind of like that meat shield, if you will. You need something that's a little bit more with that. Okay. Sunbin speed, the heals. And basically, where if the Jing is going to look to dive you, you have that, sorry, go on.
My main worry here, Holler. Thank you for passing it to me. I'm super worried. Okay, Sunbin is good when you have double tanks, but your mid is a Lady Zen.
Yeah.
And we've seen clips on social media on how Lady Zen suffers in clearing wave. And if you suffer that mid lane clear, your jungle will be invaded by the double smite Jing coming in from the side of Gushing.
Yes, definitely going to have a problem here. But this is one that they were looking to do. I mean, in the sense that this is the last pick.
Yep.
Right? They were expecting this and they were like, haha, this is our trump card. But do you think that that trump card is actually truly valuable as the last pick?
If they can survive the first 4 minutes of the game without the jungle just losing control over to the side of at the Esports Club,
right?
Then the Sun Bin activates insanely well when she paces her skill 2, the time flux, in towards the late game. Because essentially, you have the Byron, you have the Floorborn tank, and judging from the damage that we talked about coming in from the side of TEC, is really round by round. Annihilation comes true, Chicha ulti comes true. Something brings up the healing with that skill 2.
Okay. As we go into this game, I mean, for me, it's kind of about Byron here, Tempest, Danny, Flowborn, Tank, to be aggressive, right? I want to see some invades. I want to just take away as much as possible from Gushing, because if he's left alone, he's going to just do what he's been doing this entire series, is have a good early start.
That's the main goal that they actually have to aim for here. Judging from the fact that mid lane has no priority, immediately Leffy and Mena goes over to the bot side, gets the immediate push for the Influence Rage farm lane here. It's a good start, but it doesn't secure them the Fire Beak as Evelyn and Akatsu, they're already here in 8 of Jingxi.
Sorry, which of these two squads has the better late game?
Let me process it real quick. I think it's 60 to Influence Rage, 40 to the side of Titan Esports Club because of the power level of Inua towards the late game.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a bit of a problem, right? I mean, if he's able to annihilate somebody, he can find all of those squishies. They're very vulnerable. You know where they're going to be relatively to, where everyone else is, because they're going to be so far back.
That's correct. And for me, Aaron is not the best late game farm lane, so at the very least, you can take down the front line, but it will take a very, very long while at the very least. So here in the early game, Danny just supplementing a bit of farm in towards that mid lane, has the Crimson Golem still. Information is available for both teams.
Yeah, so I think that going into the draft of TEC, Gushing, definitely the guy, right? But that's the obvious answer. I think for me, though, it's about Calm. How tanky can he be? Because if he's nigh indestructible in the heart of your team, pulling everybody, taunting everybody, he's basically going to control everything.
I fully agree with you. And then we put a perspective into a sort of Influence Rage. It's also quite similar. Tempest, Danny, Mena. This is my core trinity that I'm looking at. If these three can actually combo well, that Sun Bin is going to make these two tanky boys, I would say, invincible.
Yeah. I mean, that heal, that sustain, plus they're able to kind of accelerate, get onto the backline from the TEC side. If we're talking about them, they are also very squishy. Calm is pretty much the only guy.
So much stakes at hand, right? This is the final game that one of these teams will be potentially playing in the KWC 2026. They lose this, it's back to the drawing board, back to qualifying from their own region. None of them want that. They want to advance further. Yes, you will meet Aurora Gaming, but it's better than just losing in this series.
Yes, I mean, but losing this series, you're going home, right? I don't want to go home with lessons. I want to go home with a trophy and more money, if you will.
It's about the bag, right? You're coming in for the dignity and for the bag. One of it is Chalk BR's one of their hope, and one of it is Influence Rage. That's the Chalk BR team. And TC, they're like, all the PKL teams are in the lower bracket. We want to make it troopers.
Yeah, and also they don't want to be the first one out from PKL, right? If we're talking about representation, right? Again, all three teams from PKL are still in. Yes, they're playing in the elimination games, but being the first to fall is not something that they want on the resume.
It kind of reduces the overall morale of the PKL teams going at it in the following days when they have more games involving their elimination match later on. As we go back into the game, we're nearing the 4th minute mark, 30 seconds on the dot with the final wave. Leffy is being targeted really heavily coming in by Gushing and also Qingxi.
And also the dynamic of the game has changed a bit. Gushing going in, finding 2. He's going to use the mirror domain, dashing around with that annihilation, but not enough first. It looks like the emergence. He wants to be popped on this one. Ivalice, though, getting a little bit controlled. He's going to just use his untargetable to get on back, but he gets chased. Danny chasing him down, getting that first blood, and they will push them all away, opening things up for this 4-minute tyrant here.
That is a beautifully timed skill 2 here. Taunt lands on towards Danny, but Danny, he's a pretty tanky boy. There won't be annihilation to snipe him off here, but Still, Influence Rage taking control of that specific play.
Yeah, and Danny, he's so low, he can't even contest. I think they need to give up the Tyrant at this point. But Danny, I mean, he was held together by scotch tape on that one. That was so close.
And I like the timing coming in from Danny, right? It was at the last possible second of the Anet ultimate, the CC immunity. Then he latched on with the skill 2 bash. Follow him right into her flash range and find her in towards the backline here. That was an amazing stuff coming in from Danny, and he has already completed a Dragon Rage. In the mid game, this is going to be Danny's tempo. We talk about it. If you let Mena scale into that mid game, this is going to be a difficult part for TEC.
Yeah, and I think that Influence Rage understand that as well. I mean, this is where they've been prioritizing it. This net worth is like 50-50 at this point. Calm is being pressured in this top lane as Tempest is looking to just chase. But with Gushing there, the pull back on, they get the rake, but here comes Mena and friends. They get the nice little stun up onto Calm, but he's under the tower.
Just tanky boys flexing their muscles against each other here. We see a bit of a side swap coming in from both teams. Jinxie gets that bottom side, and they do a handshake. Lefty gets that top side.
Yeah, taking this, they're trading tower for tower, but Jinxie's all by himself in this bottom lane, and I think that he's going to be very happy. And Ivalice, look at this, like the scouting that he's doing.
Yeah, Ivalice is like one of the roamers, the Anat pick that actually engage when your team is available. We saw that from Zer, right? The ultimate flash coming in from the Anet is like a good pre-setup tool that allows Calm to come in later on.
Yeah, and now back into this mid lane. They're looking to Danny hunting, finding at least Calm for this one. He goes on 1 versus 2. He knows that reinforcements are underway. The creation blocks, and they have Katsu with a decent amount, but Danny now getting a little bit controlled. They have a little bit of the silence. Jinxie's on the side. It looks like it's a skirmish, but no kills.
He's so tanky here. In the bush though, Gushing may find a target here. Danny in the midst of multiple targets here. Gushing gets taken down really low. This could be a potential buff take coming in for the side Influence Rage if they do want to.
Yeah, they're going to go with that Annihilation. Danny, though, on taking out most of that damage, and now they're looking to turn this. He goes right back in. He tries to go for Jinxie with that rake back, and it looks like Danny's been controlled, and he will fall.
Over-aggression coming in from Danny here. They saw Gushing place towards the top side. They went for the play, but the whirlwind coming in from Ivalice pushes Danny and makes him stay in place. And with that play, this opens up the Crimson Golem for Gushing taking in towards that top side.
Yeah, a little bit of control in this top side. Tempest not willing to give it up to Gushing, but no chance when Gushing's got the smite. He's just going to run away here.
50-50 handshake. A bit of a misplay, but overall still okay. We want to see who gets the better late game here. For TAC, it's about making Katsu and Gushing the main star of your lineup, with Jinxie finding potential pickups later on. For the side of Influence Rage, it's about Sunbin and Double Tank consistently sustaining in that team fight, and then allowing Fury and Levy to consistently fight.
A little bit of a taunt here. The rake back onto Tempest. He's been pushed away, and now here come the reinforcements standing over the wall, finding Calm. They have a little bit of control onto Jinxie. That would be a great target, assuming they're able to take him down, but it's not enough, and Danny almost gets him, but they find Leffy. It looks like it's going to be on the side, who are just trying to join the fight, but it looks like Gushing a little bit low himself. The Overlord getting in on the action.
Through the chase onto the side of Jinxie, they managed to find Leffy towards that backline. It was off a Katsu and Gushing flank, isolating the farm lane that's trying to rotate to assist the team. And with the farm lane being down for the next 5 seconds, this is not going to be too good, because when the farm lane is down, you can't farm yourself into a Void Staff for Leffy or potentially the Daybreaker, which really limits its option in the teamfights later on in taking down tanks like Calm.
Yeah, and it seems like Leffy's been making these rotations by himself. Mena has not been really sticking with him. He's been sticking more with like Danny and Tempest to kind of, again, just accelerate with the speed and everything. So Leffy needs to be a little bit careful, understanding that the Dark Alley's kind of scary for him.
And just stay away from the bushes, right? Like, walk with the team. Even if you are slow to the team fight, make sure you are walking towards a safe route. Calm's position will be interesting. He's in the bush. He has the ult flash to potentially catch Leffy in towards the back line. Yeah. Whereas Jing is here. They might be looking for a potential double point steal on this Crimson Golem.
They will attempt to go. It's right in the brush, not a great spot, but Danny trying to go for this one. Gushing might have taken that one away, and now with this Hurricane Wall doing a little bit of work. Jinxie's on the side. Fury trying to focus it down, but he's getting peppered, if you will. He does survive. He gets under the tower, and now Danny's on the chase. TEC being aggressive, but not finding anything, but they might have taken away that red buff.
That was Jinxie versus the world. You almost taken down Fury in that flank, and they couldn't even do anything against his signature Chicha pick here. But still, it's only a buff. Going over the side of INF, no towers suffered, no casualties suffered. We are back to an equal footing. And timer says we may be getting a decisive fight later on at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, even. That's the best way to put it. In terms of this net worth, even the big neutrals have been taken away, one for the Overlord as well as the Tyrant at the same time. But now TEC, if there's ever a time that you're like, hey, we need to get ourselves into this one and to win, now would be it.
They need to find a beautiful engage, specifically on towards Leffy and Nana. Get him away, then maybe, just maybe, they can find a good timing difference for that 10-minute mark. Now, in towards this late game moment, Katsu is the most important member coming in from TEC. For INF, it's not going to be the carries, it's Mena. If Mena falls, they remove the potential of the refresh on that skill 2.
Yeah, Tempest finding Calm in the brush though. He's kind of all by himself. Gushing is onto the side. The Creation Blacks just kind of blocking them out of the way. Influence Rage have been thwarted in this sense, but the Vanguard in the top lane. So somebody needs to rotate from TEC.
No one's going to rotate thus far. You do see Gushing. He's leaving the pit. He's going for that clear. Leffy will be slow towards this specific Shadow Tyrant here. Both teams, they're doing like, okay guys, let's go back to basics. Clear up the waves first before we play the upcoming team fight. Now, both teams slowly fighting for control towards that mid lane. Danny, where are you going?
Danny finding Calm though. Calm actually dashes back over to the ledge. They swap positions, if you will. But Influence Rage, they know that Qingxi's off to the side. The Tyrant is not going to be fully contested at this point. But if they're able to take down Qingxi, this would be a huge win.
Yes, no ultimate thus far coming in from Leffy here, and it's going to be a spike nail, so he's definitely going for the backline.
Yeah, but Danny going in for this one. Needs to defend at this point, but Qingxi onto the backline, finding Fury. It looks like it's going to be too deep as Qingxi gets taken down. Gushing gets to take on the Tyrant though, but at what cost? Qingxi going down.
Qingxi falls, Shadow Tyrant going over to TC. Still, numbers advantage for side of Influence Rage. They could get this mid tower, scale into that Shadow Overlord. I gotta say, it's looking really like a stalemate. No one is getting any sort of advantage. There is no heroic play thus far coming in from both teams. We are still waiting for that one special moment. Maybe a steal!
Ooh, potentially, almost. That was very close. The timing from Katsu, that would have been brilliant if he was able to get the steal. And that was as close as you can get without the actual steal.
That gave me a little bit of a adrenaline shot. I was like, it almost stole away the Shadow Overlord. Fortunately, it didn't. If it did steal, then maybe it could have been TEC's tempo here. But minions are top side. Overlord cast towards the bottom side. Rotation coming in from the side of Influence Rage. They want to protect this and usher Leffy towards that bottom side.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the Overlord was taken, but it looks like Gushing was able to take the bottom T2. So it's a little bit of a trade, not the worst thing. Danny looking to dive. He's under the tower.
Fury?
And off to the side. Fury's going to get blown up. The stuns are real, but Danny getting focus fired. There's just too many of them, and it looks like Influence Rage down 2.
Oh no, they showed all their vision towards that mid lane. Leffy and Tempest was on the map, and they were like, I want to defend this over, but there's just not enough members here. Immediately, Gushing isolates, then jumps on towards Fury. The cavalry arrives, takes down Danny. This is a heartbreak right now because the control relinquishes here. Let's check out the replay. Map. Leffy, Tempest, mid lane, stalled by Calm. So no one can come for the assistant for Danny and Fury.
Just too much speed. I mean, it's all about the vision game, right? We had a numbers advantage, and they actually made them pay. Now TEC, off of this 2-kill lead that they had with the power play, they're going to take the mid T1, opening up this game.
Every single tower will be threatened by the side of TEC against Influence Rage. This is on a countdown for Influence Rage. But still, I figured, I'm confident that this game will go into a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we're about 7 minutes away. I mean, it's looking that way with how close things are, but Influence Rage giving up a little bit of a lead, right? Getting out of position. That's not what you want to do. Plus, you're showing yourself in that mid lane, which is, you know, unwarranted.
And this goes to show from the damage dealt. 80,000 to Qingxi. He's involved in every single team fight thus far, and Leffy, 32,000. It means that every single time Influence Rage that's getting caught or starts a team fight, Leffy doesn't have the DPS output because he's never there.
Yeah, he's never there. I mean, we were kind of praising him, I mean, as being a hard worker, but right now it seems like they're not 100% in sync. They need him there for the team fight because this is a death ball lineup.
It is a death ball lineup. It relies a lot on Mena here. Mena, I would say, I know fans, they don't like Sunbin in their rank games, but Sunbin in this particular setup for Influence Rage is like a 7th item. You need mana to consistently pop those spell too and recover, refresh that health bar coming in from Tempest and also Danny.
You were talking about how Influence Rage have that late game. At what point, at what minute mark would you say is that mark?
I think it's right now, like 15 minutes, where Maina can consistently spam that skill 2. They just need to fight as 5 and make sure that Leffy doesn't get blown apart in the first initial combo coming in from Gushing or Katsu.
And look at this, Shadow Tyrant about to spawn. Top lane is taking some chip damage from minions, but Danny looking to go in. They get the freeze on the Calm, and now with this turnaround, he goes right back to the Tyrant.
Slowly but surely, Qingxi finding a bit of a 1v1 against Tempest in towards that backline. How has been popped?
Oh, he's thinking about it. Danny trying to go for that control, and how much can they do? The silence is real. The Tyrant, though, it looks like Gushing gets the steal. Calm is hold low. He will be picked off. Danny finding him. It's only one member down, though, but they lost the Tyrant.
The clock pushed everybody back into the welcoming hands of Calm, finding his own calming depth there. And a repeat of what happened. One death into a Shadow Overlord trade. This time around, Katsu, his ultimate is still on cooldown. Maybe he gets the steal on towards this?
Yeah, I don't think it's too much. But I mean, look at how Gushing instantly... Okay, Gushing in the bottom lane, instantly there to push. This is something that he's been looking to do because, again, every single time that they go for the Overlord, they're so far away. There's a lot of space in the bottom lane, but finally Tempest there to kind of thwart that.
Good reaction from Tempest. Right? They're like, okay, you guys don't need me. It's going to be a 4v4. Let me just match Gushing just in case we lose that tier 3 towards that bottom lane, because if this game does evolve into a Tempest Dragon timer, losing any of the tier 3 from the side lanes could be devastating for a potential comeback.
Yeah, and especially that far one, right? I mean, it could be that, like, if they're able to split push, they could just potentially just backdoor if they need to. So again, it's all about the minion waves here.
We do see Overlord coming in from all 3 lanes. It's not going to be a repeat of what exactly happened with Gushing. Where are you?
Gushing looking to dive in. He instantly just gets on out of that. There were just too many members of Influence Rage. They've been using the buddy system. All of them are holding hands as they move around in this jungle.
And Leffy is stacked with those defensive items here. 1 Blood Rage, 1 Sage Sanctuary. Probably has the money as well for the Destiny.
Yeah, it looks like Calm just too tanky. They don't want to risk this one. But with these Vanguards, look at where Qingxi is. In the top lane, he's going to deal with the Shadow Vanguard all by himself.
Very smart, right? There's just not enough tower pushing capability from the side of Leffy. If he walks to front forward, Katsu with those creation blocks will catch him off guard. Qingxi might be in a bit of a danger here.
Oh, he just barely canceled it. Qingxi is on the run. The prowl is on. They've called the police, if you will, said, hey, we have an invader in our jungle. They have a little bit of the silence, but the Smite Veil is going to just keep him on back. The rest of TC are joining up. It should be the end of this, but Danny not able to find the catch on Evilus.
Very good haul coming in from Evilus to disengage Qingxi towards safety here. We got back to an equal footing where Overlords are down, Tyrant buffs are down, Danny in the midst of everyone, but he can't find a kill. But Gushing has to use the Mirror Domain. That's a very low health dragon here, but they found the key push on towards the tier 3, on towards the high ground.
Oh, the push is real. All 3 lanes pushing at the same time, especially when you saw that he was running, but now they're going to go right back in. The Annihilation is on top of this. Calm is a little bit low. He's just barely hanging
the bomb.
Qingxi also, but now Gushing try to go for the mid lane, but the T3 mid is looking to go down. They don't have minions to take that one.
That's a Summit power, baby. It brings you back up with the skill 2. It doesn't recover health, but it returns to you in the form of a percentage. And with the tier 3s coming down, that mid lane turret is long gone. The next upcoming Tyrant, if any of these teams take it, especially Influence Rage, they can remove all tier 3 towers from the side of TEC.
Influence Rage right now, they are so close. I mean, both of these teams right now, it could go either way, but I think there's a slight edge for Influence Rage as they're putting on this full court press.
That composition just makes so much sense going in towards that late game here. If Maina survives, Danny and Tempest will be raid bosses going in towards that team fight. And Qingxi, his damage will be suffering right now, but that's a very peculiar flank position on towards that backline. Just could be a game-changing moment for the side of Qingxi here. If he can find a backline,
oh my God, he's going to go in for this. He tries to go right on top of Fury with that Annihilation with Calm damage. That is going to be enough. Maina now running for the hills. He's not able to find it, and they get the pick off as well. And now Evilus, he's going to be taken down, and now with this Sage's Sanctuary, is he able to stay alive? Qingxi fighting 1 versus 2. It doesn't look like that's enough. Leffy is doing too much work. Off to the side, Katsu, he's trying to stay alive with Gushing, but it looks like they find Tempest, who out-heals him. And now Gushing, he's all by himself here as Calm is going to recall on back.
Can they potentially end the game though? There is a 30-second death timer. One wave towards that bottom lane. Gushing just freshly uses ultimate. Potentially, INF. The safe route is to just remove all the outer turrets. Wait for your teammates. Then go for the Tempest here. But they are potentially looking for that game-winning push. It may be a potential endgame moment.
Yeah, the bottom T3, but they're going to make their way to the mid lane. They're going to take them all down. I think that they're going to disengage. Shinxi was up in about 5. I don't think they had enough time. This is the smart call by Influence Rage here.
It's a very comfortable situation right now. They got the Tyrant, they collect the buffs, wait for the Primal Born to expire, then threaten the Tempest Dragon with the tree pushing waves. For TEC, they need a miracle, some steal, some King's moment from Katsu on that Nua.
I mean, it's not just about the Tempest Dragon steal, but if you're able to get some sort of pickoff. But TEC looking to waiting on the prowl, if you will, but it looks like Calm is getting control, just way too much CC. Yes, he's tanky, but at what cost? He will be backing off. Influence Rage, not able to find the true pick.
Slowly. It's going to be a reset moment coming in for both of these teams. For TEC, they only have one shot if they want to contest this Tempest Dragon. They need to clear out the side lane first.
Calm is being controlled a little bit on the side as well. Shinxi actually flashing back to safety, if you will. He needs to group up with his teammates. Danny, he's so tanky as well. He's just taken most of the punches, but now the Tempest Dragon is up. How do they proceed?
There's a lot of minion waves crashing on towards the cross map here. Katsu has already showed himself on towards the top side for INF. It's their call. Do they want to start this? Lefty, hands on towards the Tempest Dragon for the initial play.
Yeah, this is that moment. The Tempest Dragon is going to be started. Shinxi is within the wings as well. This is a golden opportunity if they want to go for this one, but they're backing off at this point. Calm, looking for Danny, understanding that they might have a bigger target. Shinxi is definitely the target if they're able to go, and now Danny continuing to duel with Calm. The pushback, if you will. He's going to be sent with some damage. He's at half-life.
It's a setup phase. You need the minion waves to start marching in first. Tempest is at the side lane setting up the play.
Yeah, now they're going in for this one, and they're Shinxi. Oh, he's been stunned. Calm is as well. And Tempest is just on the run. He's absolutely a demon, if you will. They find Ivalice. They've got 2 members. What do they want to do?
They want to end the game. They want to advance to that lower bracket finals, but Shinxi's coming from the backside.
Oh, the backside. It looks like Gushing just trying to deal with the minions. That's good. They do have backdoor, but Gushing is a little bit low. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be popped for him. They're trying to take him down, and they have him. And now with this minion wave, it looks like Influence Rage are going to move on.
Vamos! Influence Rage. They advance to the lower bracket decider match against Aurora Gaming. They find a sign of hope, and goodbye, Titan Esports Club.
Sad day whenever you have to say goodbye to a team, but my gosh, Influence Rage in this one, this nail biter of a game 3, finding ways, the opportunity to get themselves in. And I mean, it is a sad day for TEC fans, but man, that team played with their hearts on their sleeves.
They delivered a splendid performance coming in for both teams, but it's the draft of all things, that Sunbin final pick. This is towards the viewers here. This is how you draft Sunbin. You need double tanks, and this is a perfect showcase coming in from Influence Rage on that Sunbin.
Influence Rage is gonna move forward to our today afternoon's match against Aurora Gaming. Congratulations to Influence Rage. The Choke BR second place are still alive in our KWC 2026. On the other side, thank you very much Titan Esports for coming in. But right now, their dream of the KWC 2026 championship comes to an end.
A lifeline, if you will, for Influence Rage. Really well played. You know, I mean, they dug deep for this one. They knew things were going to be on the line. Everything was going to be competitive. But being able to just overcome, and I think that this comes with the experience of this team. They've gone through a lot of heartbreak. But to get themselves here and to win that pivotal game 3, again, just shining when you need to.
Heartbreak.
Yes. Yeah.
Shattering moment, not only for the heart, but their keys later on. It's going to get crushed by the machine later.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point of EWC, right? Having that moment. The key is definitely something that is, again, part of all of this.
Lads, let's look at the hero picks right over there. We can all agree that it came down to the Sunbin pick.
Agreed.
Let's break that down because we don't get to see a lot of Sunbin picks through the KWC 2026. In these patches has not been a very popular hero. So I really want people at home to understand a little bit about the mechanics of that specific.
Now, Sunbin skill 2 is a movement speed buff. And it's not a heal, it's a rewind of a percentage of your health loss after the movement speed ends. So what happens? Nuwa, Chicha, Jing, these heroes are combo reliant and burst reliant.
Yep.
If your enemy doesn't fall after your initial combo during the Sun Bin skill 2, means you wasted all your spells and they can fight against you instead.
The ulti, how does the ulti work? Because just being able to silence a lot of people and allowing the power, the speed boost after with your second ability, it can become a combo as well.
And silence is a very, very strong tool. We have stuns, we have like roots, we have different crowd control. Yes, suppression from Liang Donghuang is the utmost strongest one, but when you come down one more step, silence stops you from smiting, from using items, from using skills. So that's a very strong tool as well coming in from the side of Sun Bin.
And you know exactly where they're going to be, right? When that fight is happening. And it's such a large AoE where, again, it was a very tough spot to be in. And they actually paid with their lives. Mena had some amazing, time lapses.
Of course. And I think that the pick opened the doors for Influence Rage, but it was not enough just to have them open. You need to go through them. And the way that they played in here, sometimes I just felt like they jumped in a little bit too quickly. I felt like they were tossing too many abilities onto the Paitsi, because Paitsi is just extremely tanky as well.
I think they are on a knife's edge, right? They are forced to make plays that just counters out the timer, where we talk about it, the better late game goes in favor for the side of Influence Rage. So if you're on the side of Titan Esports Club, you are forcing yourself to find moments. That's why we see in multiple occasions, it's 3v5 on the front side with Qingxi and Guxing finding the flank angles here, which to their attempts, it worked out most of the time. But it's just that the scaling coming in from the Sun Bin is just too darn strong.
Yeah, and again, you were talking about the fact that this lineup was all late game. Correct. Right? Once they hit the late game, it was way more difficult. It looked like TEC were doing things that were a little uncharacteristic, especially with aggression by Qingxi.
We gotta just talk about that, about just like the times of the game. As time passes, that Sun Bin strat was gonna become stronger and stronger and stronger. What about if we go to Mara? Mara got Danny right over there on stage. Let's hear from them one more time.
Danny is here with me, smiling as usual. Congratulations. You get to move on to the next round, which is gonna be happening later today. But we want to know your thoughts, because in game 2, your opponent was really targeting you. They were making it very difficult. In moments like that, how do you adjust to that pressure to make sure that you could still make an impact and have it not ruin the entire match?
So yeah, about the game 2 was not very easy for me to play. I mean, our champion is really OP, but was kind of hard to play against their composition, and they are playing like really good. But I feel we were doing great in the game. We were with some advantage. We are doing good the rotations, but after we lost, I think our mood was kind of bad after we lost, and then I just said to them, guys, don't keep pressure. That's fine. We just need to see our mistakes. We know what is our mistakes about half map, about some pickoffs. So we just need to pay more attention in the next time, and we're gonna win for sure.
And that was a really great pep talk, because we saw in game 3, you got it all under control. Now, your next matchup, because you've won, you're gonna be fighting once again in match 3 today against the MKL Spring Champions Aurora. You took off one game from Rock Esports, right? They defeated Aurora. Now you face them. You said that your play style, your identity is very aggressive, but now you're going to be going up against Aurora that's very methodical. How are you going to approach that one, and what would you like to say to them?
Yeah, about it, I mean, Aurora is really great team, one of the best of the competitions for sure, but I feel actually if we beat Rock one game, for sure we also can beat Aurora one game. We can beat the series. I think everything depends about our mindset, about our mentality, about preparation. So yeah, I am excited to do it. I'm not afraid about them, to be honest. I know they are good, but I know we also can do it. For me, our games is not important if we are playing against MKL, if we are playing against PKL, AKL. Always is hard game for us, I feel. So yeah, I think we can do it. We are ready to do it, and yeah, we're gonna try.
And that is a spirit, to not fear your opponent, to be able to look them in the eye. Now look at the camera and invite them to support you for the third match of the day.
Guys, keep supporting us, please. Now we need you guys support a lot because we're gonna play against a really strong team. But it's just one series to go to playoffs. So yeah, guys, please keep your support and thank you for the message, for the support. You guys are incredible. Thank you.
Congratulations, Danny. One more. And now we'll talk about that with our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Danny. Being strong is not only about the muscle, but about the mentality. When you have setbacks, how do you jump back right over there? He mentioned to us that after their game 2, they were actually feeling pretty sad and pretty mad about it. But it was just about just coming back immediately. You get 3 minutes in between just to get back into it. Influence Rage, if they play the way that they played right now, do you think that they have a chance against Aurora Gaming?
I think so. I mean, the only thing that they need to shore up is that weakness in the early game. They can't let Aurora get going, especially early.
If you let Aurora just take a little advantage at the beginning, it's just gone, right? Yeah. Because as Mara just mentioned, it's methodical team. They're able to just really push and just build through.
I think that's the specialty coming in from some of these MKL teams. They are much more aimed and also calculated in some sort of their plays, but nothing is zero. You'll always have a shot if you're competing in a tournament.
And as we check out these highlights to kind of see exactly, I mean, if things look good for TEC. They found that pickoff. I mean, this is that two-man kill that they got onto Danny and Fury, really setting themselves up. But Influence Rage were like, not just yet. We're going to bounce back.
And the early moments were just tip and tats, 1-for-1 trade-offs here. But when you go to the late game moments here, this is a good flank coming in from King C. He got Mana, he got Fury, but the tanks are still up and available. You have a farm lane, and the farm lane out DPS a ultless Chicha.
Exactly, and then just that one, that is the big weakness about just having a Sunbin composition.
Correct.
You do not have vision. You cannot just be jumping inside of the brushes in a different way that you could have with something tankier on that choice.
Which is true, where in these moments, your double tanks are up front, and then you can't heal for your team. But in the end game moment, they found Evilus, they found Chingxi, Guxing was on the flank. It was already too little too late, and the game just naturally flows into the later, stronger game of Influence Rage, and they got that game-winning push.
Yeah, and I just felt like if we're talking about the draft of TEC, it didn't seem like they had enough. I mean, you had the Bai Chi as that frontliner, but I felt like you needed somebody else. Guxing was just very squishy. He was kind of forced out because he was target priority, and just they kind of struggled to really take some of these team fights.
And you can feel the struggle being relinquished with the player cams there just now. They were stoked, they were hyped, they were just cheering so loud from the stage.
It is part of our Latin American culture, man. I'm telling you, we take those little wins and we really celebrate them in a very physical and very vivid way. Game 1, 2, and 3 are gone. What about if we move into our next match? We're gonna go to a little break, and then after that, we're gonna bring you the action of our match number 2.
We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune, Valor crowning honor? Yeah, crowning honor. Yeah, with fortune, Valor crowning honor.
We book Esports World Cup up.
in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. Our match number 1 sent Influence Rage straight into the lower bracket finals. They're going to be playing against Aurora Gaming. I have brought Blam and Nora to be here with me for this match number 2. But let's talk a little bit about that first match. What was your impression looking at it and watching it over here from the stands?
I mean, it was a really good match to watch, right? Obviously, Influence Rage won that first game. People were thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be a 2-0. But then TEC, they pulled it out the bag. Like, I really like the performance of, obviously, Ali in that game number 2. I feel like that's where the kind of like the opening for TEC was.
And actually, that just made me a little bit confused about the Flex Farmling Chicha pick, because since it has been played as a marksman for such a long time, but the result didn't come out really well so far in this journey.
So when you're thinking about just playing that Chicha right over there for the people at home, what hero picks do you want to pair up with that Chicha, Nora?
Well, pair up with maybe swimming can be a nice choice. I mean, just take that swimming
All right.
back to your place. Yeah, exactly. And also maybe Pei as the jungler, helping you to push.
Well, Titan Esports, sadly for them, they won't be able to continue here in our journey. Their key has been crushed. Their dreams have disappeared. Everything has shattered right now. And sadly for Titan Esports, they need to get their plane ticket back to PKL.
Yep. Unfortunately for the side of TEC, it's going to be another PKL representative falling out of the competition, right? And I mean, it's a unfortunate evening if you think of that way, Isaac.
Of course.
Is that they have Boom Esports up next. That could be a potential another PKL representative leaving the competition. So this is a grand warning for the PKL region.
I hope that all the people, all the fans from the Philippines are right now just pushing for all of their Filipino teams, right? Like, I really hope that the fans from the PKL can just really like cheering for all of them. The more PKL teams that we have left in here, the bigger the chance it is that one of them is going to make it to the top 8.
And actually, that just pressure more on Boom Esports for the next upcoming matchup, right? Because they are representing as the first place of PKL's ring. So I guess it's kind of just bring them the momentum to, okay, we're gonna do something.
And that's gonna be our match number 2 of the day. We're going to have Deep Cross Gaming against Boom Esports. The AOV champions against the PKL Kings. Is win or go home. Is going to be a redemption arc for these two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, for Boom Esports, obviously, they're no, like, stranger to the lower brackets, right? That's exactly how they got their win in PKL. But Deep Cross Gaming here, we are still looking for that identity, right? Still looking for that member that's going to be bringing a up performance for the series.
Deep Cross Gaming started in such a great momentum, right? Like, they start building momentum, they win their play-ins, they come in, and then they're just swept away by GK Esports. Is it because of their skill, or is it because GK Esports was just way better than them?
I feel like it's because of their skill and also their discipline.
All right.
As you mentioned, like, they played really well in the play-ins because they put a lot of like individual heroes to play out, to outplay or take in that way. But in the last games that they played, it feels like the connection is kind of missed. I mean, like, the communication is definitely not there prepared for the things that they want to do. So that might be something they need to sort out for today's matchup.
Ethan, Clean, God, Wushin, and Son are going to try to prove to everyone that the redemption arc is real. They're going to take that little loss and they're going to move forward. And if we talk about redemption arc, Boom Esports, man, like they were here, coming in here as the favorites. They lose directly to Team Nemesis. Losing again today in this match would be a big scream.
It would be a massive upset for them as well, right? Obviously, Boom Esports, we saw going up against Team Nemesis there as well, obviously. I thought that was going to be a closer series. Like, I was watching that game closely, and I honestly thought that it was going to be so tight-knit. We'd see Tempest Dragon Game 1 and Game 2, right? Like, just waiting to get to the end, just seeing who's going to fight all the way to the bitter end. But Boom Esports today, they need to have the attitude, or it may be an early exit for them.
I mean, that game 2 that they played kind of just worried me a little bit because it shows that they just not good at stabilizing the advantage, because we're so amazed at how well they played in the early mid game. But the thing is that they didn't close out the game, so let Nemesis to do the push back, and that was a huge turnover. So I'm wondering whether Boom Esports can pull themselves together today or not.
And if you already saw the games from today, it was exactly the same, right? Like, just having an early advantage does not mean anything if you cannot just really solidify and really take the victory. So it needs to be important. Which of these players right over there on stage right behind us needs to stand up today to be able to carry the team, Blam?
I feel like we're looking towards the jungles, right?
Yeah.
But historically, within KWC so far, those jungle matchups, they need to be the leaders of their team, right? They either need to be going for, obviously, jungler heroes that can obviously dictate the pace in the early game, but also be enough of an influence into the late game that there is just a clear direction for these teams.
And speak of those players, actually, one more thing that I want to add to it is their playstyle. It's not only about their aggression or passive or something like that. No, nothing like that. Actually, it's all about discipline, play against teamwork. Because actually, Boom Esports, they played together for such a long time. They got the PKL Spring title, right, as the championship. So the composition is definitely sufficient for them. And also, they are really good at macroing in the early game. But the thing is that if they do a lot of ganks at the side lane, that might cause problem to DCG today.
Let's underline that, Blam. Discipline. How does discipline looks like in the Gorge? Like, what are the decisions for everyone at home? Just when we talk about big concept, like you gotta be disciplined. How does that look like?
Discipline can be in many forms, right? Obviously, it can mean that you could either go for, obviously, those risky plays, but you got to be disciplined enough to know when the retreat needs to happen, right?
Okay.
And a lot of those teams is kind of get that scramble because the adrenaline gets going, you know?
Blam, and that's one of the things that I really hope that everyone at home can really pay attention. When to jump in and when just to call it. There's got to be a moment where you just need to call retreat and just go back home and understand that that is enough.
So actually, the shot caller matters a lot in game, especially for DCG, because I mentioned like those heroes that they like to pick. They are a big fan, like huge fan of Jin. They played Jin several times, and also Mai combined with Mai. So initiation definitely going to be sufficient, but who's going to be the shot caller, Jin or Mai? Right? You need to let one person to be the shot caller and say, all right, it's going to be the thing that we need to do.
Yeah, and I definitely feel that that's a good cause as well. Like, conversation, really, because these team fights within HOK are so quick-paced. It's not like you can be like, what shall we do? Let's have, like, a little bit of a debate, right? It has to be the shot caller making the calls, right? Like, there is no room to have, like, okay, back, we need to go.
Nanoseconds they need in order to make those decisions. Blam, Nora, it is going to be DCG on the blue side. It's going to be Boom on the red side. The BP has started. Break it down for us, please.
And I mean, speak of the draft, one thing already appeared is that Boom banned this Yango away. That's exactly what I want to brought up. Because actually when DCG played against Nongxin in the play-ins, Nongxin banned this Yango twice for the draft. We didn't see any Yango being played yet, especially for this claim.
I mean, you do make a good point there, obviously, Nora. We was talking about this in the green room, obviously the point out of the Yango only being banned out in the series against Deep Cross Gaming. So I feel like it's a scrim detail, right? Clean here is obviously a player from, obviously, HOK. So Yango would be a possibility, and it clearly is some kind of pocket pick for him because no other team have gone for that desire yet because it's only a best of 3. We're looking for comfort picks. We're looking for those big carry picks. And if you look to the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they go for the pay. they go for the Xiao Xiao. So early game, we got late game, and obviously then complemented with that front line of the Lapu Lapu.
And also mention about those comfort picks. Yukio is definitely going to be the comfort pick for Carl because Carl is the core player on the side of Esports. Not even mentioned he got a Yukio Penta back into PKL screen.
Yeah, it's a very impressive stat to have, right?
Mhm.
And then it's going to be lined up with obviously Tatsuri on the Lorien here as well. We're playing a AOV hero up against AOV champions of their own regions, right? Obviously a GCS. The Zhangfei Lapu matchup we've been seeing quite frequently as well. Just Titan go up against Titan front line. Needs to be the anchor for both of these two teams, but latter part of the ban phase here, Clash Lane is the heavy focus. Guan Yu doesn't really want to be given over to the side of Deep Cross Gaming. We know Clean has a good performance on that hero.
I mean, yeah, definitely Clash Lane matters a lot, and since Dharma and also Charlotte has been banned, including this Florentino, little choice left for Miggy. But the way that how Boom Esports do the draft just give me the feeling that they won't go for some marksman that is immobile, for example, like Irene or like Channel, these kind of hero.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, running down the Clash Lane here, heroes terms-wise, obviously we do generally see the Devourer come through when we have the pay as well, right? Have that double marksman comp, but then your front line really suffers. It then becomes a big heavyweight for Shin to just carry that weight, right? Like, that's a very difficult situation to be in. Boom Esports, they go for the Eren. We've been seeing a lot of Eren Shicha matchups as well. That could be a potential here for Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, from the bans that they did away this Byron, also Guan Yu already created a really comfortable setting for this Eren pick, and also allowing them to build up a winning lane at the bottom, because paired up with the Zhangfei, they're going to be very stable at the laning. But as for DCG, they really need some assassins on the top. I mean, some warriors who can jump into the backliners. So I'm looking for some hero like Fatigue.
True. Yeah, I mean, he has not been banned out here as well. He was obviously one of the stellar picks of yesterday for Chamu 1, but it looks like it's going to be the Nurtza into the Clash Lane here for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. We saw a phenomenal performance here from Virtus Pro yesterday. Obviously, it was in the jungle, but it's still the same hero. It's still the same situations that could come across here. And Sun likes the performance here on the Flowborn Marksman. We have long range to kind of outpoke the Eren and keep safe away from that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, like Lapu Lapu with this Nerja is kind of just give a huge threatening felt towards this Irene, but it's really rare to see Nerja played as a top laner actually, because usually, as you said, it will be played as a jungler. So as a top laner, Nerja need more time to farm up, maybe about like 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, interesting. We have Global Ult going against Global Ult here, the Lu Bang. Just more magic damage going over to the side of Boom Esports. So you know for a fact that the tanks onto the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they need a lot of magic resistance, right? Like, physical may not be the problem. Depends on how the automation for Eren can go, because it can go 2 of 1 paths, right? You can either go magic damage Eren, or you can go for the like attack damage, crit damage.
I feel like Liuban is kind of like a counter pick towards this Nerja, but not for the laning, but only for the protection that he can provide during the team fight. So it's gonna be a very clear thing for this game 1 is that whether Irene is gonna be alive or not.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big depender, right? That's a lot of burst damage to lose, isn't it? So if we look at Lorien, Lorien generally has a lot of burst damage as well. So for Boom Esports identity in this one, that backline is crucial for those team fights, crucial at picking off not only tanks, but the squishier heroes. And obviously, taking off the squishier heroes is gonna be a bit more of a challenge, but it means that the rest of the team fight is just then gonna just crumble and help you in that means.
But actually, you know, that just made me wonder, will Danny take the pressure? Because speak to the last matchup when they played against Nemesis, I feel like CC from Nemesis to the farm lane totally outplayed Danny, to be honest. Because like from the laning to the team fight, actually Danny didn't really stay in a stable way. But this time they are giving the ball to Danny in game 1 in the lower bracket.
Yes, but I mean, it's the same kind of display of what we saw yesterday, right? If you're gonna give over like a big pick or something that's going to be comfortable for your enemy team, you want to be able to try and survive it in game number 1 rather than getting halfway through the series and be like, okay, they've got their best picks now. This could be a problem because we could be leaving the competition. But if you can survive it in game number 1, it means game number 2 is going to be a little bit more of a sigh of relief, you know?
Yeah, best of 3 is such like high tempo format.
Right now, obviously in this game, just trying to create that early game state here for both of these two teams. Maybe trying to go for an invade here. Godwoo, very early on. This is something you have to do with the pay, right?
Yeah, it had to be in 1 minute, but since the positioning of the blue buff didn't go well on the side of DCG, so it's going to be cause some trouble.
No, it's causing trouble, but I mean, the trouble is going over to the side of Boom Esports, right? But Godwoo kind of having to dash out in the wrong situation here. First blood does go over to the side of Boom Esports. The elder brother, Miggy, is keeping them all safe. Shin falls as well. That is going to be a double kill already for the first seed of the PKL. We saw not quite as promising performance as when they played against Team NMSS, but now they have shined, and Deep Cross Gaming are like, no, we cannot allow you to get those 2 kills. We need to get something for ourselves.
You can feel the tension, right? Because like it's only game 1, but it's the lower bracket. A lot of decision has been made on the side of DCG trying to do those early invasion. But the thing is that, as we mentioned about the positioning of that blue buff, actually just cost them too much time to take that down. But I do like the way how Ethan just used this, the flash and also the skill 1, trying to make some consolation effort.
Yeah, I feel like at that point when you kind of already lost so much, you kind of have to do like a play of desperation. The risk may be high, but the reward at that point kind of just hemorrhages that bleed of the gold so far between these two teams. It's not like 1,000, it's only a few hundred, but you don't really want to let that snowball, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also we mentioned about discipline this time, and I do believe that Boom Esports is quite disciplined team. Because as you can see, they just move in groups, a lot of group hunt that you can see, right, from their gameplay style. And already you can see Lauren's position is kind of guarding this blue buff for Yukio.
Yes. At the same time, obviously guarding the blue buff at the side of DCG, you saw clean there, just kind of like waiting around, trying to get a bit of intel, you know. Like, this is the good thing about having that tank in the clash lane, right? Kind of acts as a second roam. You're able to like, right, okay, can you just go and check this for me? Cool, get back into your lane. And because the wave clear of these two heroes topside, you're not really like having to be like, okay, he could really clean this out quickly. I have to go back. You have that time on your side.
Tankiness means the priority of river control, and since we're looking at the lanings, actually Danny is playing really well so far, right? Due to those HP trade, we can see like Sun just fell behind a little bit, and Shin is coming for help. But I mean, like to the laning performance, Danny is improving, I guess.
Definitely, he's having a bit more of a comfortable game. Like, maybe just yet the first match of this KWC just had too much kind of like gravity towards it, you know? Like, sometimes it can be a lot of pressure for these players because they are quite young. So now that the fact they've had their first go, they're in the lower brackets, they realize what's at stake here, and that is tournament life. So it really kind of just, it either makes players or breaks players.
Wow, speak of that, I feel like DCG is trying to make something happen at the bottom, but as for Boom Esports, they're playing really aggressively on the top side.
Just playing the split map, just trying to get that pressure down to the bot side here for the side of Boom Esports. Just means that Tyrant is going to be a little bit easier to get, but Draw has to use the Unbridled Outburst just before this very important moment. The Tyrant is now getting assaulted here by both of these two teams. It looks like it's going to go over to the side of Boom Esports. Sun falls down as well. That is an extra bonus here. Clean comes through with the Skyfall just to be here for his teammates.
I mean, like, Boom Esports, they got everything that they want. Got a kill at the bottom, and also with this Tyrant, it's just going to be so dominating from now on in the big game.
Killed at the bottom as well.
The lane did really good. I'm so impressed with Danny's performance so far today.
It's a lot more orchestrated, right? Obviously, I feel like the extra bit of intel for the side of Boom, obviously Miggy here has to use the flash to get away from Godwoo, but the fact is, we see Carl, Captain Carl here. He has the means of Miggy, the older brother of the team. He's able to kind of not only say, right, you can make the calls, but I'm also going to aid you in giving the intel to make the right call here. But Shin's looking a bit low here. There's going to be the rising tide onto the back line, but he's going to fall down as well. Ethan oversteps there. It's Boom Esports with another double pickup here from the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
Well, since we mentioned about both junglers are really powerful in the early game, so DCG is kind of overcommitted to make a lot of things happen on the top side of the map, right?
Yes.
And just open a window for Boom Esports to do all those counterattack. Actually, little initiation that we can see so far on the side of Boom Esports. It's pretty much like, okay, you're going to attack me, I'm just going to guard myself and just push back.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they need to do, right? Like we were saying in the introduction, the pre-game, we need to make sure that that discipline is there. And I feel like Boom Esports is definitely showing a lot more discipline than Deep Cross Gaming, because you were making the point earlier, Nora, are about kind of obviously pressure topside here. But really for DCG, the reason why they want to get topside clear is it means that clean is just going to be a little bit more available for this team, right? It then puts a bit more pressure onto Miggy, and Miggy right now I feel like he's having a lot of impact as well as Carl.
Yeah, I mean, like both top laners in game 1, they are holding the same responsibility. Actually, Clean is going to dive right into the backlaner aiming at this Irene, but since he suffered a lot during the laning, so actually the item is totally not enough for him to do that insta-kill upon this Irene. But as for Miggy, wow, Miggy can just, you know, easily ulti down and try to protect Irene as a princess.
That's it, yeah. She is the Laurel Princess, right? And to be honest, when you go in up, when you see a matchup like an Eren going up against a Nurtza, and you don't have the items, you're not quite scaled into the late game.
Yeah.
It's a very hard matchup to be like, okay, I can have the confidence, I'm going to be able to take this Eren down. You just don't have the damage, you don't have the tankiness. So it's really a good methodical draft here from Boom Esports.
And that's also the point why a lot of people like to play Nerja as the jungler instead of being the top laner.
Exactly. Top laner there. It's looking like they have to just clear that up for the side of Boom Esports now. Gold lead is definitely going over to their favor by about like 1.2k. So definitely starting to see a bit of a lead start to summarize here for the red team. It's not something that DCG cannot come back from. You can kind of feel and get the energy that DCG are just trying to drive out this ultimate from Zhang Fei. Gets the catch onto 3 just there. Did they ask for it? He supplies the demand. But really what we need to do here is try and keep this minion wave alive. But the long range poke here from Ethan I think is just going to be too much, but it's going to be the stampede onto the back line there. Ethan falls down to Tatsuri. The Leorian here for Boom Esports is popping off.
I mean, like, Tatsuri's damage data is just insane. I mean, the preset, just like the 1-3 skill in, just open the door for Draw to do that.
Draw definitely had the means to make as much action there as possible for his team, and now obviously the potential takedown of the T1 here into the mid lane really opens up this early game game state here in priority for Boom Esports.
And you know, like you mentioned about the early stage again on the side of Boom Esports, everything just went so optimistic, so well. But the thing is that from now on, I guess it's going to be the true test to Boom Esports, because we've seen them play like this, right, before 10 minutes mark. So the question is how they're going to secure the advantage, because they lost in that point against NMSS last matchup.
Yeah, you make a really good point there. Like, having the advantage is great, but maintaining it, that's a much harder task, especially if you kind of feel like once you've gotten the advantage, it's some teams are kind of like, okay, well, what do we do with it? But the real thing is you just keep having to take and take and take from your enemy team. You can't give them space to make that comeback, because you could lose game 1, and that's kind of a really bad place to be within this match.
And I mean, the way how they're trying to stabilize the advantage is pretty much like give Danny all the resources that he needs and trying to, you know, play around this array. But again, don't forget Clean this Nerja with execution. That might be something that we might
even if Clean is defending this minion wave, he has 3 more members on the side of Boom Esports in there. That poke onto him from Danny is going to be enough. Great zone in there from Draw. Didn't quite hit the mark, but it's going to be enough to keep these 2 parts of the team of DCG right now in the favor of Boom Esports. T2 is able to keep alive there. They're stemming the bleeding off the base, but they do lose that Crimson Golem.
And I do like the way how Boom is reading DCG's composition. We just mentioned about the importance about Clean's Nerja, right? So Boom Esports just went for the group hunt again at the bottom and just instantly take that Nerja down. So the only threat that can be done to this Danny to Irene is vanished.
Yes, absolutely. Like, he's playing this Zhang Fei really well. I mean, you can see it in this replay as well, right? If you just break that through for us.
I mean, like, Nerja is trying to do something push because he needs more item to deal enough damage. So that just gave the cue for Boom Esports for that gank at the bottom. So it's going to be an easy kill, but you can see from that kind of easy kill that Boom is really, really composed for today's matchup.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the Zhang Fei ultimate doesn't need to land necessarily, right? Like, it can be used as a zoning. It is an expensive zoning potential.
Yeah. I mean, like, just save it for this 10 minutes mark.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's going to be harder trying to contest this one, but the fact is that Boom Esports are ahead makes it a little bit easier for them here as well. 4k gold lead just about in the favor of Boom. You just see here, Draw. This is why Zhang Fei is such a prio pick. He's able to just soak so much damage and stay alive when really burst damage is not going to be the means of a takedown here for Draw. You need to be able to kind of like keep him in place and then just keep doing that over time.
And I mean, like, due to the overall stats so far in KWC, actually Zhangfei has been the first picked hero with a 61% of winning rate. And for Lapu Lapu as the second picked hero, only should with a 40% winning rate.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And I mean, yesterday, I don't know if you were watching, but the Lapu Lapu's Rising Tide ultimates were definitely just like magnetized. Like they're completely in the wrong direction. And speaking of which, in the right direction is going to be clean into the back line, just cleaning up the side of Boom Esports. That is going to be a 2 to 3 takedown here as well. Boom may have overstepped into the jungle of DCG, but your teammates are going to come back, but those turrets are not. So sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
I mean, like 3-3 trade. It's going to be quite even as for DCG, but also for Boom, the Danny is still alive. And I mean, Clean this time, he's play it in quite a smart way, right? He's targeting at Tatsuri, this Lorian, also going to be very squishy. But the point is that check Boom's positioning, right? They're just guarding that narrow L and trying to protect their own functionality. It's gonna be a crucial kill upon Danny.
Oh, I mean, they got Godwoo back. I mean, I would take obviously that in this moment of time, because obviously the Tyrant is up. It means that DCG don't have a smite here. So really, this is for Boom Esports, all for the taking. Just make sure it doesn't reset. But DCG, they were able to drag him out of the pick and get that reset. So their hard work was not going to go over to the side of Boom Esports, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, even this Yukio is still alive, but the problem is that how they're gonna land all those poking damage without Danny's survival. So that is really crucial for Godwoo to find that potential play. And that's exactly why they always want Godwoo to play heroes like Jin, heroes like Pei, right? Just play individually.
Yeah, because I mean, Sun's not really been carrying too much, but it is a late game hero here for the side of DCG's farm lane. But they do get the Tyrant over to the side of Boom Esports. Shin is just there. The stun comes through onto Sun and Shin, but they're able to retreat. It's just enough room here for Boom Esports to just have access to potentially this Azure Golem.
But as you can see, when Boom, they won upper hand in the mid game, but still they suffered a lot about taking those high ground tower down, which I would say DCG is doing really, really good, right?
Yep.
They're guarding all their high ground tower, and even like Godwoo, he's trying his best to find some potential play.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage. Obviously, top 2 is over to the side of DCG, so you're really starting to see where the vital parts of Deep Cross Gaming are and where we need to be seeing that focal point or executions here of Boom Esports.
Getting in.
Lonely minion wave there just gets taken out by the side of DCG. There's going to be no assault here because obviously back to the point you were saying literally moments ago, Nora, just to bring the tension back onto the gorge here, is that higher ground turrets. The effort of Deep Cross Gaming here is definitely been a commendable one, right?
Exactly, and because of the items, because they're scaling up, so actually they can try to push back around their high ground tower. He already break out his ulti, but still high ground tower. Oh my god, the damage! Iris ulting with Lorian. Shuttle just vanished on the battlefield, and it's gonna be clean getting in, but it's gonna be a 1 versus 4 Splendid. Splendor just get away from that execution and survived on the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I was meant to give them a bit of a jab, you know, like Draw, he used that Unbridled Outburst a little bit too early. Like, there could have been a bit of a better setup, but the fact is, they got what they were looking for, right? They got the T3 top side of the map here as well. Miggy's taking too much damage from this crystal, uses the Splendor to keep himself alive, gives time for the minion wave into the top side of the map to actually make it through to the crystal, and Boom Esports take their first game victory in KWC 2026.
I feel like coordination is what we can see from game 1 on the side of Esports. We know that actually they struggled a lot in the previous matchup with a 0-2 loss against NMSS, but this time, as we are seeing them play today, I feel like they're ready to make comebacks.
No, they're ready to make comebacks. The way that Danny was playing in there, it's the real key of why Boom Esports is able to take that victory. A 1-0 lead right now that could mean that the PKL champions can still be alive in this tournament and play for their ticket into the top 8 to the afternoon blank.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely I wouldn't say dominant. It was definitely a clearer kind of means of a direction for that victory in game number 1. It wasn't like completely one-sided, right? Like there were sides where Deep Cross Gaming could have made a comeback. And I feel like even though Draw weren't able to get the always land massive hits onto the Zhang Fei, it still meant that they were looking for something greater. They was looking for the finer details, right?
And I think that the Zhang Fei and the Lorion just being expanded in this first game is something very clear. If the options are there, let's just use it.
Yep.
I did not see the coordination in between those two that I was expecting. A win is a win. But if we want to just look back and just refine the little details, that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward for later.
And I would say for DCG, and I mean like the coordination, right? You mentioned about the coordination again, and since they're picking out this Nerja as the top laner, I don't really think it's gonna be good for them to, you know, make a lot of things happen in the early game. Usually the only potential play that you can look forward to is from Godwoo's Pei.
Yeah, absolutely. He had to have that setup, right? And he really struggled with that one. I mean, yes, Godwoo tried to go in with the early level invades, which we know a lot of kind of like competent players in the jungle do.
Denied.
But the risk is great, and it was denied, like you said there, Isaac. It was a hard one to watch.
Oh, come on, man. Like, I think that in terms of that, Boom Esports was so much better at just controlling the jungle resources. So it just completely denied the tempo from the Pei. And if the Pei does not have any tempo, if the Pei does not have an advantage, as time passes, this hero becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, Nora.
Yeah, I mean like the alarm is definitely set for heroes like Pei. And so does Yukio actually, you know?
Yeah.
That's the point that how you're gonna see those two assassins play against each other. And on top of that, actually I would say Zhang Fei played very well in that case, and also with this Miggy's Liu Bang choice, that is really clever, you know, like double protection for Danny. Not even mentioned to Danny, definitely improved a lot from last matchup.
Yeah, like I do have to obviously coin back to that one. Miggy has been one of the players within obviously the PKL that like to go for like these not as conventional like kind of meta picks, but he is able to adapt to the draft when needed, right? And I feel like that pick there, the Liu Bang in game number 1, which is obviously like we just said, not really seen often, was the perfect piece.
And I mean those unexpected but useful hero picks is definitely what you need when you're trying to get through the lower bracket.
All right, Blam, Nora, this game number 1 has been a great presentation just to see exactly what Boom Esports has been working before. They lost their first match and then they wanted to bounce back just to demonstrate why they have a crown on their heads. Now, let's go for a little break, and when we come back, we'll see if Boom Esports can take game number 2 and move forward into the 2 days of lower bracket finals.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. Right now, Boom Esports with a 1-0 advantage is demonstrating that the PKL champions wants to stay in the game. Blam, Nora, we saw the Liupan pick coming in there. We have not seen a lot of Liupan. First in the morning, we saw Sun Bin. Right now, we see Liupan. Is the meta evolving? What is going on right now?
I would say it's either a stance of the metas evolving or are the teams finally just bringing their identity to KWC 2026, right? Because obviously the first few days play-ins is a very small but short burst of actually qualifying. So you just want to go for pocket picks, meta picks. But now it's kind of like, that's not always necessarily going to work. Whereas an identity from your own region is definitely going to be your strength.
Now, in terms of that, for the people at home that would like to know, okay, this Liupan pick, that looks really nice. What is the strat with the Liupan and how to play it, Nora?
I mean, actually, people usually play Liuban with Jin as the top role, but this time they are just trying to protect their marksman using Liuban's ulti, protect the extra shield to the marksman, and also he can easily TP down. You know, TP matters a lot in this patch, in this game actually, because the map's rotation, if you got some skills with TP, for example, Da Qiao, right? We've seen that before, and also Liuban and also Ne Zhang, which might be more prevalent from now on.
Okay, so the TP is very important. We already saw it with the Nerja. We're gonna see it with the Liupan. Nora mentions about the pick with the Jing. Because of the shield and because of the sustain. What other hero could be a good combo over there?
You go first, okay? Let's see if you're going to say what I'm going to say.
Because you mentioned about Jin, right?
Go ahead.
Like DCG's Jin is really great, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them taking out that Yango pick. Because I haven't seen Yango yet. And also, speak of those unique heroes, actually DCG is the only team that played Alessio before, so far in KWC. So yeah, I was like...
But teacher, I'm going to answer the question. I want to see Musashi with it as well, right? Use the door to the death. We've seen it quite often on the English broadcast test. We like to call it the delivery system. You go in with the Musashi, you're giving him the shield, but then you get that burst of magic damage as well, right? Like you've got Imperiled State, which means that you don't take healing effects on that specific hero. And burst damage is from magic as well is also going to be very tough.
Well, let's wait and see if we're going to be able to see that Liupan pick coming in later on with different heroes over there in the jungle, just to start seeing new combos. And as time passes and as day comes in, we're going to see a lot more strategies. Today and tomorrow are going to be our last 2 days of the best of threes. And after that, we go into the big games with the best of sevens.
Best of seven. So this is kind of giving me the feeling that everyone just trying to prepare for the deep hero pro that they need to play if they get into the playoff, right?
Yeah,
best of seven.
All these teams are no strangers to this format as well, right? They've all gone through vigorous, whether it be scrims, whether it be international stage or regional leagues, they've all come to that point where they're met at the victim of the global ban system sometimes, right? Obviously, global ban means that you can't pick up those heroes once every series, but the enemy team can choose it or you can deny it again. But then if you get to that penultimate game 7, it becomes a blind draft. That's where the real fun begins. That's where the coaches really start to shine in within HOK.
I mean, I'm always going to be very thrilled when I see the ultimate battle happen. But anyway, this is a best of 3. And speak of an open pick, I would say Chicha this time going to be my one of the vying point. But the thing is that how both teams flexing this Chicha is kind of different, because DCG like to play Chicha as a top, but as for Boom Esports, they like to play it as a marksman.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, we're just talking back to that point of identity as well. I mean, like I was saying before we went to break, Miggy is one of these players within the clash lanes that likes to go for different picks. We've seen him on like Yao into the clash lane as well, right? So when we see targeted bans into the clash lane, I feel like Miggy's one of the only players for me, regardless of regions, that can be like, all right, bet I'm going to play something and you're not going to realize that this is one of my favorite picks to play when I don't get what I want.
And speak of you don't want to get what you want, is that Boom Esports ban away this Yango again on the blue side. And DCG on the red answered with Florentino. Alright, I'm gonna just ban away those mechanical heroes, and also with this play, Aoying, yeah, it's gonna be quite a safe pick actually. Aoying is sharing quite a high winning rate so far. It has been picked 20 times with a 65% of winning rate.
That's a good win rate, you know? I mean, we're 4 days in now currently. That's a strong win rate to be having, but it comes down to obviously his independence, right? Obviously, thanks to that ultimate and the ride the win once you get to level 3 or level 2 means that you can kind of just push them away. So you do have multiple layers of CC and escape there, but all this banning of Django, we keep talking about it, but I'm really excited. I just wanted to see it come through to see if it's actually going to be at the effect of what DCG really think it's going to be. Like, is it that much of a threat, Nora?
I mean, at least they need to make sure that DCG can get into the playoffs. I mean, like, speaking of best of 7, that might be a choice for us to see the Django shining on the stage. But in this point, they are trying to play some safe cards with this Guan Yu, and also Haya with Anat is definitely something that I want to highlight, because a lot of teams actually just improved with that Zhang Fei Haya pick or to this Anat with Haya, because Anat's ulti allowing the immunity and also with the flash get in is not only gonna be a nice pushback measure but also a good initiation.
I feel like the Motsu's a good call out though to the Annette, right? Because obviously, yes, you have that CC immunity, but what are you trying to stop the CC of? Is it the Cannon Blast? Is it the Think inside the box? And I feel like Motsu's a good means of trying to exhaust that before a big team fight or a big potential like counter engage.
And also, Alien with this mods at the bottom, well, definitely got them a promising winning lane at the bottom. So I'm kind of worried about what kind of heroes that Sun is going to pick. Not even mentioned to Boom Esports, they definitely did their homework. They banned away this channel, which some played really well, and also this Jing, right? We mentioned a lot about God Wu's Jing. He's playing this Jing as a godlike.
Yes, God Wu Jing is definitely not going to be coming through within this game number 2 here, but we obviously do have clean on the Guan Yu, which was obviously respect banned in the last game. But we look over to the side of obviously Boom Esports. Like you said, they're banning out some picks for the side of Sun there as well. The Chano is generally kind of like a late game here. But what we don't quite have just yet on either of these teams is that late game potential, right? Obviously, Boom Esports do, but the side of the Cross Gaming don't. And now they lock in the Ali. That's a good counter in the lane against the Lung, right?
And I feel like on the side of DCG, we're looking for a potential Musashi pick, actually. Musashi can do really good in this game too, but if they really go for that Musashi pick, which means Sun will be under a great pressure in the early game. But as for Boom Esports, definitely the poking damage is sufficient. They need some tankiness. On the top side, maybe Arta will be a decent pick.
Yeah,
or Limpo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. We obviously have the Guan Yu for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, but they need a bit of frontline. But no, they're going to go, you know what? Let's go for a little bit more CC, right? Like, if they really think this Annette's going to have that much of an impact, we're going to give you even more chances to flush that ultimate out. You have the Truth Mantra here now on Miggy. Miggy has a fantastic performance in history onto the Dharma. And we're actually seeing this along again. I think it's like the second time we've seen it so far within this competition. Obviously, the more damage he takes, the more damage he deals out.
Yeah, I mean, like, they actually played this duel for Boom Esports. Dharma with Zhao Yun. That was the first game that they played against Nemesis, but they didn't win against in that game. So this time, let's just see if they can make something different or not.
I mean, if you're looking at the draft of Boom Esports here, who do you think Haya's prio target is to take into that Mirage? Like, because normally it's a tank, right? Normally you take a tank away, so that front line's a little bit more dismantled. But to the side of Boom Esports, they don't really have the front line that's like Big Zhongfei or Lapu Lapu, right? What would you say is the target they're looking for here?
I feel like the only person that she might be able to drag him in will be this Zhao Yun or Dharma. It depends. Because the thing is, it's nothing to do with what kind of target that Haya wants to pick. It's more about how his enemy is going to counterattack him. Because Alien with the ulti available and like mods, the Garuda is quite like long poking damage hero, so it's going to be a little bit hard for Haya to get attached to them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how Ethan does in this one. He had a bit of a 50-50 kind of performance in that last game, right? Obviously, Xiao Xiao was able to kind of like stem the bleed in the early game double kill pickoff, but can he do it this time? Obviously, he does have a great wave clear with the Haya, but I feel like also Tatsuri does as well.
And I do like the draft actually DCG did for Game 2. I'm really looking forward to seeing Clean's Guan Yu's performance this time, because I think if Clean can really find a clean spot getting in, then it's going to be a disaster to Boom Esports during the team fight.
DCG is able to actually procure their Azure Golem this time around. Ethan's down to the bot side. He does get hit by the Cannon Blast, but there's not going to be a real follow-up here because they could be very aggressive, right? They could have used the flash to actually get that kill, but it looks like they've denied Boom Esports this blue buff. That's a bit of a problem for Zolong.
Yeah, we mentioned about Boom Esports is definitely gonna have a promising winning at the bottom. So actually, DCG is trying to make some trades happen. They just let Ethan to do the swap and just let him to clean up the waves, and that's enough for them. Instead, they're trying to make this invasion happen, and they succeeded.
I mean, the clear identity here is that you can see how aggressive Sun's rotation is, right? They're just pooling all those early game resources over the Sun to enable the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday, that early power spike you see from Ali, or at least the power spike you want to retain as quick as possible.
And the reason why they are swapping the lane is basically because they already read Boom Esports composition. They know that they should give up the bottom lane and just, play defensively at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play, right? Obviously, if you're able to kind of like keep or make sure that Miggy's attention is kind of put somewhere else, he's not going to have as great as impact as what we saw in game number 1, right? Like, as soon as he had that lead in topside, he was just like, all right, bet. It's like kind of like green light, go for me. This means that Gorge is mine, but the Invincible Warrior is being cursed here onto the side of Tatsuri. But there it is, the Wings of Judgment as well. Both ultimates used, but nothing to gain.
I mean, like, Kaiser might be the most powerful hero so far, from 2 minutes to 6 minutes with his ulti available. Because Boom Esports, the damage dealt is kind of slow. A lot of poking damage can be seen from Boom Esports comp. So that's not going to be a big deal to this Kaiser.
Oh, forcing out that flash. I mean, you had to, right? There's just too much CC for you to be like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to sacrifice First Blood. But when you sacrifice First Blood, you're sacrificing an extra little bit of like a neutral objective point in a way, right? You get that bonus gold. And right now, the gold is pretty much at a kind of like knife's edge between these two teams.
It's quite even so far.
Yeah.
Well, as for DCG, they're definitely well prepared for that 4 minutes mark. But for Boom Esports, I'm looking for some dragon trades actually. Because even though they got a winning lead at the bottom, still, speaking of the Tyrant, it's going to be a little terrifying to contest Guan Yu with Kaiser in such an early stage, to be honest.
You see those two Titans run towards you like, do I want to contest this? Do I want to lose my team member's life here? But I feel like Carl here, you can kind of like get in and get out of the Tyrant pit.
Yeah, give it a little bit of try, right?
Exactly, but it's going to have to be pixel perfect. So like, I feel like a lot could go wrong for Boom with those kind of exchanges, but for the side of DCG, it's a little bit more easier to maneuver, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I would say DCG with this Kaiser and also Guan Yu, they definitely need to secure the Tyrant at the bottom. And after that, they will swap the lane back again and just play around Ali at the bottom and try to take tier 1 tower down at the bottom.
Yeah, do you think Ethan just holding onto his ultimate just as that attempt to go for one of these neutral objectives just to take Danny off of the Gorge here, or just to force out that infinite vastness?
Well, I feel like it depends on Ethan's decision. He can initiate or just trying to play it in a protective way.
Right. 4 minutes is on the Gorge here. We do obviously have the two teams going around the Tyrant. They've already started on the side of Boom Esports. They may have just gave up a free one here for a while, but it is going to be the takedown. Actually, for Sun, they use the smite, but it's going to be the last hit that goes over the side of DCG. This is going to be another hairy 80 seconds here for the side of Boom Esports.
I mean, like Boom Esports, because of the damage we mentioned about, it's not that sufficient in the early stage, so it's kind of be a little bit troublesome for them to contest DCG in this turn.
You could kind of see an attempt there to try and go for the T1, right? Like, you had the minion wave, but I think it's thanks to the wave clear potential here of Boom Esports. They weren't actually able to get that, achieve the objective they were going for after that Tyrant.
But some potential play that I can see from the positioning that Boom Esports just has, that was Miggy, right? He was hiding in that bushes. Actually, he know that his job might be getting his eyes upon clean. He need to make sure that Guan Yu won't play so comfortable during the team fight.
I think this is a good call for Boom Esports as well, right? They give the Crimson Golem over to Danny because they know that obviously Sun has the Tyrant. So you really want to try and kind of mitigate that power level difference between these two farm lanes. We do see obviously minion wave into the mid lane. It's not going to be much of a problem here for DCG. The wave clear potential is crazy. The Annette ultimate comes through, but the CC, and the flash as well. That's an expensive kind of 2-for-1 there for the side of DCG, right?
And that's only for the river control actually, because Annette, even though she has such a great immunity or being untouchable, but the thing is that she's kind of squishy with his HP bar.
Oh, they gotta be careful here. That T1 takedown. I feel like this should have been what DCG did literally like 30 seconds ago, right?
Yeah.
It was all set up for will that means. But now you can kind of see the shifts happening top side of the map here. We're putting a lot of pressure on to the clash lane, so Clean is freed up a little bit more easier for them. Is Boom Esports going to try and make a play for the Overlord if they're able to get kind of priority here? But no, we see the DCG are like, you know what? We know what's going to be coming next. It's a take of the Overlord. Draw gets taken down here as well. That's going to stop a lot of engages or potential disengages here for the side of Boom.
You know, whenever we see DCG is playing, Godwoo is definitely going to be on the spotlight. Especially like play heroes like Kaiser is not that kind of mobile, right?
No.
So if you want to make those ganks happen, you need to make sure that you pre-ambushing in those bushes, then allowing to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he's a lot more mobile than his previous self, right? Obviously, he's able to use that enhanced basic attack to kind of fly over the walls.
Yeah.
He never had that, and that kind of like dwindled his pick rate, but now he's actually to the point where it's actually really good. It enhances the speed of his jungle clear, and we're really starting to see this here between these two teams.
And with that, first blood goes over to Godwoo. Oh, it's gonna be making flash in, ulti done, and just trying to chase on Sun. Sun just being taken extremely low, and Draw maybe with the second skill just successfully killed that Sun down. And from the other side, it's gonna be Ethan doing a 1-1 trade against Miggy.
That was a beautiful cannon blast, right? That really stopped DCG in their tracks, and then to come out of the Mirage to fall into a think inside the box, and then he has to force the flash. He goes into the wall. There's no means of escape. That was really good handling there by Boom Esports.
I mean, that's the potential play that we're looking for, right, from Miggy, and he really did that.
Yeah.
And just totally turned over the pace, because they are really good at pushing with this Garuda and also outing with this Mozi. So definitely it's gonna be the turning point of this game.
Yeah, turning point is definitely gone. Obviously, the gold was kind of shifting towards DCG before that whole interaction topside. But the fact is, we now have the side lanes opened up for the side of DCG. Boom has a little bit more of a means of access to their jungle, but also potential setups here as well. Because like you've been pointing out throughout the entire game so far, Miggy likes to hide in these brushes. He's waiting for that lonely little chicken to step out of place so he can slam them into a wall.
Here comes Kaiser, Godwoo stepping in, two people confronting him, not worry about that.
Yeah,
you know, there's a really interesting saying in KPL region that they nicknamed the heroes like Guan Yu and Dharma as miracle hero.
Oh, okay.
Because no matter what kind of deficit you're suffering, you can always make miracle happen with heroes like these.
Very interesting. I mean, it's very true. They definitely have a huge impact, but impact has been placed here into the back line. Draw once again. Phenomenal think inside the box. Claims Ethan. That gets the Mirage off of the Gorge here as well. We're just waiting for the minion wave here for the side of Boom Esports. It's been cleared up here for DCG. Clean tries to go in and stop the defense there, but it's going to be amounted to a big assault. The Wings of Judgment, the poke potential, driving away DCG in that mid lane.
I mean, like, beautiful combo we just saw made by Draw and Danny. I mean, that ulti flash, you rarely see Mozi can successfully make this kind of things happen in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, to perfection. To perfection. I have to give props and tip my fedora to Draw there. That was a great play and definitely put Boom into a more greater situation, right? Like, we were kind of shaky in that early game, was thinking, right, it's looking a little bit too close between these two teams. In a moment's notice, it could go wrong, but it actually went wrong for DCG.
Yeah, I mean, like DCG, you can see, actually, we called about the miracle hero, right? Just check Clean, but Clean is always coming in front of Boom Esports formation, so that's going to be the problem. He needs to make sure that he's at the back.
Yeah, at the back and then ready and waiting, right? Just going for that prime moment. All aided and abetted by that flash. But right now, we're getting into that game state, the mid-game here. Neutral objectives are going to get a little bit more beefier. We have more potential of pushing these waves with the Overlord. We haven't seen a single Overlord takedown just yet within this game too. But we're seeing Godwoo looking to try and change that narrative right now.
And it's going to be Miggy trying to contest with this Kaiser first, and Clean is trying to find a nice spot, but he was spotted by Miggy again. It's going to be a contest. It's going to be Mozi breaking out his ulti, and so does Jing. This and that, and the dragon goes over to Godwoo. But while Boom Esports let them go easily, it's going to be Miggy chasing this Godwoo, and Godwoo with this tankiness can just escape away.
Yeah, very good objective handling there from the side of DCG, but I have to give over. We talk about the point of discipline, and I feel like the theme of this whole game as Boom, within 24 hours, understood the whole means of discipline. And that right there, that play, they didn't chase. They said, right, guys, unfortunately, we didn't get it. We need to go for something else. And that is going to be the Tyrant here for them as well. Really enhance their damage into this next team fight, forcing out Carl there. He doesn't have the flash, but he's able to skip over the wall thanks to this Long's kit.
I mean, like, I do like the way how Boom is trying to, you know, handle the situation. Actually, they're not that committed into one team fight. They're just testing, and just trying to securing the advantage in the mid lane, in the mid game. And that's something to do with Boom's playstyle and also their journey back in PKO. We mentioned that actually they were beaten into the low bracket and make their comebacks with like 3 consecutive wins right into the final, and find the one who beat them into the low bracket and made that revenge happen. And right now, it just made me feel like they're trying to create the same story as they did in the spring PKL.
Yeah, it's very rare to find a team that's able to kind of like, with the backs against the walls, they bounce back off the tightropes, they come in with a good 1-2. And speaking of which, it's going to be a 1-2 into that T2 top side of the map there as well. Once again, Boom are restraining and denying a team fight here. They want to play the macro. They want to go for the objectives. But DCG Clean is looking to open up that bot side of the map here as well. Just contest the jungle there, but it's going to go over to the side of Sun on DCG.
And here comes Boom. It's going to be Mickey again. Flash with the ulti. It's going to be Guan Yu trying to save his precious marksman next to be Haya. Getting one against solo at the bottom. Danny down the kill.
They're waiting for that Mirage to come back. Tatsuri goes down, but there's a lot waiting at the door for Ethan. The takedown as well. Boom Esports currently trading 1 kill for 2. They're looking for their blue. They're like, hey, you take our red, we take your blue, and we're looking for so much more here. Boom Esports, they've got prime opportunity here in that mid lane. Clear the minion wave, take the T2, and they're once again back at that game state that there was dominant in game number 1.
I mean, 1-2 trade just happened. DCG trying to make some trades. As you can see, they're trying to steal away the wrap up. But the thing is that it's how decisive that Miggy was, right? Ulti, flash in, and just give Danny the opportunity to take that Sun down. And on the other side of the battlefield, without the early, how you're gonna deal enough damage out on the side of DCG?
Exactly. Dodgeball has the 5Ds. I feel like HOK has the 2Ds here. Decisive and disciplined in this series, right?
So
they are
true.
so playing to that mythology onto the side of Boom Esports here. Forcenet, the ultimate of Godwoo, is going to be that invincible warrior, but waiting in the wings is going to be Miggy here. Can they actually get the follow-up here onto the side of DCG? It's going to be this long freeze him into place. The Frigid's charge being used here as well. They claim the life of Godwoo. Can they get a little bit more here?
I feel like as Boom already knowing that they've got capable enough killing that Kaiser instantly, Draw actually gave the item to this hole. You know, it's really rare to see Mozi just use this kind of item to speed up, because Mozi is kind of like a poking hero.
Yeah, it's almost like a rage bait kind of itemization, right? It's like, I've already got 2 CCs. Why do you need a third? It's like, I just want to really annoy you, you know? I want to get into your skin. And that's exactly what Draw's done there. Topside T3's been taken down. DCG have got to do some real thinking here to try and come back in this game number 2.
Well, I mean, you can see like Clean is trying so hard, trying to, you know, get at the back. But the problem is that check Miggy's positioning, right? Miggy is doing all his best to make sure that the vision is totally clean for Danny and also for Tatsuri. So that's a problem for DCG. They relied a lot on this Guan Yu's coming, but we haven't seen even once that they made the combo being realistic so far in game.
Yeah, I feel like the Guan Yu's impact's yet to be felt here onto the Gorge, but there could be still time there. We do see the Moon's Mirage into the brush there. The L brush is where the Shindig is going down, but there is going to be a split on 2 fronts here. Godwoo is paused for a moment. Danny comes into the backline here just to try and save, but he may be in a precarious situation. He is. That's not where you want to be. Sandwiched between everybody on the side of DCG.
It's gonna be a 0-3 trade. I mean, like DCG, they just put the battlefield into totally chaotic way. But check Ethan's ulti, right? We talk about Miggy all the time. And as for Ethan, all right, you're gonna guarantee your vision control. I'm just gonna take you away.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, I mean, it looked horrible for Boom Esports there. 3-0 trade, but they got the Vanguards into the base. They've able to chip away the T3's territory there, the health in the mid lane. the health of the base is not looking too great.
I mean, like, it's quite comfort to see Boom already stabilize their advantage, but still, we are amazed by this kind of team fight, right? It's really chaotic. And after Heya did that solo to this Dharma, Shin, the Annette flash in with the ulti, guarantee that rest of the teammates is available to take control outside Haya's ulti.
Yeah, it was very, I think that's probably one of the best ultis we've seen so far for Ethan in this game, number 2. But is that going to be enough? Is one good ultimate going to be enough here to keep DCG in this series? I feel like time will only tell here. Godwoo is just making sure he's keeping those Azure Golems to himself here. We are seeing a bit of contest into top side of the map for Boom Esports Azure Golem. But I feel like we need to make sure we're tending these side lanes because that's where it could potentially go wrong here on the side of Boom Esports. But they're looking for that mid lane, right? We've had that play happen before. We see the Clean is looking for a prowl.
And also Kaiser breaking out his ulti, soak in as much damage as possible. All of Garuda's poking damage are actually all being absorbed by Godwoo's Kaiser. But as you mentioned, DCG, if they want to turn over the whole game, at least they need to make 2 more times of those team fights that they just made.
Yeah, exactly. They even need to kind of get their lanes in check and then go for an incredible team fight that's definitely going to go in their favor. Or, I don't want to say it, but we could potentially be seeing a Tempest Dragon game, right? Like, this game is a lot more closer because it all edges on that team fight.
And speak of the team fight, DCG with the vision control and also the map control create the more opportunity to do so. But as for Boom Esports, they got a winning lane at the top side of the map.
Ooh, okay. Carl's met Clean here into the bot side of the map, but it's going to be Ethan taken away. Danny once again. The dance with the devil is happening right now, but Miggy's there. Just going tip for tap for Sun. Ooh, Sun's doing a lot of damage, but he's coming out of the Mirage, and everyone's there to greet him. And the think inside the box is losing the impact that Boom Esports had in that early game. Carl is on the run, as well as Danny is in the infinite vastness. The double kill goes over to Clean. Can they keep themselves in check here, just to make sure that the base doesn't get attacked?
Another beautiful team fight just being played by DCG. Only one more to go, allowing them to push all the things back and just check how deft that Sun was playing around with this Arlie. She's just like dancing.
Yeah, absolutely dancing, putting the maple dance to a correct label here for Arlie, the hero. But you saw the hesitation from Carl there, right? Like he was going towards the Shadow Overlord. His blue was up. He's like, right, okay, I'll go for my blue, and then I'll come back here to defend the base. I'm not going to go for that undisciplined play because discipline is what's kept them in this game number 2 so far.
But speak of the discipline, as you can see, they are everywhere in the team fight, trying to targeting at this Haya, but just kind of like scatter their own composition, right? So you can see like Danny is trying to find his own spot, but no one's actually guarding him.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. If you're not guarding Danny, the damage then becomes mitigated, right? Because then you're really hoping that Tetsuru is going to do enough damage pre-fights, so he kind of whittles them down in terms of like lower health bars. But then, like you were saying, if the focus is onto Danny, there's nobody then to follow up the takedowns there. So DCG have definitely reacted within the series, and you have to give them props to that.
Well, I mean, one more team fight like that to go, well, allowing DCG to push it back, but Boom Esports, they're setting for this might be the last team fight.
Yeah, they're setting the stage right. Obviously, we're into that 19th minute, right? We are literally 48 seconds away. Sorry, my maths did not math there. Calculus happening. But we are waiting for that Tempest Dragon to come through here now, right? Obviously, they are just putting the pressure on with the Vanguards they have right now. I feel like the way that they've taken it and the time they've taken this Overlord has been pretty much perfection here in terms of a good assault onto the base.
DCG is pressuring on the top because they're trying to equalize the high ground tower and let them to contest with the Tempest Dragon, which will spawn in the next 30 seconds. But well, Boom Esports allowed that to happen. Kaiser
into the front line there as well, using the Invincible Warrior, but they're able to keep alive that T3 into top side of the map because, yeah, make a good point there, Nora, right? Obviously, the Tempest is spawning on the red side of blue, right? And where they have that advantage is where that T3's gone. So really, if they're able to play for this Tempest, Boom Esports are naturally at an advantage here.
So that's what Boom Esports might do in the future play, is that they're just gonna kite, right? They're just gonna kite in DCG and wait for their super minions on the top side to pressure more on DCG.
It's not looking too good here, though. But you see Miggy too far away from this whole team fight there. Carl has to use the Sage's Sanctuary. He can't get out. The Smite has been taken off the board here for the side of Boom Esports. So has the Infinite Vastness. We saw Miggy trying to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play top side of the map to give some pressure here. But it looks like this could be a defined unless stolen by any kind of skill. Miggy deletes Ethan. He gets the time crowned here for the side of DCG. He evens the battlefield. The double knock-up Godwoo has to land a godly smite. He gets the Tempest, but they have to focus here. The team fight is going to go into the favor of DCG, but the minion wave topside is where the threat is going to happen.
So there's no
and
trading.
Godwoo gets slain.
Interrupting.
The minions
They're interrupting the crystal. I mean, like, everything just happening in 1 second. So many back and forths, but DCG being so committed to take that Tempest Dragon down, and it just goes over to Godwoo. But just check Miggy, right? How decisive he was. Get an instant kill on that Eason, and also just still chasing in. And that knockup with the Tempest Dragon really do a favor to Boom Esports.
Shin, Godwoo, pretty much 15 seconds until they come back here. It's still low elf bars onto the side of Boom. Mirage is being taken here as well. The wave clear is essential. Haya is in her own mind here. But DCG clean onto the backline, cleaning up. But double kill now going over to the side of them. It's a whole ace here for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. They held up to the last point. Boom. The glory was in sight, but they didn't get it.
It's gonna be the turnover of the whole game. They just turn it upside down with the Guan Yu getting in, with the Sun getting in, with the triple goes over to Sun. It's gonna be the end of game 2. DCG holding the power, making the pushback. Game 2 goes over to DCG.
The lower bracket is heating up, Nora. That was a beautiful game number 2. What looked like a decisive win there for Boom really fell apart where discipline started to show. The cracks, the urgency to run and finish that game really made sure that discipline was running thin, and that's where the tables turned there. And DCG knew what they were working with.
Wow, I mean, I'm still in that game, you know. I'm still in that last team fight, because we mentioned about DCG, there's only one more team fight to go, and they do it around the Tempest Dragon side.
Well, let's just push back over there into that last fight. Like, Boom Esports, they go and fight and contest the Tempest Dragon. Okay, good decision. You come in, you cannot win it. All right, you decide to fight. Good decision. We push forward. We get the high ground turret. Good decision. Get out. You do not have the ability to take a fight right over there. Everyone is just going to be all together, and they do have the Tempest Dragon buff. So you're going to be receiving the lightning damage as well.
Exactly.
You already came in. You already took a bad situation. You turn it on your favor by just being able to take that turret, go back, protect your buff, take some resources, and then just wait and try to shield this. Sometimes you just need to pull back.
Yeah, literally, you just need to retain yourself, right? And I think when stakes get too high in a game, it's definitely a skill within itself. Players need to make sure they're just keeping their calm. Even when the end's in sight, anything can happen in a moment's notice. And if you look at the health bars, obviously, in that replay, they're too low to make that push.
Exactly. So someone needs to make that decision, and someone needs to be able to say, like, all right, it's already a win. Let's just go back. Let's just go and clean their jungle. Let's go and protect our own buffs. Done.
I feel like for the last team fight, it's basically because the Tempest Dragon goes over to DCG. So Boom feel like even though they retreat, it's going to be something they need to deal with, because the Tempest Dragon and also the Super Minions are very strong in that case, right? It's upon like 21 minutes. So that's the reason why when they got numbers advantage, they're trying to close out the game.
So what about if we do this? We go high ground turrets, we go in the middle. There was still one more over there at the bottom. Let's just go and shield it, and let's get that done so we get super minions, and then we can actually level the game.
I mean, like, just like what you said, right? Actually, there's several ways to go for them, but they didn't make it. So, well, it got an impact on Boom Esports, right? Because they definitely, after the game down, after they talked to each other, they said, oh, we should do this, we should do that. But actually, what done is done. So, when it goes to, like, the third game, well, they do any impact on their mindset.
This one right over here, Blam. This was the moment, man.
It was the defining moment. It could have been the make or break for them. But the fact that they lost Carl so early made actually the contention for that Tempest 10 times harder. What are you going to do? Land a solid cannon blast, land the flaming palms or the wings judgment? It's a lot harder than just literally getting like what, 2,000 damage onto a neutral objective there. It was all on the cards for DCG. All they needed to do is just admit their fate, admit that the Tempest was going to go over the DCG. They just had to pull back like you were saying.
I mean, that was like 5 versus 3. But
Yes.
as you can see, just a DCG made it as a triple to the early and also cleans Guan Yu. That's what we call miracle, right? Stepping in straight down the HP bar for Sun to claim all those kills as a triple.
All right. Boom Esports right now 1-1 with DCG. Deep Cross Gaming with that win are going to send us in our second match, game number 3. Let's go for a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about Honor of Kings.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. Is it going to be the GCS champions or the PKL champions that are going to be eliminated? We're going to have the result of that after the next game. The next game is going to decide everything. Who's going to move forward? Is it going to be Deep Cross Gaming pushing forward? Is it going to be Boom Esports? It is going to come down to what Blam was talking about. The 2 Ds.
Yes.
Disciplined and decisive. Explain decisiveness, please.
Decisive is obviously, it's linked into discipline, right? Of course. Like you have to make a decisive decision to be like, right, okay, what's going to be the best for our team? What's the outcome that we're going to make here? And obviously the decision that obviously Boom was making that entire game was to basically be like, okay, we got something, let's pull back. Again, that's a disciplined decision. So I feel like the two have to be intertwined. You can't just be a disciplined or a decisive team. You have to kind of like find that balance, right?
So it comes to a moment in the 18th minute when they lose a fight, Boom Esports lose a fight, and then Carl decides to go towards the Overlord. Then he kind of just goes and then he's like, no, maybe I'm just going to go for blue buff. They lose priority right over there. DCG takes the Overlord, and then after that, they take priority over the Tempest Dragon. That is decisiveness, Nora.
And I mean, decisiveness, I would put into another way for like explanation. I would say like to individual plays, actually, you can be more decisive than you're playing as a team. I mean, like, yeah, this is a teamwork, but as you can see, when DCG in the late game, everybody just trying to find every opportunity that they can, right? But at the side of Boom Esports, just like you said, right, they trying to make sure that Carl get his job done. They're trying to make sure that Miggy get his job done. And everybody's waiting for some kind of discipline. So that's kind of just limit the potential play due to their own decisiveness, using their own mechanics.
It's the coin flip of decisiveness, right? It's indecisiveness. And that is where a lot of these teams generally, you can't fault them. That's a high stakes situation. Any decision you make could have a bad consequence. And that's what we saw there, is that the bad consequence was obviously losing that game number 2. But that is all said and done here now, Nora. We are into game number 3. Yango is still sitting on the bench, but the Jing pickup here for Carl. I mean, you've been a lover of Jing, I think, in this entire composition, no matter who pilots it.
Well, I mean, like, God-Wu is great as Jing player, so that's the reason why Boom Esports on the blue side just take this Jing away from God-Wu. That's something that I want to mention. It's quite a smart draft so far in game 3.
But do you mean, like, you either give the Jing over to God-Wu or you're giving over the Aoyin to Sun, right? Like, that is like an equal trade, and they both come up with some great plays with these 2 picks, but it's going to be that crowd control pairing, right? We have the Princess Frost and the Liang. Again. Now that Guan Yu's been completely taken off, that counter to these 2 duos, they've got to try and find something that's going to work against that.
Well, I mean, if Guan Yu has already been used, then maybe it's going to be a Xiang Yu or Sun Ce pick. On the side of DCG. They're not in a hurry because those are not prior picks, right? So they just give the ball to Ethan play this Lorien.
The problem here is obviously we're seeing a lot of burst potential here for these 2 for DCG, right? So yes, she may have control, but these are squishy heroes nonetheless, right? So that burst damage may be able to be too quick to delete the fact of that crowd control to hinder any teamfight potential.
So they're looking for some tankiness on the top side of the map, and also like Flowborn Tank is still available for God-Wu, right? And Flowborn Tank, some teams prefer to play it against Jing, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that knockup is definitely a kind of like a bump in the road for when people play Jing. Yes, it's very annoying. You're like, oh, just let me tap the screen 32 times. I want to be able to kill you, but no, you get knocked up. It becomes very difficult, very frustrating for you. Umbrosa here, top side of the map, would be an aggressive kind of siege playstyle once again for Boom. But like you were saying, I feel like they need to go for at least some kind of front line, right? Obviously, Byron would make sense here.
Yeah, but they go for this Charlotte, which means Byron gonna be an open choice for Boom because Boom also needs some vision control. Or if they want to confront with the Charlotte, maybe it's gonna be a Fatigue on the top.
Yep, give a homage over to Blacklist. Obviously, Blacklist piloted that one yesterday. But for me, I'm starting to see a bit of a trouble here for the side of DCGs. The fact that there's a lot of late game, right? Like, if Boom are able to finish this game early, that's a problem because these heroes are not going to get online in time to actually have the maximum impact.
Well, I mean, if Boom trying to play aggressively in the early game, then they should highlight their top laners, right? Because they pick out this Byron. So Leon and Frost might just roast frequently to the top side with Carl's Jing, which led Kling to be under huge pressure in the early stage.
I mean, that's a good thing. That's a point you make. Like, oh, okay, we're going to get the Dune jungle. Ooh, something we haven't been seeing for quite some time. But when you need a tank, he is that guy, right? But also having that unruly blade, being able to be on such a slow cooldown means you can kind of go in, soak a lot of that burst, and then just buy enough time for your teammates just to come in and then do the burst damage back onto the enemy team.
I mean, that the main reason, just like what you said, they pick out this Dune is trying to use his tankiness to cancel the ulti from Frost and also Leon. But the thing is that while they make it, because Dune need time to farm up, right? So which means he's going to be in the jungle. So what about your river control? The main point about playing this Leon and Frost well is that you can hide your vision and try to get the vision control of the river side. So Dune, if he's away from the mid lane or the river with this Diadea being so squishy, I feel like Diadea might suffer a lot from this Leon and Frost combo when they upgrade to level 4.
You might do, but at the same chance, like we see here that Dune, we know, can dive in. Like, is he going to be sort of like the prime target, the punching bag here to soak up that CC potential, right? Like, if you're going to try and kind of like be draw, what we saw him in the last game with the flash, landing a CC combo, are you just going to be waiting to use the flash again to the front line and then Dune just puts himself right front and center and hopes that he takes that ultimate from the Liang? Like, that could be a potential here why they go for this one as well. Not only to disrupt Tatsuri and draw, but also to be the main target.
And also, like, all in all, I mean, this is game 3, right? It just depends on one game that whether you can make it to the next round or not. So definitely they will just be so dedicated in to make all those potential plays that we just mentioned happen.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to the point that late game state is going to be in the favor of DCG, right? We've seen the longest game so far is 28 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yes.
Will we get a record breaker here?
Well, I feel like if Boom play it fast, they might not let that happen because Boom, I feel like there's a limit for this composition.
Yes.
They should close out the game within 15 minutes.
Yeah. It feels like to me, Boom really only has the Chano for the late game, right? But if you look at the side of DCG, there's a lot of catch onto the Chano. So really, unless Tatsuri and Draw are kind of cuddling him and like a baby, like an infant, he's going to be the prime object here into that late game.
I mean, late game can be more promising on the side of DCG.
Yes.
But as for Boom Esports, as long as Leon has his level 4, it's going to be their time to attack.
Just keep constantly just putting like a road bump for Godwoo, right? Just constantly just putting obstacles, slowing him down. Dune doesn't necessarily have the fastest wave clear anyway, so having that extra little bit of slow means that it's going to be harder for him to maintain the speed with the gold catch-up here. The gold race between himself and Carl.
And I mean the goal difference will be quite significant after Carl actually just taking those mid lanes by himself. That's some mechanics that I want to mention, right? Because Boom is playing as a double roamer actually. Tatsuri is not giving those mid lanes. He's giving up all those mid lanes to Carl, as you can see, twice.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuri
He
doesn't need
hasn't
it.
even upgraded to level 4. That's the detailed mechanics they're using right now.
Yeah, Tatsuri doesn't even need it, right? Like, Tatsuri, like we said with the Liang, all he needs to do is get to level 4, you know? So he has, obviously, the Winter is here. That's going to drop down. That's going to be a big vocal point. We don't really need to see those itemizations come through here for Tatsuri. I mean, maybe a little bit of anti-heal, right?
But,
that would be good for against
is
the
that
Diet.
like too late for him? Because even Draw, the Roma already got level 4, but
Yep.
as for Tatsuri, still need time.
He's very, very slow. Yeah, he has taken his time, right? Maybe he's just a late bloomer, you know? Like,
Wow.
sometimes late bloomers are always sometimes are overachievers. Let's see what happens here for the side of Boom Esports. But they definitely are doing what you were saying within the draft, right? They're focusing that top side of the map here. They want to make sure that the Charlotte is not able to kind of get online quicker than the timer is set for her.
I mean, like, speak of the impact that if they play so, which means they are putting all their eggs into one basket, which will be Carl's Jing, right? Because you can't just deal enough damage if the Frost isn't got any goal lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the damage, it's probably like tertiary or secondary to the effect of the slow, right? The impact of that CEC, especially on the tanky hero like the Dune, right? You try and burst out the Unruly Blade, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to escape here, but they are waiting in the Lung Brush into the mid lane here. Jing is just waiting in the wings. I mean, is this going to be a bit of a feisty play? Maybe a dive for the bot side of the map?
Yes, definitely. They are preparing for a tower dive, as you can see. But it seems like DCG read that, right? They are coming down, trying to support. Son got a really good
Ethan! He gets immobilized. That's going to be a double kill going over to the side of DCG. Miggy actually comes through, waiting in the wing there. And that is going to be the Tyrant as well. Boom with a decisive play there is fantastic to keep this lead for themselves.
I mean, like, oh my god, it's gonna be a flash in! It's gonna be a nice kill!
Ooh, forcing the flash there from Danny. I mean, if that wind slash got him, he would have definitely been taken down as well.
Donna is playing really well today. I mean, like, because of his map awareness and also his own mechanics and trying to make some constellation efforts for his own team.
Well, this is the point I was making, right? Do you obviously like they've done? They've stolen the Jink here, forcing the flash from Draw as well. Clean into the back line. He gets a double kill. They are taking no prisoners. They don't want to leave this lead bleeding onto the side of Boom.
I mean, like, it's pure mechanics, right? Clean is just showcasing his own mechanics and also his talent by using the Charlotte.
Yeah, beautiful dive in there. I mean, just to get the kill as well. There's the dive as well. Everybody's diving today. Like, you know what? Let's make these trades. Let's make sure we are putting the punishment here onto either of these two teams, because if you start to kind of give a little bit of leeway to either of them, that's where the problem arises.
Yeah, I mean, this is lower bracket and this is game 3. Do or die, right? This might be their last performance showing KWC, so everyone just pulling all their efforts in.
Yeah, I don't know what's crumbling more, themselves or the key potentially at the end end of this series because tournament life is on the line. Nora, top side of the map, is getting taken down by Carl as well. They're just trying to change the pace of where that positioning needs to be for Boom.
I feel like they are letting Carl to give all those gold lead to this player is mainly because he's very trustworthy, because they've been through occasions like this before, and once they just give Carl the priority, he's gonna give the victory back to his team.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to be a shot caller or a captain, but you need to also have the means of being able to kind of make these plays as well, right? Like, if you're gonna be decisive, you're gonna be the one to go in, you're gonna need to be the one who's actually gonna get that result as well, right?
But the thing is that DCG, if they play as a group, as a 5 versus 5, it's kind of just gonna be a limit to this Leon and Frost pick.
Yeah. I mean, nice saving of the Crimson Golem, right? Definitely what they don't want to be losing here onto the side of Boom Esports. The gold lead is pretty much knife edge once again between these two teams. One team fight completely upsets that. And now we're just seeing a bit more of a play for that mid lane, right? Obviously, we've already had our way with the side lanes. I feel like once they lose the mid lane on Boom, it becomes a lot harder for Carl to navigate, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard, but due to this Frost pick, I guess it's going to be fine for them just guarding the tier 1 tower. But the main problem so far for Boom is that they can't find any opportunity to take as a 2-1 trade.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility.
2-1 gank, yes.
Yeah, there's too much mobility onto the side of Deep Frost game in able to get that double kill. They have to find the right moment. Miggy here in the lung brush, just using that ultimate to make sure he stays alive within that one. Because he almost got caught out, right? Upstart 3 men into mid lane. That could have been horrendous for him.
And I do like the way how DCG is handling situations.
Situations are arising here. The suppression does come through onto the Dune. Godwoo has met his maker. Shin is pretty low as well, forcing out the Infinite Bastards here to the side of DCG, trying to catch the frigid prison there to land perfectly onto some, but didn't quite hit the mark.
I mean, what Godwoo is trying to play is that use his tankiness to observe, to trade for the Frost and Leon's duel, right? But the thing is that Boom, they're playing it really decisively. You can see like they just got control on this Dune and got insecure and checked Miggy's positioning. With the flash, with the Pierce guy, he actually did that as a 1 versus 4 on the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, Miggy's the guy to do that, right? Obviously, the Byron pick, you're able to kind of 1v4. You have so much sustainability. And the burst damage not quite yet online for the side of DCG, using the ultimate here just to make sure that they keep that minion wave come through. But Tatsuri maybe getting caught out here. He does escape with that flash.
Taken extremely low, and once we look at the goal difference, Jing already should with a 2,000 goal lead in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not where you want Jing to be, right? If you are the opposition, if you are the handler of Jing, it's exactly where you want to be. But still, the lead between the teams themselves is pretty much just like non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, like the lead is all goes over to this Jin actually. Because we mentioned that Frost just give up all his goal lead, so that's what matters.
Yeah, I feel like the main objective of the backline of Boom Esports is to stay clear of clean, but also not get hit by the wind rush. But it's going to be the unruly blade. That is very risky, but it's also going to be the Orbs getting the takedown of the Tatsuri. Another one. But before that call comes in, there is not enough low elf bars, but can he do the job? Sun is here. He gets out of bounds of the Mirror Mirage.
It's too late for Carl to help, but it's so decisive that DCG just played, right? They just being so brutal because they know that speak of those 5 versus 5 team fight, DCG is definitely capable of doing that.
Yeah, and the problem is what starts to arise here with Tatsuri, as soon as that flash is taken off, that's kind of like just when DCG need to make that play, right? Because he's not going to have any means of viability, especially if Mickey falls as well.
Exactly. And as long as DCG just move in groups, right?
Yeah.
Each member of this team can actually just use those knock-up and disrupt Leon's ulti. So that's the trick if you want to play against this Leon and Frost trick, pick up the team fight.
Yeah, especially if you've not got Guan Yu available, which is obviously what they used in game number 2. So it's definitely a good cause. Maybe take that into your ranked games if that's going to be the counter that you need against the Liang or Princess Frost combo. But getting now into the 10-minute mark here. This is where we start to see things get a little bit more dicey. Speaking of dicey, the wind slash does connect onto Miggy, but there is no real follow-up here as well. They're just trying to kind of warn them away from the Azure Golem.
DCG is preparing for it, and so does Boom Esports. Getting ahead to it.
It's hard.
Got a secure tight red. It's gonna be the ulti from Jin.
It's the ulti onto the backline. Ethan was once there, then the next moment he was gone. Infinite Bastards now gone as well, but he does also have obviously the enhanced part of that ultimate from the Aoyin, but keeping that mid lane alive is vital for DCG.
Vital it is. You know, like we mentioned about how Kara is a bit hesitated in game 2, right?
Yes.
And you can see like this time he totally made his decision and being the shot caller, calling his team members, helping him to take a secure kill on that Tyrant and just do those pushbacks.
Yeah, Overlord. Oh, okay, we got an off-screen kill there from Carl. I mean, that's going to be a pretty big troublemaker here for the side of DCG. Shin looking to be falling down as well. That's a lot of healing going as well. Clean falls. Also, that is a 2-3-0 trade for 1, which is going to be draw. You are going to happily lose your support for 4 members of DCG.
I mean, like the way how Kara is maneuver this Jhin is totally on another level.
He's using Godwoo's Jing against him. Like, who would have thought, right? Like, he is like him. He's like, you know what? You have been propped up as this Jing god. I'm going to show you what I can do. This is a Boom Esports fresh from the HOK bootcamp, right? They have leveled up. They're right in the lower brackets. It's not unfamiliar territory. They are making the PKL region proud right now.
And I mean, this is what Captain used to do, right?
Yeah.
Just check this. We rarely see Jhin play without ulti like this.
Yes.
You know, just dancing around with skill 1 and skill 2.
Yeah.
And just trying to do a lot of strays happening.
Exactly, just trying to catch a lot of strays there, just trying to get a lot of damage onto the side of DCG. But now, is this the point where Boom start to fall once again? Because we're getting to that game state where we saw in game number 2. They had the lead, it's just they fumbled the one decision. Rather than being disciplined, rather than being decisive, they kind of just threw it all up in the air. The tension got to them, I feel.
I mean, like, fairly speaking, in this game, Kara is already being dominating enough to do a lot of insta-kill upon this Aoyin or this Lauren. So no longer relying on Leon and Frost combo, actually. They just need to trust Carl. With this 406 KDA,
it's impressive.
100% participation, killing participation. He's totally leading the game, I mean.
Absolutely. He's all over the gaff in these team fights. And when it comes to these neutral objectives as well, right, like some of the players may not know, but Jink almost has like a double smite, right, when she has that mirror, you know? So it's hard for something like the Dune there, so slow, to actually disrupt that and get the contention of that Tyrant. So now T3 is going to be the last one to fall here for the side of DCG. This could be the setting of stage for Boom Esports to climb further into the lower bracket. They are coming in here with a wind slash. It's going to be even into the backline. He's just trying to mitigate any kind of damage from Chano. Down goes Danny, but it's Miggy. He has been separated from the herd just to take down Ethan, but also draw falls as well. Shin, Sun, Godwoo, Clean, still alive. Are going to be enough to keep the base intact.
I mean, like, Jhin is doing good, but DCG... both Aoi and Charlotte just being so good in this team fight. I mean, like, Kling just got in with a skill 2 directly targeting as Danny and just denied Danny at the first time of the team fight happened.
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem as well, right? Like, obviously, the replay, what happened here, it was a big, obviously, engage, but the fact that Ethan, he kind of set the motion here for the fact that was able to split apart Boom. We saw, obviously, him die for Danny. Then it kind of mean that Miggy had to go in and try to save him, but now we are back live. Just tit for tat here going on before the Tyrant. We are seeing everybody kind of formulating around this Tyrant. Reset happening is probably a good thing for DCG because of that Jing.
And because of the high ground tower, they're already taken down. So the Super Minion also gonna do the favor. So this time, Boom Esports trying to distract DCG first, take away this red buff, denying from Sun's Aoyin.
You got Chano here just kind of doing one man's job right to the Tyrant. That's a good way. That's a smoke and mirrors there. That's a nice play from Boom.
And also, this is some improvement that we can see compared to game 2 that they made.
They have definitely made improvements, right? Obviously, there has been a little bit of like indecisiveness, but it's kind of just like, it's jittery, it's excitement, right? And that's the one thing that obviously sometimes blunders the decisiveness of teams. But oh my goodness, that was like one skill onto Ethan. He pretty much lost a whole half of a health bar there. Pausing the minion wave down to the bot side. DCG are making a good claim to this crystal.
They're trying to guard the crystal, but the thing is that how they're gonna guard themselves from this Jing.
Yeah, that's...
Kara is testing, he's using his mirrors testing, finding the exact precise moment getting in and get his hands on Lorio.
That's the problem. It's like if Carl falls, then what is the identity of Boom, right? Obviously, Miggy's then got to lead the charge, but the damage kind of falls apart there. See Miggy into the back line. We do have minion waves in all 3 lanes. He's taking a bit of a brunt in there, but it's going to be clean as well as even onto the back line, using the Splendor, keeping himself alive, having to flash out. Clean fall to Tatsuri. We still have no minion waves. This is all about a bloody brawl right now. DCG Sun gets eliminated. We're waiting for the chariot to arise. PKL seed #1. Boom Esports ready to cut the wire and click. Boom! They ride into the upper brackets and the lower parts.
They almost aced their opponent, and it's gonna be the comebacks making by Boom Esports again. You know, this is the story about Boom Esports. You should never lose your faith towards this team as so resilient as they are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're propping up obviously like Chuck PR, how like buddy they are, right? Like when they win, right? And they win together. It's the same with Boom, but it's more like a family, right? It's so close. It's so nice to see. Like there is a level of humbleness here as well, right? Just saying, obviously, they know what the stake is here. DCG has just been eliminated.
Boom Esports make it into today afternoon's game. Congratulations to Boom Esports. They're still alive. They continue in our KWC 2026. On the other side, Deep Cross Gaming is going to be disqualified and is going to be taken out of the tournament.
And only one more AOV team standing, right? Burium United is high. He's really going to be... Everything's like a pressure's just kind of mounted on themselves, right? Obviously, they had a buddy to kind of share that load, but now it's a singular team. Are they going to be able to make it out of the playoffs?
I mean, like DCG actually did very good, right? We are impressed with their individual play actually in game, but still, I feel like it's something to do with the experience that they may have because they, compared to Boom Esports, actually they had less time to play with their teammates. So yeah, maybe the coordination will be something.
I wonder in the BP stages when we come to that last pick for Deep Cross Gaming, they decide to go with the Twin. Why do they decide to go with that Twin? Just to kind of like just eat in all of the Liang and Princess Frost damage and then just be able to allow someone else to deal? What is the strategy?
Yeah, that's what you mentioned. Exactly what they're trying to play, actually. But the thing is that once Duan is trying to absorbing all those damage out, he needs to make sure that his teammates are actually there, helping him to do the damage, counter-attack the opponents. That's the point. You can't just let Duan be isolated in that place.
All right, so let's imagine that Duan is able just to soak in all of that damage. When you look at the lineup coming in from DCG, who else is out there just to be able to take a 1v2, 1v3 in order for them to turn tides around?
That's going to be Charlotte. That's going to be clean. And that's one potential play actually we see when they try to do the pushback around the crystal, right? We see it once, Charlotte coming in, right? Just got an insecure upon that channel.
Yeah.
But only once is definitely not
Only
enough.
once is definitely not enough, right? Like one of the important things that we saw from that game as well is just how the Princess Frost was just letting all the gold, right?
Yes.
You guys mentioned actually something very interesting. A double roamer, that's how you called it, right? Just leaving all the gold for the Jing. It just pushes Princess Frost to go into level 4 all the way until 3 minutes and a half.
Yeah.
Is that a good trade?
I mean, it clearly worked, right? Obviously, the bounty was there for the side of Boom Esports. I mean, it was something that kind of did raise concerns for us both, right? Obviously, if you get level 4 before you roam, it's kind of like, well, you're missing out that second part of the combo. But like I said, late bloomers sometimes are overachievers. And in that case, we started to see that Tatsuri was able to do that.
Yes.
What about if we go to stage with Carl and Mara? They're going to tell us a little bit more about this game.
Here we are with Carl. Carl, you were amazing with your Jing. But with this match, you could have ended it a lot earlier. In game 2, actually, it was a great decision to contest the Tempest since the team won that team fight even without you. But you couldn't close out the game. It seems that there is a pattern where you guys are rushing. How do you maintain an awareness about this when you're under a lot of pressure?
Parang yun na kasi nagiging problem namin most of the time. Yung parang nagmamadali kami talaga sa lahat ng matches namin. Although lamang kami yun nga, from early game to mid game. Siguro yung mga ganun, lalong pinapaalalahanan lang namin yung isa't isa na parang nandito na kami. Parang wag na namin sayangin yung chance kasi sobrang daming may gusto na kung nasan kaming spot.
He admits that that has been their problem, rushing the game even though they're in the lead from early to mid. But he reminds the players not to lose the patience, and he reminds them we're already here. This is what we want. So they want to maintain that discipline. And that's a great reminder coming from you as a leader. Now, you're one game away from making it to the top 8. No PKL team has ever stepped into the playoffs of KWC. You might just be the first, but there is a challenge. Up next, you're going to be facing NMSS, the very same team that sent you guys down the lower bracket. What would be different this time around?
Yung nangyari kasi sa match namin sa kanila kahapon, feel namin parang kulang kami talaga sa disiplina again. Tapos parang yun, nakapag-warm up na kami going to them. And siguro, feel ko mas this time mas malalabas namin yung kung ano yung strength talaga namin.
He admits that they lacked discipline yesterday, but now that they were able to warm up in this matchup, he feels that they're able to show their true strength. Now, a lot of Filipinos are watching the PKL community. What would you like to say to them and invite them to support you for the next match?
Sa mga Pinoy dyan, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa amin dito and especially sa family ko. And thank you so much. Kundi dahil sa inyo, wala kami dito. And sana supportahan nyo po yung blacklist and kami. Kami na lang yung natitirang Pinoy.
Thank you to everybody that's watching and to his family. He's thanking you and he hopes that you continue to support them with Blacklist International as well because they're the only 2 Philippine PKL team left. Once again, congratulations. I believe you're about to crush your opponent's key. You can do it with a smiling face and good luck with your next match. Now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Kyle. Over there, they are gonna have another game against Team Nemesis. Based on what we saw in their previous match against them and what we saw today, what do you think has been the biggest change between those 2 games?
I think it's just preparation, right? Obviously, they saw what happened against themselves. Maybe they underestimated Nemesis, right? Because obviously, PKL and IKL have always had that kind of conflict, and they've always wanted to prove each other better. IKL may have just been a little bit more proactive in their adjustments and their preparation, but now we see a Boom Esports, and they are decisive and as well as disciplined.
Well, I'm just being more into their stories. It just gave me that feeling that Boom Esports is recreating the same story that they did in PKL Spring. Because they were sent into the lower bracket by Team Flash, which they got revenge on when they coming back from the lower bracket into the final. So exactly what they're trying to do when they is going to play against Nemesis.
So lower bracket seems to be like their safe zone, like their comfort zone. You know what? I like it more a little bit here. Yeah. I'm just gonna lose my first game just to go to my safe place.
Yeah. It's a comfort zone, right? It's like, okay,
keep me under pressure.
We're here. We're gonna rise up now. But also an ulterior motive. Obviously, when they play their game against Nemesis, Chantel wasn't here. Now we have Cartel together. We have the Cartel buff, and maybe Boom Esports can take this next series against Nemesis. So I think that's going to be an exterior motive that may work for the team themselves.
But still, I do like the trust that they're holding to Carl, you know, because as we said about the Frost Roma, right? There's 2 ways to play with it, and they go for the extreme way.
Of course, what is that way?
Well, just let Carl to share all those goals because you're putting all your eggs into one basket. Only like few teams would do it in that way.
It is a very high risk, right?
Yeah,
it's high risk, high reward. In this time, it worked their way. Now, if we look in front of them, it was really nice having Deep Cross Gaming here with us. We had some really nice moments with them. They really just taught us a lot more about the different way how you can understand the game.
Yes.
And it was lovely just to really understand the whole ecosystem is just becoming bigger. Everything is becoming richer. Now we need to move forward with the lower bracket finals. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we're gonna bring you the first lower bracket final of the day.
てめえはうちを怒らせたぜ。どうなっても知らねえぞ。
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We are going to move on to the lower bracket finals right over here with me, Kin and Holler. Lads, you got to watch the previous game. What were your feelings about?
I love the Tempest game comeback. This is one of the beauties of having a Tempest game, right? Number one, it stretches so long. Secondly, to reverse the entire situation and get the win off of that to come back into the series, although they lost, you know, it's still something nice to watch.
Yeah, Honor of Kings at its finest, if you will. I mean, being able to go back and forth and to take it to the win-ins almost at the very end. A very dramatic game and a great series to watch.
Deep Cross Gaming, man, saying goodbye. That's kind of sad.
Yeah. It is. I mean, but this is part of the nature of a high-level competition. And, you know, champions, you will fall sometimes.
Well, what about if we look at their keys being crushed right now? It is a very sad thing, but you know what? It's the Esports World Cup, man. Like, everyone comes here with dreams and glow of glory and lights, but some of us, we just need to go with all those dreams crashed into pieces.
And look at Draw here. I mean, he's going to be doing the key crushing himself. He smiles. He knows that he's in a fortunate spot to eke out of that best of three and taking that final one.
I love it because this is a real embodiment of a crush, right? This is your dreams gone and you will have a physical reality of it here.
Look at that. That's fully destroyed. Sometimes it's just like a little bit of a crash. This time it's just obliterated.
Yeah, hearts were literally crushed on that one. I think that was the best part about Draw, like really living up to it. And of course, I mean, it's sad for them. I mean, congratulations to Boom as they move on, but who knows moving forward what happens?
Well, nobody knows exactly what is going to happen right over here. I'm telling you, no champion is going to be safe in this KWC 2026. It is going to be really hard because right now in the next game, we're going to have Aurora Gaming. Nobody was expecting Aurora Gaming to be put in this position. But right now in the lower bracket, having them there is going to change the whole thing.
It definitely is, right? So when we first talk about Aurora, we talk about the journey here, right? In MKL, you know, they were a new team. They had players who were coming back into the scene. And we were questioning, they didn't actually have the quality to even qualify into the later stages, but they won the whole thing, so they were number 1 in MKL.
I mean, there were like ex-teammates coming back together. They were like the fam is like, hey, let's come back. I think that we had a lot of familiarity with one another. You're talking about Siang, Jihong, and of course JR. JR off of that break, it was the angriest I've ever seen somebody come back. He was on a revenge tour and letting everyone know with his trash talk.
And when we talk about just being angry, just to be mad, Aurora Gaming is going to be really mad about the whole performance, just having to be here. That is going to hit their egos, man. Like, their whole confidence is going to be shattered after losing and being sent right over here.
And so I think that with the interview from Jihong, that's always the one, because he was so confident. He was like, we're going to roll over everybody else bow down to us. I mean, it just seemed like he was in like a super confident mode, but every other team heard that interview and they're like, no, not today, not against me.
They took the advice, right? They did sleep well, they did eat well. Even the Rock interview was like, okay, yeah, you know what? We did that and we beat you.
Aurora Gaming right over here coming into this stage. It is going to be really hard for them. Losing their spot against Rock Esports. It's something that nobody had in their cards. Remember, they came into here as one of the seeded teams onto the group stages. It means that they are one of the top 4 teams ranked before this KWC 2026.
I actually want to go one step further. Aside from the KPL teams, I think that this was the favorite for all of the global teams.
Yeah.
So seeing that upset, I mean, it's still Rock Esports, which is one of the other top 3 in terms of the global teams, but it's a shakeup, and it's going to be a huge one as they move forward.
So let me add into this roster itself, Saber, Xiang, Zhihong, Yulong, and JR in their respective roles as well. We can expect nothing less than the extremes. But today, it's either going to be a rush over, they're going to crush their opponents, or it's going to be a very long game, potentially Tempest as well.
They got to be completely under control. They need to control those emotions because they cannot be just mad, just going around. When you are really excited, when you are really mad about something and you really want to prove yourself, sometimes you can let your emotions take control over what you need to actually control with your brain.
And actually, that's kind of what happened against Rock Esports, right? Rock Esports got the better of them, and then you saw Aurora Gaming. It seemed like they were playing something that they were not traditionally doing. They were getting a little, impatient. They were making jumps that they normally wouldn't make.
Yes, and this comes down to the boot camp results, actually. I mean, having this triangle of players, Aurora beats GK, GK beats Rock, and Rock beats Aurora. So actually, with that behind-the-scenes information, Rock kind of knew that they had the advantage.
The love triangle is real right over there. The love-hate relationships in there is just insane. In front of them, we're going to have INF. I'm telling you, Influence Rage, in these days, it's been just like them every single day. They were here in the play-ins, then they came in here into the group stages, they moved down to the lower bracket. I feel like every time I turn around and I look over there, it's always Danny and the gang.
Yeah, always Danny and the gang. And you'll see plenty more of them, hopefully, as they somehow can overcome this fight.
Of course.
But again, I think that the way that this team has come together, you're seeing just like how they're playing very well in sync with one another. The communication has been on point. And when, again, they go in, everybody's making sure that they kill the right guy together.
I love it a lot because on the side of INF, this is something that, the Chalk BR region has been kind of missing. Yes, we have individually very strong players, but the synergy was never on point. Maybe this year, Danny has found the perfect 5 with Kaiba as well.
All right, lads, what about if we move forward into what's going to be the decider match of this Group B? The winner of this match is going to have a ticket into the top 8. Let's go into the BP. Holler, Kin, take it stage.
All right, as we go into the draft here, I mean, this is one where everything is at stake. Too much pressure. I mean, you lose this series, you're going home, and we're talking about Influence Rage and Aurora right now?
Aurora, at this point, they're going to pick up the Lorion first. And let's just recap the history of how they got here through the different series, right? They've been playing the Haya, the Yuhuan, into the mid lane, as well as the Mai so far, right? Only one instance of the Lorion, of which, yes, they didn't do too well.
Yeah, but I think that if we're looking at Aurora Gaming, Jihong, this is one where we've been hearing it from other teams, we've been hearing from players, coaches, everybody has been saying Jihong's Lorion is next level. And being able to pick it first, I mean, they're really setting the tone here.
It will give them a boost of confidence, right? And right now, they're picking up the Agudo along with the Florentino. Okay, based on the stats, just pure stats, right? No bias. Florentino hasn't had the best performance at KWC 2026 so far, and for good reason as well. A lot of teams have figured out that Florentino shines lines in the 1v1 situation. But how many times have we seen a 1v1? Very rare so far. It has been a pummeling match. Florentino being the victim here.
Yeah, but it's because of these teams. Like, nobody sticks around. Nobody walks around by themselves, right? Everybody's together. And this is why they're next level and they're, on the pro scene, if you will, because they play as a team.
Yes, it is. And one particular trait on the side of Xiang's Florentino is that he isn't looking for the 1v1s purely for the team fight. He normally uses this Florentino as a distraction tool or to disrupt the rhythm of the team on the other side. So this is something that Influence Rage definitely needs to look out for in the team fights here.
All right, so one thing that I've noticed right here, I mean, they're going to pick up the Flowborn Marksman, kind of let Leffy get his own hero, but not being able to pick it for the Flowborn Tank and other things that we did see some success with from Danny. I don't know if it's limiting yourself in this series.
I agree, because if you take a look at how they have drafted for these two teams coming in from the plains all the way here, it's been super tanks for the side of Influence Rage, right? Aurora, they go for the assassin jungles, the Zilong, the Luna, the Pace. These are the standard picks. So it's about a rushing gameplay for the side of Aurora, but on the side of Influence Rage, they want to farm up. They want to be super meaty before they get into the thick of things.
Yeah, and actually going back to the last series, they like the big bruisers, the Flowborn Tank, and then, they had like the Byron as well, and that was a nice little combination, but now they kind of open things up a little bit. If you're looking at the Aurora Gaming side, they have the Agudo, but you got a bunch of damage that's available from these new heroes.
Actually, I like this because it is a flex pick as well. There is a very high chance that this Agudo can go into the hands of JR as well. This is actually one of the games that they used it. I believe it was against TEC here for the Agudo pick. They unfortunately did not take the biggest win out of that, but it was a decent performance, right? And they're going to pick up the Yang Dolia, so it is the Agudo farm lane.
Yes, definitely going to be looking that way. And plus with that Dolia to kind of put the, the icing, the cherry on the top, if you will. And really, this is a tough little combination. Going into this meta, I would say that the Yang Dolia was something that they were looking to prioritize. They've been able to snatch it late here.
Which is great, right? This is something that teams need to watch out for. And this will be a mirror image of how Influence Rage likes to play, which is we're going to have one big front line, and the longer it takes for you to take me down at the front line, I have free reign. The Agudo will have fun, the Lorion will have fun. On the other side, for the side of Influence Rage, it's all about Leffy. This guy has been fantastic this whole tournament. Can they build space for each of their farm laners?
I mean, for this one, he's got to step up, right? If you're looking at this lineup, it's kind of... we talk about the fact that they were generally like a tanky style, but this lineup kind of not really to that. This is one where they want to fight. It's about the team fights, and they're all able to do their own sorts of damage. I mean, aside from like Mena on the Zhangfei, everybody else is kind of on the squishier end.
All right, so I'm a completely different person here. I'm going to talk about some facts here.
What facts? Since when? Who is this?
One of the games that they lost to Rock, they lost to a Musashi jungle. This is a fighter jungle, right? The other game that they lost against Rock was a Nerza jungle. So it's the tank and the fighters that they struggle to play against with this composition. So right now, it's kind of different because Yulong has chosen a completely opposite direction. He's playing their game right now.
Right, and Yulong has actually had the most MVPs on this Aurora Gaming lineup in the MKL Spring 2026. So anytime you kind of set him up for success, I think you're going to have a pretty good time here.
Yes, we will see how this initial laning phase goes, because Aurora's style has always been, we're going to put a lot of pressure in the first 4 minutes of the game. Influence Rage, kind of different. They look to be more defensive. Yes, they will fight for those neutral objectives, but they don't really go too far ahead and overcommit.
All right, so one thing that we've noticed, though, from Influence Rage throughout today, as well as, the other day in the groups, is that they kind of let their opponents kind of get the better of them in the early game, and then they show resilience and they come back. I don't know if you could afford to do that against Aurora Gaming here.
Fully 100% agree. In fact, double that, 200% agree. Because at this point, look, Tempest, he's going to start looking so bad at this lane. Xiang along with the help of Saber. Not something that we would normally see, right? Because Florentino shines in a 1v1. But you want to put as many advantages as you can.
Yeah, and actually, this is another thing. We were talking about this Florentino. I mean, it has had largely not the greatest of success, but Xiang has done well with it. Chami 1 has done well with it. I think it comes back to like who is piloting the hero here.
Yeah, definitely. And Leffy now has to reconsider his positioning at this point of the game. Now, Firehawk should be going safely in the hands of Aurora. If you take a look at what happened, that fire peak on the top as well was given to Aurora. So these small victories are coming to work.
Oh, JR looking to bait it out, but he gets in his fur ball. He rolls on back. But I think for me, the first 5 minutes is just all eyes on Jihoung. Where does he go? How does he rotate? Because he's going to have so much impact early.
Yes, he is one of the heroes that offers you AoE damage, right? This is one of the benefits, which is also why he's balanced in the sense where he's super squishy if you get your hands on him. So all you have to do is to find the correct positioning to take the life of Jihoung in the early parts of the game, or even towards the end as well, right? That will be your solution to L'Oreal. Either super dive or play from a very far range.
Okay, aside from Jihoung though, like who else on this side of Aurora Gaming is the guy that really needs to carry this team?
I think it's Saber. It sounds kind of funny,
okay,
right? Oh,
okay.
Yeah, we take a look at Dolia. Why are we taking a look at the Dolia? Because Dolia is the answer that unlocks the second phase of Aurora's team fights. If you don't have the Young Jin's ultimate, how do you fight? He is going to dive in first, and if he doesn't have the second refresh, he does not get the lifesteal. You also have the answer here.
Yeah, but now the Heaven and Earth Bowl, they find him the Duel of Death, but Danny coming out a little bit on the slow side, but Yulong half-life, they're going to be backing off here.
Yeah, and this is just a preview of what's to happen, right? Ideally, let's take it from the position of Influence Rage. As Danny, I want you to use your ultimates first. I want you to be low on health. Because with the duel to the death, you get the impair out state. But you know what? Danny might lose the Crimson buff here, actually.
Oh, that was super close. I think Danny found it in the end, but Jihoung, he's a sly man as he almost stole that one right under his nose.
Yep, and this is the speed of rotation, right? This is why it's better to have a faster wave clear in the mid lane. And with that being said, Tempest against Xiang, this matchup is kind of awkward at this point because they're not actually looking to win the big 1v1s. Closer to the 4-minute mark, it's about who gets to rotate first.
Okay. But at the same time, you're talking about Florentino. I mean, he excels in those one-on-ones. Wouldn't you just want him to kind of deal and duel with Tempest in the top?
Which is why Tempest is under the tower. He's not going to oblige to the fight, right? There is no point in giving a free win over to the side of Aurora. Bear in mind that multiple times throughout this first 3 minutes, Saber has shown himself in top lane. They're confident that JR wins this 1v1, or at least is able to handle the pressure from the side of Influence Rage, and it's working out so far.
Yeah, and it's actually been like the numbers from Influence, they go with the Duel of Death, and with that Wings of Judgment, that's doing quite a bit as they find Yulong. They're going to get first blood, but Danny is solo. He's going to be picked up by Jihoung, catches him just with the tip, and off to the side they go. It looks like Xiang will join as well. Jihoung continuing on, and they find Fury as well.
And this is the power of Aurora, right? Once you start a fight, you have to finish it. You can't allow Aurora to have the last laugh, because right now, 4 minutes in, they can also have a very quick takeout with this Tyrant. JR, as a Gudo, has massive amounts of damage, can literally act as a second jungler just without smite.
Yeah, and actually, it looks like with all that space that is being provided here, it looks like they're going to pick up the Tyrants. So all in all, just a really good, well-played team fight, especially when Jihoung's coming out 2-0.
Yep, even giving Dolia that last hit for the Tyrant, this is just a show of a statement how strong they are. I mean, whether it's on purpose, that's another question for another day. But at this point, you know what? I would think that this is what is supposed to happen. This is how Aurora's draft is supposed to work, right?
Yep.
And based on the playstyle of Influence Rage, I think we will wait for a couple more minutes before we decide, is INF too late?
I mean, you never count them out. We've learned that even in the earlier series that they played today. I mean, this is like a 1.5K net worth lead in favor of Aurora Gaming, but they still manage to find ways back in, but it's usually because their opposing teams make some sort of mistakes. They overextend.
Yes, overcommit as well.
Oh, Tempest goes right into the truth, finding Saber, who shakes that one off, and here come the reinforcements. They're going to scare Tempest away.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable position now. They don't have any pressure else to apply because they've already taken a T1 at the bottom. So, nice idea by Xiang. They're going to try and force a T1 at the top. Not quick of a response on the side of Tempest, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 tower 1 trade.
Yeah, taking that one down. I mean, the top T1, essentially Xiang is there. He's going to just skirt a Tempest away, and you're talking about this, far superior one-on-one. Tempest can't even get to the tower.
Yep, so ideally, I think what the game plan here on the side of Aurora is, can we keep the other 4 members on the side of Influence Rage occupied, right? And allow as many chances for Xiang to get this one-on-one. He doesn't really have to win it. That would be a great perk, but it's more about keeping Tempest in place. So they have a lockdown on information. Lesser problems to worry about, because the truth mantra at the walls is going to be disastrous for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, lock him down, right? Don't let him get out of his cage, if you will. And as long as you're kind of limiting him from actually getting into the team fight, that would be best case scenario. But at the same time, you're kind of forcing your own Florentino to be in the top lane by himself.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but it does give him some space to farm, right? And with the Primal Portal, they're right before the 10-minute mark. You are free to TP as many places as you want. There is a cooldown if you kind of miss it, which is 15 seconds. So you have to make very smart decisions on where you want to play your prowess around the map.
And look at how Aurora Gaming, we talked about how they're methodical they were, right? How like they slow games down, almost like you're fighting them in a bit of a swamp where it's like, damned if we do, damned if we don't type of playstyle, because you're forcing them to make some sort of action because they're behind.
Which is kind of weird because I normally expected Aurora to be much more aggressive, but simply because of this new change in jungle picks, right? The Dolia Yangjin combination. It's definitely a much slower pace of game. So I think we might be having a very long game number 1 here.
Yeah, I think so. But who's got the late game advantage?
I would think it's really who lands the appropriate ultimates first. If Danny gets his duel to the death on Yulong first, I think we can expect an INF win.
So don't you think that, Danny always has that opportunity, but for me, when you're starting a team fight with the Influence Rage lineup, I'm kind of thinking Tempest has got to be that guy. He's the one that initially goes, everybody kind of groups up, then you're talking about Maida and Danny looking to kind of, counter-initiate, if you will. I mean, that would be best case scenario, no?
I think that's one of the potential situations. Right. Ideally for me, I'm more of a risk taker. I want Danny to go in first, right? So everyone jumps onto Danny, after which Tempest gets the easiest truth mantra, and a multi-man one, by the way, of his life.
Yeah, but my problem is that Danny is kind of on the squishier end, right? There's a decent amount of burst if you're talking about Aurora Gaming, plus the control from Shihong. He can do it from afar. So I'm just very worried about how these team fights will actually play out.
That's true. I mean, but this consideration is not going to be...
Yeah, Umbrella Outburst, they're trying to go in for this one, and now with this Wings of Judgment, the Duel of Death, they actually find JR, but Danny's going to be the first to fall, and now it's an all-out retreat. Tempest taking way too much. No chance for them. Aurora Gaming weather the storm. They turn it around. They're going to take 2.
They did exactly what they should have done, but this was very uncoordinated, right? Tempest actually dove into the middle of Aurora. You need to be in front of them or behind them, and they couldn't get the damage in. And that choice to go onto JR instead of Yulong, I felt like that was not the play going in here. Yes, we want to get rid of the Gudo, but where's the follow-up, right? Everyone else is tanking for JR, and once they come back, you did not even burn the first ultimate of Yulong successful. There was 0 value in that.
0 value. I mean, you did damage to everybody. Your stats are going to be padded, if you will, but you got 0 kills, and that's never going to help, especially when Danny was looking to go forward. So again, I'm asking the question of hey, should Danny be the guy really initiating?
I would think that that's the easier way to initiate because everyone's
teleport's been stopped in the top lane, and it looks like he's got nowhere to go. Danny, even using the dual death, no chance to get out.
Did you see the damage that Danny was doing? That's nowhere near enough. So Danny needs more farm, he needs more levels, he needs more items. And this is a cause of concern because both Yulong and Danny are at the same level. You would think that it would be at least half his health when the duel to the death comes in.
Yeah, this is a bit of a problem here. The Umbrella Outburst just saving Tempest. He got locked up, if you will, but it looks like Influence Rage now, without Danny, are trying to at least salvage what they can in the jungle.
Okay, do you hear the engine revving on the side of Aurora, right? We're reaching the 10-minute mark. Boom, boom, yeah.
Okay,
you heard it, right? Now, this is the point of time. Once we hit the 10-minute mark, they get the Shadow Tyrant, and maybe even a Shadow Overlord at this point because they do have quite a bit of damage.
I mean, Yulong going in. He's going to hound out forward. Finds Leffy to start things off. And off to the side they go. They've got the flowers if they want to go from that. From Xiang, not going to do so, but they're going to take the mid T1.
There's more to come. T2 at the bottom as well. This is open for the menu. And right off the bat, they're going straight for the Shadow Tyrant here. And this is going to be a big start in the second half of this game. Number 1 for Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora Gaming, though, it's like the strategy for them was to limit Danny as much as possible. Danny has not got going. He's really not in fighting shape. And it looks like Aurora Gaming, the way that they've been able to kind of, force them to play their play style, it's not been good for Influence Rage.
It's not. And this is, based on what I can tell, this is a very calm Aurora. We talked about them losing to Rock Esports, right? Maybe there was some unhappiness. They should have done better. They should have gone in first place. But I don't sense any of that intent today. They want to just show that they are stable.
Yeah, calm, cool, and collected. Dual Death is going to be used, though, and they find it, and they're not able to do too much. It looks like Influence Rage have completely been thwarted here, as Xiang was literally fighting 1 versus 4.
And that's the beauty of it, right? Xiang didn't need to go for the kills. Look at what he has achieved for the team just by being aggressive. Now they have pressure on all 3 lanes. T2 in the mid, T3 at the top, and another one more wave. Once they're done with the mid and the top, they can actually rotate either to go for the Shadow Overlord, or as well as...
Oh, what? Oh, he goes right into the Hound, finds Leffy yet again. Yulong, it almost seems like it's personal as they find it, but Influence Rage have to huddle back, get back to the fountain, but it looks like they're probably going to lose this mid T3.
Yeah, I mean, you want to feel like, hey, there's time to breathe. They don't have it. They don't even need the minions at this point.
Don't need anything at this point. I mean, when you've got an Agudo JR just rolling it out, they're going to go into the top lane as well. Influence Rage have to hold on for another 12 seconds as Leffy comes back up. But Influence Rage, without the numbers, the orb, the control, the dual death, all the way to the back, it's all in. They're trying to force it out, but Danny's been killed as well as Tempest. They flash on 4. They're going to find Fury hiding in the fountain, if you will, but they're going to take game number 1.
Indeed, the engines have been revved. That was really quick. The change of pacing from the side of Aurora, loved it, right? And here's the kicker for the way that they play. This is a Influence Rage style draft, right? We play the tanky front lines and we just open up the back lines to have freedom to do whatever they want. And did whatever they wanted. They really had game 1 under control.
Full control. I think that's the number 1 word, right? In the sense of just like being able to dominate the way that they did. Influence Rage, like again, Danny was, knew he was behind. He was forcing the issue and he was getting punished for it.
I think that it was really interesting how Kin was making the whole discussion about should Danny be the first one jumping in, and it's their synergy right over there. It was really nice because then Danny jumps in, he starts the fight, immediately evaporates, then after a Tempest comes in what was supposed to be a nice control chain, but nothing was really clicking.
So what he's saying is that I'm right and you're wrong. It's just that, the execution wasn't clean.
Is that what I'm saying? Really? Is that what I'm saying?
I don't even know. I think you're gaslighting here. But I do think that, this one was one of those things where, like, Influence Rage understanding that they were behind, trying out something,
of
right?
course.
As opposed to just hiding in your own base and just cowering in fear.
They already had a very clear plan, a very clear idea of what they wanted to do, how everything needed to work. The problem is, for me, what breaks everything apart is the Agudo pick. Because they find the Agudo, they put him on the farm lane, and then after that, it's just towers are just falling apart easily. And then the pressure comes in because then INF does not have enough time for them to actually build up.
And there's so many factors besides just the laning phase that goes into this, because it also gives Aurora's coach a chance to really think, what is this duo counter? Last 2 picks, we pick it at the same time. How do we spoil the draft of INF? And boy, did it spoil the draft of Influence Rage.
Yulong was so good. He just saw Leffy just slightly out of position. He would just pound in, boom, blow him up, and just move on. There's no way to fight without Leffy, and he got caught out multiple times in this game.
He had no space, right? And this is something that I'm really curious about, because we can actually see the experimentation of Influence Rage, like targeting from Danny, right? At the first part of the game, they were taking a look at Yulong. Let's get this Yang Jian first and see how does that work out, right? First Blood, beautiful work. This was what was supposed to happen based on the way that they drafted their composition. But later on, why did they start changing to go on to JR instead? Why not just continue doing the same thing over again?
Actually, it was almost like baited out, right? JR Agudo, he's tanky enough in and of itself, but Yulong is the true problem. As you could see him just constantly just going up in front, just taking down everybody, especially Leffy.
Yep, and Xiang is another person. This is all about the synergy, right? Xiang is very responsible for keeping everyone else at bay. Stop the synergy coming in and stop the stuns that can save your teammates. And at this point, because of the success of the early parts of the game, Zhihong already had a level advantage, gold advantage. Once you catch Leffy, he's out of the game. It's one combination, one ultimate. There's no more damage coming in from the side of Influence Rage. And this is something that is suffered throughout the entire tournament.
I love it how they bounce back, right? This is also a moment where you're kind of thinking, oh, would they be angry? Would they be, not playing the way that they normally play? They were like, no. Let's refocus. Let's play our play style. This is it. Clean, calm, collected, everything that you wanted from a team.
Let us refocus as well. We're going to go to a little break, and after we come back, let's see if Aurora Gaming can come in with the same performance and just seal the ticket into the top 8.
キドキしようよ準備快適早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Welcome back. I really don't want INF to lose, man. I really want to keep watching them just doing their silly movements. It's just so funny, man.
Yeah, Kenny's the best. It's like wax on, wax off, and then back into the sword it goes.
I know, man. And Maino goes like, like this, bro. What's going on with him? What's happening? All right, let's get into the game, please. Aurora Gaming right now 1-0 advantage on top of INF. Aurora Gaming, they picked the Florentino, and then we were talking a little bit about the two different ways that we can play with that hero as well, right?
Yes, so Florentino himself, what we have seen in the first 4 days of the competition was that most of the teams use him as an aggressive tool. You want to win the 1v1s. Hasn't really found a lot of success. But Xiang showed us the complete opposite today, which was let's play with strategy. We don't need to win the team fight, we just need to push them away.
So 9 games up until right now. Well, before today, 2 victories, 7 defeats. That is not really good.
It's not good, but it's also because Xiang hasn't been playing the 9 full time. Right?
There you go.
In terms of pilot, he's one of the best, and there's a reason for that. And as you saw in that one, they just got a lot of value out of that pick.
Well, let's wait and see if they can, if INF can come in and then try to apply that. Maybe that Florentino is going to be up there for them for grabs. Tempest, we've been seeing him in this whole spectrum, like sometimes amazing, sometimes he just gives a lot of questions. What is going on? Can the Clash lane over there have an answer to this?
I feel this is no time to pick a Florentino, right? On the side of INF, right? Because this is where, look, this is your last chance.
Last chance, you're right.
You're out. If you lose this one, you're
gone.
No, it's not just your keys getting crushed, your soul's getting crushed as well. All of the hard work you have done since 2025 and 2026 to qualify into this place, just gone to dust.
Yeah, go home, unfortunately. You got to pack up. You got to get out of this one. So again, to your point, Ken, I do agree with you. I do think that they need to pick comfort heroes. Back is on the wall. You got to fight back. What is it that you're going to be picking here in Game 2?
I think they need to go with the Flowborn tank, right? Let's go back to your basic style of super tanks at the sides for the Clash lane, and then you also have Danny with the Flowborn tank, and give Leffy and Fury something that can work in close synergy in the poke game.
Yeah, poke game, and sticking to the frontliners, right? I think that was the biggest difference that we kind of saw earlier, where they're not able to they were trying a different strategy. It didn't really work, especially from what we've seen from Influence Rage thus far, which is, again, 2 big-bodied guys in the front.
Yep, and also to understand the growth of your composition, right? One thing that I really like that they did on the side of Aurora, specifically to Saber on this Dolia, when we play rank, there's a lot of people that will question, hey, why is my support not with me? Why is this person not in the farm lane?
Right.
And I'm normally in the Clash lane, right? Because I want to make sure that my Clash laner gets a decent, even if it's a small advantage, that advantage based on your skill level can actually help you win the lane entirely during the first 4 minutes. And my job is done, but I have to be gone for about 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. Sometimes as the farm laner, when I see the roamer going and some other lane, I always feel like they're going to the bathroom or something like that. They're never there to support me, never on there, but I have that report button ready and waiting to go.
Yeah, and you know what? That was something that was kind of missing from the Arsenal on this side of Influence Rage.
Right.
Now, they will go for an Agudo jungle, which is lovely. We want to talk about this, right? The differences between Agudo in the jungle and Agudo in the farm lane.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility in terms of what they can do. And this is what I like about it. I mean, this one is definitely a jungle, especially since you've got the Loong here. But I do think that it provides the same value that you can get. I mean, still tanky. It has that range, plus your Munchin towers. At the end of the day, that's what you're looking for as a farm laner.
Yes, and I like this. This is a traditional INF draft, right? You have the Arta. He's going to be a super tank and shield for the team. But my main concern here is I don't really see very consistent CC because you're dealing with a Luna, a Haya, and a Lapu. These are three of the most hard to deal with heroes just in general. Even your rank games, when you see these heroes, you will tremble in fear.
Yeah, I'm also trembling in fear of the fact that like Ji-Hong is getting his Haya. Like he is so good as an alien abductor, taking out whoever is slightly vulnerable and out of position, and he tends to make that, you know, just like really team fight winning there.
Yes, and this is something that's going to be really important for the side of Aurora, right? If Zhi-Hong actually uses the Haya to try to get the Moonscape Mirage onto Leffy here, there's great value. You know why? Because your cooldown actually gets reduced if your ultimate doesn't land.
Yep.
So you force out the Infinite Vastness, you get a cooldown reduction for not completing your ultimate as a Haya. You have a new purpose, you can get the poke in as well, play from very far. And right off the bat, level 1 first wave, you technically already win that side.
Yeah, a lot of value. And you know Ji-Hong, always able to find the right moments, right? He knows also how to play around with the Fog of War, of just being able to kind of catch you off guard and ambush you. But now with this Byron into the top lane from Xiang, he's the old tried and true, creating a lot of havoc with, of course, Yulong's Luna here.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of this. I feel like, yes, Influence Rage, this is, if it works, it's going to be an absolute masterpiece. But with the stakes being so high, a Princess Frost and Liang combination, do you really want to risk that? Because there's so many people here that can stop your combination in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I'm also thinking it's more of like Influence Rage just being scared of the Yulong Luna. Right? They were like, okay, we need lockdown. This Leon definitely has that with that control, that ult. But I do think that it's kind of vulnerable to this. I'm not a huge fan of Leon. I do feel like it really falls off, especially mid to late game, and you kind of cripple your own chances going into that if you need to.
You need to be super aggressive with this, right? It needs to be maybe a level 1 invade or a 3-man gank within the first 2 minutes, force out resources away from the side of Aurora, because every single person has an answer to this combination, right? The Soyue already showcased yesterday from our last year's champions, AGL, using the hero to massive effect with the snipes as well. This is something that is going to cost INF their piece.
Yeah, and also I'm kind of looking at this as like JR not picking traditional ones. I mean, he picked the Agudo last game, he's picking the Choyu, so he's kind of like hiding a lot of his trump cards, like what he's truly comfortable with. And I think that at this point with the Choyu, it's going to lock down that late game.
It is, and you know what? The laning phase is going to be extremely hard as well, because JR doesn't need to show in lane. He can just snipe the last hits. You get the EXP and the gold if you last hit the minion, so you don't really need to show yourself in lane. You're practically safe from the side of Leffy's pokes, right? But with Saber, he can afford to be a little bit more aggressive, because with the passive of Lapu Lapu, once again, if you're new to the game, you get increased magic and physical defense.
Yeah. They're going to need whatever sort of benefit that they can get. But if we're talking about the Influence Rage side, I mean, this is all in on this Liang train, right? You hit level 4, you start making some ganks. If, 4 to 7 minutes, you're not finding any sort of, success with this play, I think that you're, like, largely in a bad spot. I don't think you can win.
Yeah, you definitely can't, right? And at this point, the other portion, in fact, that becomes really important has to be the vision game, right? Yes, Xiang, while he actually flashes first, this is before 2 minutes, they won't get too much value in terms of getting a kill, but this is all about wrestling and jostling for space on the map.
Yeah, and also to take away the space, right? Yulong now deciding to go in with that charge. It looks like Agudo's got his own first blood, and Yulong getting picked off. A huge win for Influence Rays as they continue the chase. Xiang, he gets stun locked, if you will. He turns around, gets the Storm Strike on, but how much damage can he do as he too will fall?
Completely falling apart. This is not what Aurora expected, and this is not what I expected of Influence Rage as well. How? How are they supposed to do this? Yes, as a Liang, you have massive damage in the early part of the game. But why did the Aurora players stay and fight? Why did they say okay?
But it also was because Xiang, he flashed in very early in that team fight, right? He didn't have that to save himself, and he realized that, hey, I'm in with 4 guys. I'm not going to make it, so I'm going to go all in on this regardless. But again, it's just like a small mistake already.
I mean, they didn't peace, at their loss to Rock, and it seems like they need a wake-up call, so something's going on, at least for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, Leffy here just dodging the wild wind. JR should be able to hit a couple of them as he's like pump faking them. But if we're talking about this lane matchup, Lung versus the Shoye, who are you giving the edge to?
I will pick Soyu any time of the day because I have not found a way to win unless I dive heavily. And you know, Saber, Zhihong, they would love that because once you lose a vision of them, they might be hiding in the brush for you. And until you're 4, you don't really have an answer.
Yeah.
And you really want to use your infinite fastness now at the 3-minute mark. Risk being aggressive. No way.
Yeah, not at this point. But I think that you were talking about level 4. Mena actually just hit level 5. The teleport game is on. He's going to be locking in, walking around with Fury to find some sort of straggler, if you will. Yulong, he's going to eat that one. They go in with Furball. They're looking to turn. Saber with the Raging Sea only onto 1. The flash away, but Yulong, he's getting a little bit low. They find Danny. Danny trying to get for that blast shot, but he will fall first. Tempest gets the charge. The Moonscape Mirage is covering the retreat, and it looks like Mena's been killed as well. And it looks like Tempest getting on out.
Full recovery at this point. 3.5 minutes, 30 seconds more before we get that first time of the game. And Aurora have completely made a side piece on the side of Influence Rage. The idea was there, right? They actually got the freeze as well as the God's mobilization from Danny dropping Furball down onto Yulong. But the positions of Aurora, they were ready for the exchange.
Yeah, they were waiting. They were willing to go on this one. And just like that, the net worth, like it was in favor of Influence Rage. They almost had a 1K lead and they've completely given that one away. Aurora Gaming now coming out on top. It looks like they're going to start this Tyrant here.
Yeah, when you see a Luna stand still, something's wrong.
Yeah.
No Luna ever stands still. There is something at play here, right?
Maybe there's a connection error, huh? No, it was completely bait, of course.
Yeah, so this is something you need to learn to recognize, right? As a Luna player, okay, not me, I don't play Luna, but yeah, I love playing against Lunas as a Princess Frost because I will stand still, right? I'm the bait. And once you stand in front of me or you try to dash into me, that is where Princess Frost second skill comes into a big play, right? So that's something they need to bait out of Aurora. Give a target for Yulong to jump in and ready your second skill as a Princess Frost.
Yeah, but I also think that it's like you're not going to see that sort of fall. Oh my gosh, Leffy gets destroyed. JR's all by himself though, and it looks like Danny gets clean up, and it looks like they're trying to run away, and it's going to be a 1-for-1.
Okay, I like this exchange. So yes, Leffy did take a fall, but JR was taken down by Danny as well. And as Danny is a jungler, this is absolutely important because he already died once. Having a singular kill brings him back in terms of EXP and gold. He needs to have the lead against Yulong here. He's doing pretty good damage.
Pretty good damage, for sure. And I think that Yulong is like, okay, JR, you're dead. I'm going to take your wave. I'm going to be happy with that as he cleans up on this one. And again, Yulong has been literally just, aside from that one death early, it looks like he's kind of just off the map. But now the Mirage under the tower, if you will, the Raging Sea is going to be used. Not really getting too much value out of this. Here's the Flaming Palma is going to be used as well. Danny at half-life. The Wild Wind is going to be used, but the Ghost is blocking him down, and it looks like Zhihong is going to be taken down. Furball still up in front as being that tank. It looks like Influence Rage going to be happy with that one kill.
This is exactly what they need to do. Did you see the way they defended Fury from the last snipe of JR? With the movement from Danny as well, he actually threw the Furball down to make sure that they tank the damage with the Furball and turn that fight around, getting the life of Zhihong. And that was a very scary situation to the likes of Fury, right? Because you just use your Frigid Prison, it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
And you immediately get taken to the alternate dimension in the Moonscape Mirage. I thought Fury was going to be dead there.
Yeah, and I think that Zhihong, a little bit later, when he does have that net worth, that fight is not going to be a good one for Fury, who's going to be like a secondary support, if you will.
So we first take a look at this trade. Was it worth it for Leffy to sacrifice his life? I fully believe so, because you give Danny the recovery, he also gets some free minions and maybe some free damage as well. But right now, the game plan is completely different. They have to start protecting the mid laner. Zhihong gets the catch, but I think he's the one that's going to fall.
This is not a great spot, but Siang is now there. They have a lot of that control. The Raging Sea on top, and it looks like Mena's going to be killed. The Infinite Fast is going to be used by Leffy. He is so low. Tempest flashing away, while Lin not able to hit, just out of range, but Danny's in the mid lane.
You always want to one-up your opponents, right? The moment Zhihong got the catch onto whoever it was in that particular position, I thought it was over because there was no backup coming in from the side of Aurora, but they actually did. The flash by Xiang to move in, be the center of attention, while JR sneaks in from the mid lane left brush. to then get the damage down, that was a perfect coordination from the side of Aurora.
It was SNS, Xiang and Saber. Both of those guys, the right time, right place, the Storm Strike, the Raging Sea. It's like, okay, you want to fight here? We are here and we're able to stun lock you.
Love it. It's the SNS calling for INF, and they need the SOS as well. And I mean, that help didn't come.
All right, I got like a SS to SOS to IN. Okay, all right, I'm on the same page. Let's go. All right, but now, as we're here into this mid lane, I mean, Aurora Gaming, this is a great one where they're able to, again, I mean, this is net worth slightly in their favor, but I think that you want to be, again, be the aggressor here.
Okay, I don't want to discount, having a goal lead at this point. But based on the draft, this really is who lands a better skill shot, right? Because if Fury lands his second skill, Tempest gets the ghost ship at the perfect timing in conjunction with Danny's ultimate as well. You don't win the team fight. Likewise, on the side of Aurora, if Zhihong gets the catch and everyone positions well in conjunction with Saber's ultimate as well as Xiang's knockup on the second skill, you can't play the game. Nobody gets to play.
Yeah. And that's why they drafted it, right? When you had the Haya, and like when they come out of that after 8 seconds, Xiang and of course Saber, as you rightly mentioned, those are the guys that just cover whoever's going to be there. The Tyrant going to be picked up here by Yulong, not able to continue on with that chase. But JR is starting to become a little bit of a problem with his damage.
It is, right? And you know what? That sidestep from Leffy actually costed Fury some hit points. Unfortunately, from the snipe of JR. And like you said, JR is getting to be close towards that mid-game state he's supposed to be in. But JR, late game, you don't want to play. He is going to wipe you out in 3 to 4 hits.
Oh, nice little play here. The Raging Sea Saber's been pushed back by, but it looks like the Moonscape Mirage is going to be sending Tempest into the afterlife, if you will. Zhihong is continuing. Xiang taking some serious damage. He's getting a little bit on the low side. He's got the force field suppression, but at what cost? He's trying to dash, but it looks like Yulong will fall first, and they find Xiang as well. JR with a step back, if you will, and it looks like Influence Rage coming out on top.
I perfectly love this patience from Mena. This is what you need to do as a Liang, right? This also tells you something very important in this game. Target prio. Who are you actually looking for in the fights? Mena saved his power of word control, which is his ultimate, securely just for Yulong. And, I mean, you can't really hear it. I hope not, but the INF members were screaming their heads off, calling for Tempest to come in, get the damage, man. I caught the Luna.
Yeah. And I mean, the communication, like they're one of the most passionate teams out there, right? In terms of just like their comms and everything. But that's kind of what you're looking for. Like, Mena has to be precise. He has to be surgical with when he goes in. He can't just be going willy-nilly because the counter initiation, the counter stuns on Aurora Gaming are for real.
Yes, it is. But you need to land them, right? Saber actually missed the majority of his Raging Sea. That was one of the prime reasons why INF was actually able to re-engage and get big value out of that. But this one is the one that decides the rest of this game. 10 minutes in, Shadow variants of the Tyrant and the Overlord.
So many different wild winds just shooting into this one. This is super annoying, just bombarding them. They've been tenderized, if you will, all of them getting on the lower end of the HP bars, especially in the back line, but they're not able to get any sort of revenge.
Yeah, they can't just yet. But the bigger problem here is, what is the proper trade here, right? For Aurora, they will love a big team fight. On the other side, INF wants to take turrets instead. I think it's a race of objectives here. One wants to fight, one wants to get your towers. Who succeeds first?
Well, just generally, you want to take those towers. I mean, you're going to win games. It's not really about the kills. And it looks like Tempest, he's dueling in the mid lane right there. But Leffy here at about half-life with Danny. This is annoying. They're going to take the top 3. I think they're going to be very happy with that trade.
They don't have time. I feel like this is a perfect decision at this point in time from the side of INF. This is a completely different Chalk PR team here. They were second in Chalk PR, but they're playing like a champion team at this point.
Very clean, right? I think that they've clearly leveled up. Zhihong actually flashing on back. He's going to be locked in with that Freaker Prison, and he will be going down. Fury gets the better of him, and now they're going to start to roll down this mid lane.
They didn't even use Main as ultimate. This is a big moment. They still have the catch. If Yilong is out of position, they could definitely take the win from this.
But taking towers is what they want. They take the bottom T2. Mid T2 is going to be under siege as well, as they have the Vanguard, but they want a juicier target in the bottom T3. They're going to slow siege, and without Zhihong for about 10 seconds, they take that also for free.
Yeah, this one is a scary one. They did it once. INF, that is, did it once against Rock Esports. They took one game away from their counterparts here. Aurora, now at the risk of also being in the same situation. And this is not a healthy position for the mental state.
Definitely not. But also at the same time, I think that this is like the resilience from the Influence Rage squad. Like, my gosh, the way that they're able to kind of play back, shake off game one, and be like, hey, actually, we're fine. Let's play our game, and we're able to just kind of take over game two.
Yep, it's important to stay resilient and to understand that what you're looking for is not about the problems. We can see the problems, right? It's about what are the solutions available.
Yeah, and now the Raging Sea completely whiffing Saber. That was a very uncharacteristic one used there. That's a big all-time cooldown.
Yes, it is. And this is where Mena is going to start shining, right? This is one disruption taken away from the lineup of Aurora. And if they get their stunts right, once again, the synergy coming in from both teams for their composition, you don't get to play the game.
Yeah, don't get to play the game. But again, we're getting to that mid-game part. Mena, he ends up being a very squishy guy. He's going to have a tough time even trying to survive any sort of onslaught. So again, he's like the second, maybe the third initiator, if you will. He needs to stay back.
Yep, I'm so curious about JR's itemization at this point, right? Because late game JR, he doesn't need to use his wild winds anymore. It's really just auto attacks.
Yeah.
3 shots, you're dead.
Yeah. And I mean, he's going to continue with these wild winds. Again, it's about this mid lane. This wild growth of Agudo is a problem from Danny. And now Aurora Gaming trying to just hang on to it. But a couple of the shots, the Moonscape Mirage, he's going to flash on forward. He's going to send him to the afterlife. They've got the Raging Sea, but Saber with a charge in. He's taking a lot of damage. The 3-man stun gets the pullback Leffy. And just like that, 3 members down. They want even more as they take down Tempest as well. Mena is also going to be taken down. A quadra kill going the way of JR.
It's all about the moments on this one. And a moment there was a little bit of a disruption coming in because Xiang was supposed to land his second skill a little bit earlier. But he landed it still. And you know, worst of all, that delay caused more members on the side of Influence Rage to be taken out. So this is the game plan. Let us just take the T3s before the minion comes in. Yes, they'll get slowed down. But the victory is more or less secured.
Yeah, I think they're going to just munch it down like Pac-Man. They took all 3 towers in the mid lane, the Crystal going down, and it looks like Aurora Gaming are going to be into the playoffs.
And what a way to win it. This one was a super crushing moment because on stats, you're not supposed to win that. The T3 at the top and the bottom were gone. They were working on the T3 in the middle. Mega Minions, Tempest Dragon, you would have won the whole thing.
Blink and you miss it, right?
Yeah.
I think it's all about that team fight. And JR, if there was ever a moment where you're like, a quadra kill is required here, we need this to win, JR's like, I got it, let's go.
Yes, and he is the finishing blow. And Aurora, what a way to win it because they're showing you exactly how compositions should function. Everyone needs to be in a state where the mindset is, you are not allowed to play this game.
Yeah, they were really restricting them, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a big piece of this. And Aurora Gaming, congratulations as they make their way into the playoffs. Top 8 it is.
Yes, a good position to have, right? And I want you to picture later on when we show you the highlights, the stun timings, the movement timings, who they're catching. These are the different things you have to really consider in a fight. It is a tough choice, but you know what? You can do it.
I'm sad, man. I'm sad.
I know.
I really wanted this one to go. But like INF played so well and the strat worked and then they push and they're at the high ground and I'm like thinking like, let us go, man. Like it's so clean. But clean was the comeback from Aurora Gaming. And that is the difference between good teams and amazing teams. That in the very, very difficult moments when they're pushing you against a corner, they're able just to kind of just step back and then immediately a hook straight to your jaw.
Yes. And it's also one where you're like, if you go in and somebody gets picked off, why is everybody there so that everybody dies together? Like if one person, then you got a chance.
So sad.
Right? Because they had to literally go through like 3 towers in the mid lane. If you, a couple guys are there, maybe they get some sort of wave clear. They maybe survive that game.
This is where it's so painful, right? Because we have the hindsight bias. We saw how this draft went down. The goal graph is a little bit kinder to both teams here at this point. Because if you take a look at the composition itself, Influence Rage, this composition shouldn't work. The game shouldn't have been 14 minutes long. It could have been much shorter because there were so many disruptions coming in. But somehow, they forced Aurora Gaming into the back first.
I am just wondering, this whole composition, if they wouldn't have lost that fight, do you think that we could have gone to a game 3?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed they would have won that.
Yeah. I mean, they had that lead. Everything was rolling their way. And then it comes back to that last team fight. And we'll see it in the highlights of where they kind of made that mistake. But man, Influence Rage, they had like 90% towards the finish. And it was that last 10% where they just like botched it.
I think it's more about the communication because the last moment in the game, how it started was with a Zhihong Flash Ultimate, right? And this is something that's really hard to react to. As you become a professional, you realize that there's a lot of things that come into play besides just knowing the game. Your actual reactions and what your opponents are thinking about, right? I play a lot of the games where I think of combinations available and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe they wouldn't try it at this particular point of time, right? That was like the worst position possible. If you lost the fight there, you would have lost the game. Or they were really open. But Zhihong called out for the team in a split second and got the first catch. And this is where combinations look. Everyone there in the air for days. I did not sign up for a plane ticket.
Yeah, but you're flying in this one, right? And it looks like this is that last team fight where they, again, just clean them up. And look at how fast they go. I mean, JR had so much damage that they were just munching down towers. It was just so quick. And again, they were trying to just be like, oh, let us respawn. They were not giving any time.
JR took that quadra kill right over there. Congratulations goes to him. Mara is on stage over there with Zhihong. Let's hear what they have to say.
Zhihong, congratulations. You know, last year you were almost there, but this year might be your year as you've made it to the top 8. Tell us about the growth and the main difference with what you guys did with your team to improve this much this year.
We just do more practice, do more scrim, do more rank, and the most important is we just trust each other more.
So you basically just kept on working harder and you gave more trust with each other. Now, amongst the 4 teams that have qualified, which team do you have your eye on and why? Because last time you were doing your fearless prediction. We want another one right now.
I think it's GK Esports because we just face ROC but we lose, and we know that GK is a very strong Malaysia team, MKL team, so we want to face GK to prove that we are Malaysia #1.
So you want to face a fellow Malaysian team. Now all the Aurora fans and MKL fans are watching. What do you have to say to them?
Thanks for your support, even though we lose to RC, but I think every failure means growing, so we will come back stronger. Thank you.
I think as long as a Malaysian team wins, you will still get the MKL fan support. But for the Aurora fans, make sure to keep on supporting them. You've heard it from Zhihong. Now we're going to hear from our casters. Lead the Gorge.
Every defeat is an opportunity to grow. Even Aurora Gaming understands that. They know that they didn't have the best performances, but they're looking forward to just take on not only ROC Rock Esports, but GK Esports as well.
Yeah, and actually, from that interview, I kind of learned why you're taller than me, because you had a lot more failures. It's because you had more potential to grow, huh?
Yes, and I'll add on one more lesson. You know, we're kind of like in a classroom now. You know when a teacher is looking for an answer to a question, avoiding? That's exactly what...
Well played, right?
Yeah.
I just dodged your question.
Because he was talking about who potentially would pick them.
He
did not mention the KPL teams. He's kind of like, hey,
of course.
look at me, we're going to fight this one out. But you know, things don't really go the way you want all the time. So I'm wondering who will choose Aurora.
Nobody wants to choose Aurora. I am completely sure about that. That is going to be the last pick that they were going to have. There's a lot of different things that are going to happen. Today, we're going to have one more match. Tomorrow, we're going to have 2 more tickets over there to the top 8. This is going to be an amazing day. We have a lot more things going on. Fellas, what do you think? In this game, INF just dropped it over there in the last minute.
I do agree. I think that Influence Rage had everything going their way. This is probably a game that they will look back on and be like, oh my God, we made so many mistakes and we botched it in the very, very end, right before we crossed the finish line.
Complete disagreement. I think INF played really well, and this is not their mistake. This is the strength of Aurora. They just knew when to pull the combination at the right time. It literally was that split-second decision that changed the whole fate for INF.
It's Influence Rage. You're not going to be like, okay, these are the mistakes that I made. You're just going to be like, oh yeah, that team's just better than me.
I mean,
look at you avoiding your problems, huh?
I'm not being avoided. Sometimes you have to take a look at life from a different perspective.
All right.
That seemed like the case to me.
Okay, but as we go on, this is one where, again, they took the lessons. I think that, Influence Rage can have a lot to build on here.
All right. What about if we move into a short break, and then when we come back, it's going to be our last match of the day. is going to be Nemesis against Boom Esports.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House for far, blow the house down.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. I'm Isaac Peña, I'm your host, and we're going to bring you the action of our match 4 for today. It's going to be Team Nemesis against Boom Esports. I know that Sagi has been on rank the whole day, and as Trihon said, every defeat is an opportunity to grow. Sagi, how has your rank been going?
You know what? My rank's been pretty good, you know. Oh, I grew pretty tall. Nah, just kidding. It's just a bit of a comedy effect for the broadcast here, Vlad.
Absolutely, absolutely. I thought I was going to have to, like, get my neck ready to keep looking up at you for the whole entire stream, but I'm glad you come back down to my level.
I mean, this is just like, you know, my usual. It's like, I'm just looking up.
That's it.
Want to give us a taste of how is Sagi's life every day. Well, Sagi, sadly, INF it says goodbye to us. Influence Rage already on their way back home. Sadly for them, this is going to be the end. Aurora Gaming had the opportunity to go and crush their dreams.
I mean, to be honest, you have to give props over to Influence Rage, right? This is a team that's made it all the way from the play-ins. I mean, the play-in stage, we were always talking about that the entry out of it actually was quite a high one, considering it's a play-in stage.
And I'm telling you, in no match in the whole KWC 2026, INF looked like they didn't have a chance. In every single match, they looked like they had an opportunity. Even in this one against Aurora Gaming.
I think from those games as well, especially when we look back into the Rock Esports matchup, yes, they lost, but they got a convincing victory. And then coming into that series against Aurora Gaming, up until the final moment, they were in so much control. Just unfortunately, you have to end the game.
Well, what about if we jump into our match 4 for today? Team Nemesis against Boom Esports. This is gonna be a rematch. They've already played against each other. Team Nemesis already with a 2-0 big win against Boom Esports is what sent them over here to the lower bracket. Team Nemesis, after losing against GK Esports, do you think that they can bounce back?
I mean, they got to try to, right? But they also think what they got to try and make an improvement on is the fact that Team Nemesis had the longest game as well with GK, right? 28 minutes and 35 seconds. And to be honest, the series we just saw with Boom Esports, most of those games were quite a long length. So we could be in for a marathon.
I think that is an extremely good point, Blam, considering the fact that they went toe-to-toe with GK Esports, second place of MKL. They are already long and gone in towards the playoffs here. For both of these two teams, if you were to analyze their previous series, it was actually pretty close as well. Boom Esports in control for the first 70% of the game. Then they found an opportunity from the side of Nemesis to come back in towards those moments here. For Team Nemesis, this is the exact lineup: L, CC, Jurl, TNX, and Tough Z.
These 5 guys, who do you give the ball to?
For me personally, we saw his performance, right? Just before the crystal was about to get taken down, he got that ace. This is about TNX show.
I think so as well. TNX, CC, these two players has been amazing, right? And TNX, he brought out the lamp pick. Yes, it lost, but it had so much highlight moments in one of the longest games that we had in KWC. For CC, he's the Devara merchant.
Yes.
TNX in the last game against Boom Esports with the Nutra and the Luna pick. Two of those heroes that they have great access to the backline, so it might be the same strategy today against Boom Esports again.
I feel so too, but I mean, I feel like there's also going to be a bleeding of the identity that we've been seeing within the drafts for this entire day, right? Like, maybe the IKL is holding something here that's going to make it sure they get past this final hurdle against the PKL team.
They definitely need to whip out whatever they have in store in the arsenal, in the loot box. Bring it out. It's like, okay, guys, this is the draft sheet. This is the game plan. This is what sends us into the playoffs.
The IKL and the PKL, their beef or their competition has always been there. Like, the history takes us to the beginnings of Honor of Kings. But this game is going to have a little bit more of a value for Boom Esports. If they are to win this match, they're going to be the first PKL team making it into the top 8 of our KWC history. So this kind of pressure on their shoulders, is it going to crush them or is it going to help them to lift them up, Lam?
Well, we know they like to be in the lower bracket, right? We've already seen that they performed in the first series in the lower bracket.
Yes.
And obviously having this history just lie in front of them, I feel like it is going to be enough to prop them up and try and ride this lower bracket into the playoffs.
It's about the hungry wolves performing under the pressure, right?
Yep.
And they come from a very long history in the HOK Esports ecosystem, being one of the first few teams coming in from Philippines, representing PKL in international tournaments here. First ever PKL Spring Champions. Now, can they be the first ever PKL team qualifying for the top 8 in EWC history?
I am really looking forward to that. I know that this is going to be the Danny and Carl show. When we think about Danny and Carl right now and the way that they need to be playing, what hero picks do we have over there that could give them an advantage?
I mean, we saw it already, right? The Jing, that was a fantastic one for Carl. In terms of, obviously, decisivity, it's definitely what we need to be seeing Carl on, kind of being able to lead the charge, but also bring out the results within these team fights, right? Getting those takedowns, getting into the backline, especially if we start to see picks like the Lorian and strong backlines like, I don't know, like an Aaron or anything like that. You know, you want to see that deleted and out of a team fight.
Pretty good point, Bland, where it's all about giving Carl that room to access towards the backline on picks that you mentioned, like Jing, Luna, then the mid and roam. We've seen a tournament favorite thus far on the mid and roam 2v2 section. It's the Lorian and Zhang Fei. These two picks, that CC galore, has been amazing thus far.
Yeah, it all depends on who gets that Zhang Fei first game, right? Because we saw it in the last series for Boom. They got Zhang Fei game number 1, denied it for every other game for the side of
BCG, right?
BCG, exactly. Yes, they weren't able to get that one. So that may have been a big factor into their loss.
Boom Esports already played today the Princess Frost and Liang combo in there. That is still available right now over here, but maybe Team Nemesis has already done their homework and prepped for that.
And Team Nemesis is one of the few teams that has played against that combination for a few times. They've seen DK do it against DCG.
Yes.
They've seen Boom did it against DCG. So they're like, is this the tournament meta? Is Liang Frost what we need to be playing, or do we have a counter towards it?
You know what? I wouldn't even put it in the meta. I would say that it's one of the most common tools as we move right now into the group stages. In the play-ins, we didn't see much of that, but as we moved into the group stages, it has been there every single day.
Yeah, I feel like it's just down to the fact is obviously people were just thinking that maybe it's just the Guan Yu that's going to be the good counter against that big combo. But like we saw with DCG, obviously the Dune is not as good as a substitute. It does the win slash, it gets the knock up, it disrupts it, but the Lorien as well has also been able to just disrupt that from the back line. So as long as you maintain that like dual tank meta, you'd be looking to use the Lorien to just kind of get levitated in the air and basically cancel it, that CC.
Like one takes it in and then the other is like, okay, let me disengage you, let me put you back into proper health. And I like the Lorien suggestion that you mentioned. It's not only about bursting the backline, it's also about setting up some of these team fights for the team fight history.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, match number 4 is on the way. Team Nemesis is going to be on the blue side. Boom Esports is going to be in the red. Blam, Saggy, break this down for us, please.
Oh, I mean, it's definitely the biggest weight of the lower bracket, right? This is the final best of 3 for either one of these two teams. We've already put the gravity into perspective here for Boom Esports that this could create history for the PKL region, but not only themselves, but it is the time distance within the IKL matchup as well, right? They are always partnered up. They are always looking for a rival within these international stages.
And it also goes down to history where why is it always in an elimination match?
Yep.
We see an IKL team going up against a PKL team. And so far, if we were to go down towards the matchup history, if we look into series format, KIS4, Nemesis or Dominator, they beat Boom Esports in a 3-2 fashion. And in recent BO3, in this specific group, they beat them 2-0 as well. Second time's the charm, or in the third time, can Boom bring it back against Nemesis in this crucial BO3?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different Boom this time. It's a different Boom. It's a different flavor. Let's see if it's going to be packing enough power to actually do that. But it is the Guan Yu coming out here for the Tufts here on Team Nemesis. So I feel like that's already kind of thrown off that Princess Frost and Liang. I mean, generally we don't see in game number 1 anyway, because we go back to the picks that we're talking about. Obviously, the Zhangfei, the Lorien. Those are the ones you really want to be looking at in the first game of the series.
Those are very good points, right? And I've talked to some of the pro players, the coaches here. They all mentioned to me like, hey, how do you counter Lorien? Simple. Either you outrange him, which is not a higher, or you hard engage on him. And so far, if you check out the Nemesis draft, you have the Lapu Lapu, that ultimate flash, or the Guan Yu flanking towards the backline. These are key tools in allowing this specific combo and dismantling potentially Tatsuri in that mid lane Lorien.
Yeah, you've not only got the aggression from the front, you've got it from behind. It's really hard to kind of navigate that when you've already got that in the back of your mind that you can get touched out either those two times. But we do see a bit of a respect ban here for the Lamb, right? Obviously, TNX, we've already seen a great performance, and that just kind of shifts the conversation into that identity that we see these teams bringing into the latter stage of the group stage. Lamb has not been played by anybody else but TNX so far within this KWC.
I think it's about paying respect, like you mentioned, where we saw how TNX was able to perform on that Lamb against GK Musang King. And Musang King is one of the few junglers that has been with us since 2024, and he is one of the players to perfectly showcase what Agudo is capable of. So you've seen that matchup, you're like, okay, that's pretty tough. Let's just ban it away, save any worries in case that, oh, Lam is a bad pick, Lam is a non-meta pick. Nah, scratch that. TNX can play it, so let's ban it away.
Absolutely. Just complete respect within the draft here, but it's going to be the final 2 picks up here for the side of Team Nemesis. And they're feisty ones, right? Obviously, we've got the Nerds into the jungle. So again, just more dive onto the backline. So Lorien's really going to be kind of like hiding his head between his shoulders, as well as Danny on the flowball marksman. There's going to be a lot of pushing, shoving around here with this third pick onto the side of Team Nemesis. Also creating, again, just another layer of frontline. But then we have the burst potential from CC on the Eren.
I like the Eren and also the Nutza. And Nutza is one of those key heroes that has been consistently picked out in trying to counter the Lorien or Flowball Marksman. Once you see them show on the map, you just immediately pop Skyfall, charge right towards him, and if it's a fed Nutza, it immediately takes down like what 70% of your HP by contact.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hard one to come across. I mean, we've saw it already today so far with the Nerd set, but it's been into the Clash lane. Obviously, having that execute means that you're just able to kind of find that low health target. You know you've got the Skyfall. You know you're going to land on the execute. And it's pretty much going to get the wipe out there for them. But we saw towards the end there, that cheeky Umbrosa pickup here for the side of Boom Esports. Miggy once again just kind of molding his identity onto the team.
I think for the specific Umbrosa pick, right?
Yep.
If you have the Undying ultimate and you pop the Spike Mill and just charge right towards the face of CC, he's gonna be like, do I cancel my ultimate or do I just run? But I can't outrun an Umbrosa, so what do I do?
Exactly, yeah. You just kind of hoping that somebody on the front line of Team Nemesis, whether it be the Nerds or whether it be the Guan Yu, just try and like, you know what, you have got the Undying, but we're just going to basically shift you in a position. So when the Undying timer comes up, you just get that burst damage from CC on the Aaron, right?
And stakes have never been this high, Blam. Another PKL team going up against an IKL team. Yes, we talk about how Nemesis has repeatedly beat Boom Esports in different settings, but Boom Esports has had a really good track record in eliminating IKL teams from KIC, from previous iteration of the events, and coming in towards this tournament. Can they bring that momentum that they have against the IKL teams in such an important elimination match?
You can only hope so, because I mean, the guys in the in-game chat have definitely been voting for Team Nemesis, right? Obviously, the IKL region have definitely come out in force here to try and put that pit into the favor of Team Nemesis. So we really need to see some support from the PKL fans in the chat. Bring it into game to see if we can neutralize those votes in the pit and give it over to your team. But like you said there, Sagi, the stakes have never been higher. This is elimination game for Team Nemesis and Boom Esports.
So far in towards this early game, very standard start coming in from both the Farm and Roamers. You're just trying to control that bottom side, but that's the strength of the higher, right, Blam? Fast grave clear of that triple spell one, immediately converting that mid lane push priority into that easy pickup for CC on the fire leaf.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see why, like, we know that Guan Yu, obviously, Tuff's there, having a lot of damage taken top side of the map, though. But down to the bot side, it seems like the pressure's just kind of being equalized across the gorge, right? They're just trying to make sure that they get some kind of early lead in either of these side lanes. Really, you don't want to give it over to Tuffs on the Guan Yu, because it gives up so much potential there.
And Jurl is on fire right now. He stole away 2 camps coming in from the red side jungle here. So that's going to be a pretty good goalie in this specific early game. Right now, coming back towards this specific mid lane 3v3. Who will pull the trigger here? At the very least, we do see Zhangfei going to the bottom side. So this priority easily will be picking up by Team Nemesis.
Yeah. Team Nemesis getting the farm lane priority here now. Obviously, we know that Glorian wasn't quite level 4-ish there yet, so I feel like maybe if Boom had just a little bit more time on their side, that I feel like the engage would have been in the mid lane for themselves. But like you're saying, those stole away the camps for Jurl is clearly kind of created this lead here as well. That knock up there onto Tatsuri. I feel like they're just trying to bait somebody onto the side of Team Nemesis into the jungle, so maybe then we start to see the wraparound here for Danny.
That could be the case, right? And if they can actually bait him in, and Tatsuri gets like a beautiful knockup with the help of the Agudo furball bounce, maybe that's like probably like a 4-second crowd control that could be pretty insane in locking down a specific target. But bottom side, Danny takes so much damage from CC.
Yes, I mean, Aaron hurts no matter what part of the game, right? Especially if you are a squishy hero within Honor of Kings. You really want to be kind of giving that over to your tank there. We do see, obviously, L having a bit of head time there, thanks to Tatsuri on the Lori, and just trying to just deny any kind of like formation down to the bot side, because we've been seeing time and time again, just trying to create some kind of dive here, dive potential for your enemy team.
It goes to the point where you have TNX on that Ring of Fire into that Skyfall. So if Danny overtrades its health bar and Jurl and TNX just comes down with all their ultimates, it could be pretty disaster here, because we know the Flowbar Marksman, yes, amazing level 12, amazing 4 item power spike, but if you get shut down early, you can't hit those item power spike at the important timers.
Exactly. Speaking of important timers, we do get the Spark for Dagger being built here for CC on the Aaron, so we're obviously going to get that attack speed, we're going to get that little bit of a zap damage, actually a little bit of wave clear potential here for obviously making those pokes just a little bit more onto the side of Boom Esports, but we are slowly but surely approaching that 4-minute mark. Now, trying to build some pressure down to the bot side.
Now, Blan, you play farm lane, right? How do you like this Aaron versus Flowbar Marksman matchup?
I mean, early to mid, for me, I feel like, obviously, Flowbar Marksman has the power, but the fact is the health bar is just never there, right? So you're able to use your first skill just to kind of like poke him, slow him down. I like the Aaron more.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Like, CC, if you are on the side of Aaron, your all-in is stronger than the floorboard marksman, but if the floorboard marksman utilizes a range advantage and then just slowly chunk you up, then it's more of like a skill matchup per se, right?
Absolutely. 4 minutes on the mark here now for these two teams. We already see Nemesis make a good sure start here for the Tyrants. We see the Rapturous pipe being built here for TNX as well, so obviously the damage onto these monster objectives are going to be a little bit more of a pain game here for the side of Nemesis, and able to claim that Tyrant means that already TNX has had an actually really good start, because every time I keep looking over to these two portraits, he has the level advantage already. And to be fair, Carl should be one with the level advantage, because the clear for Agudo is a lot faster.
Fully agree, right? With the furball, you get to travel the map significantly faster here. So props to TNX. Not only could he like secure an objective, but he's also keeping up on the farm, thanks to the fact that L and also Gerald are stacking up those mid lane minion waves, making sure that, hey, TNX, come over to mid lane. It's just farm galore here. That's what you can see from the goalie. 500 already over the side of TNX against his opponent Carl.
You can already see what kind of position this has put Boom Esports into, right? They're playing very defensive in their own jungle, but you can see Jolie's here being a lot more riskier to be like, you know what, if I just land skill 1 at the perfect time, maybe Carl doesn't have the spike, maybe we're able to get that blue buff, but there it is, the landing of the Unbridled Outburst, but CC has the flash. But that means this could be the next game state for the side of Boom Esports. They know Aaron has very little escapability now.
Yeah, burning the flash due to an over-aggression here coming in from the side of Team Nemesis. With the help of the growth realization and Wild Growth, that tower towards the bottom lane could be a free and easy pickup coming in from Boom Esports to potentially open up the game. But Tough Z in a position here. If they find a rotation coming from Danny, that could be big.
Yes, absolutely. Skyfall here onto Miggy. Me still has his ultimate though. He has the Undying, so it's okay. They have to clear topside minion wave, but we did see a bit of a go for the T1 down bot side. Obviously, the minions are going to get it for Boom Esports, but I feel like Team Nemesis have just kind of played this on two fronts. They've gone for topside aggression and also the mid lane, so both of those T1s there in those two lanes mentioned are already pretty low.
And it's interesting, right? The Boom Esports that we think they love to fight, but judging from their game starting from group stage all the way to the elimination decider match, the Suzo bootcamp that they went for Honor of Kings Esports camp definitely did some level of improvement on Boom's esports playstyle. It's not to say that it's not Boom Esports, but it's a different level of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's a new... They're changing their identity, right? Like, they're not kind of just completely throwing what they already do and what their strengths are. They're kind of like, okay, we got our strengths, but how can we implement the knowledge we got from that bootcamp and basically form it into a better, reformed Boom Esports? And it's showing here, right?
I think it's going to be a very good story if, and only if, either of these teams win, and then they start advancing as a better team. But take a look at mid lane.
Oh, yes. Already big aggression here. TNX just pushing them away, just making sure the game state as well. I mean, oh my goodness. Tatsuri took a lot of damage too fast, too quick, and first blood goes over to TNX.
TNX gonna be comfortable on that one right now. The little fire burn coming in from Nerza, something you're like, am I okay? I have 5% HP. And then it starts taking down. It's like, no. Blow it out. No, don't take me down. And then it gets me, you know?
Yeah, it's already too late. Yeah. I mean, the fact that obviously the Blazing Capes item now, the second tier one, doesn't do that. Like, having the nerd set just kind of replenishes and replaces that. But something that's not going to get replaced right now is the T1 into mid, T1 topside. Boom Esports, their base is surely, but slowly now opening up for the side of Team Nemesis.
It's going so well for the IKL second place. They got mid tower, got Tatsuri, cause and effect, converted into a Crimson Golem Invade and that top turret here. Yes, Boom Esports did trade one turret here, but take a look at the goalie. It's already 2,000 healthy coming in from Team Nemesis, only with one kill.
Exactly. I mean, it's been a low-kill game, therefore they can't really contest these team fights. They've not really been going in favor of Boom Esports. We're still waiting for that return, or at least a reaction here from them, right? Because now, they're still playing defensively, but it's now cost them their T1 lineup here. But there into the back line is going to be Earl with the rising tide. Can they get anything here on the side of Team Boom Esports? Is going to be the case here, but the Mirage is put through as well. Draw survives, and now it's going to be Miggy into the back line, getting that pickoff. So 1 for 2, actually 1 for 0. That's an improvement here.
Yeah, crucial mistake coming in from Team Nemesis. They want to capitalize on the gold advantage and push for that Azure Golden here. But my idea is Juro ulting Draw, and Draw was like patient. Once the Moonscape Mirage ends, then let's use the ultimate to re-engage. And Nemesis, they acknowledge the fact, and CC is down.
Oh, he's laid up in the air. The Undying comes through, but I don't think it's going to be enough to catch on to CC here. Oh! no! It's the shove with that first skill here from the Umbrosa that gets him. The Unbridled Airburst here from Draw is phenomenal. The Stampede come through to try and stop Tough into place. Keep Danny alive because we've lost Tatsuri and we've lost Carl.
TNX is just doing every single thing, and I love the assistant coming in from L, dropping that Redemption Shield, dropping the crowd control, making sure that, hey, you want to come from my farm lane, you will be staying here with me. And towards the backline, once your team is so overly diving onto these specific targets here, your formation just splits up, allowing TNX to simultaneously get Tatsuri and also Carl in that team fight. Take a look at this. Undying goes through. No mana. Can't use the spell. Redemption stalls a lot of time. Finds the trade-off here, but at the backline, TNX just having so much fun with the double carries on the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, no, he's definitely playing this Nurture very well, right? Obviously, we've already seen big performances so far with like the jungler of VP showing how this is done, right? But the one time Boom really struggles in teamfights is when they are split apart. Because when they win together, they win as a family, but when they split apart, they find it so difficult to get back together, especially when you got a Guan Yu, especially when you've got the nerds that just keeping you all apart.
It's like coming in from so many different angles here, and Raw, he already expended his Unbridled Outburst prior towards that, so it's going to be difficult actually defending it. 10 minutes on the clock right now. Both teams wants to play for this specific objective at the Shadow Tire. Unbridled Outburst goes through.
It goes through, connects onto none, basically being used as a zone here. We do see, obviously, the Skyfall coming in from TNX. He's just looking to make sure that Danny's like, okay, I need to go back, guys. We got somebody falling in on me here. Draw is soaking up a lot of that damage. They don't have the tide turning. Unbridled Outburst. He doesn't have the health bars now. He cannot come back with a second win. The burst damage comes through here for CC, but he has too much time. Suspended in the air. Tatsuri picks up the kill. Tufts is looking pretty low as well. They are looking for some kind of pickup here, and it's going to be Tatsuri. This Lorian needs a little bit of room. TNX is doing so much damage, but just not claiming anything more for the team here.
Shadow Tyrant secured for the side of Team Nemesis, and how did TNX survive that? He didn't even pop his Blood Rage. He baited off Carl, Danny, and Draw to look at him while simultaneously drawing time for CC and Draw to escape towards safety here. What a play coming in from TNX.
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, the fact is when people say tanks can't carry, but then look at 4-0-0 here for the side of TNX, I kind of say, no, you just need to do better with what you have. But we do see, obviously, Tatsuri and Miggy now back up onto the gorge here. They are down the Shadow Tyrant. Team fights are necessarily going to be going into the favor of Team Nemesis, so I feel like once again, Boom's kind of just been shoved back into this defensive position, and they're finding it hard to come out of there.
Now let's check out the replay here, Blan, what exactly happened. So Tatsuri gets isolated by the side of TNX. Look at TNX. He popped the ultimate Skyfall onto his Carl, bait a 3-man to look at him while Jurl finishes up the 1v1 with the Umbrosa in the Mirage here, and the Undying wears up at the weirdest time possible, allowing the side of Jurl to get a free pick and easy kill.
Yeah, speaking of free picks, it looks like it's going to be a free pick of the Shadow Overlord here as well. Team Nemesis, once again, just kind of trying to set up that center stage for themselves in this game number one. It's very difficult for them to actually try and make this come back into the favor of Boom Esports using the Arrow Storm there. Danny's able to do a lot of damage onto L, but I feel like that's what the whole problem is, or actually the result of Team Nemesis wanted was just make sure L is just going to be like, okay, we're buying space. We need to get the Overlord.
They open up the space like, okay, I see everyone, so Carl can't steal it. Tatsuri doesn't find like a beautiful knockout for a specific engage, so he did his job. He popped back to the fountain here. He's coming back for more. Now, Boom Esports, they're not totally out of the game. If they can land a wombo combo on the Lorian, on the Zhang catch it onto a CC, that could be a big turning point. And also the full-blown marksman, we know about this. One of the best late game farm lanes here available in Honor of Kings. So Boom Esports fans, don't worry. But Nemesis fans, you don't have to worry as well, because if they nail this push, they can potentially get the game.
I think everyone needs to start worrying when the next team fight happens, right? Like, that's the point when you start worrying, depending on who comes in on top of that one. But I think with a wave clear potential here from Boom Esports, if it's only one minion wave crashing in, I don't think it's going to be a problem for them as well.
I fully agree, right? They need to make sure that simultaneously all 3 waves are coming in for their towers, so you can get more return on investment, I would say. You can get all the towers, you get the jungle monsters, thus improving your goal lead further for the upcoming Shadow Tyrant fight.
Yeah, you see, obviously, just putting around here, we see that Miggy's just trying to keep man-check onto the side of Tubbs, but then, this is the beauty of the Skyfall. You're able just to kind of swoop in like Superman and come and help your teammates. T2 into the mid lane does fall. But Boom, it's looking shaky, right? Obviously, he said don't worry, but I'm starting to worry.
I'm starting to worry too because there's just no initiative or proactive plays coming in from Boom Esports to realistically bring them back into an equal footing here.
Yep.
I'm worrying, are they going to take the Shadow Tyrant fight? It could be a big gamble, but if they nail it off, just maybe they can fight a ray of hope back in towards this game one.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because obviously they can use the Gorge mobilization, right? Just obviously launch Furball into the pit, then try and get the smite. Obviously then fly in with the dash that you get once you're mounted from Furball. But it's going to take a lot, and it could actually be sacrificing a lot as well. Speaking of sacrificing, it's going to be TNX into the back line, just putting pressure onto Danny. Danny has to flash over the wall, but it's going to be the Splendor that keeps Tatsuri alive for now. But it's going to be the Warhorse into the back line. L picks off Draw. The front line of Boom Esports is falling here as well. Miggy looking pretty low. Tubbs picking up the double kill. It is Team Nemesis once again coming for that revenge as well. CC with the burn. Takedown. It's an ace for Team Nemesis.
And it just came in so clutch from the side of Clubs, from the side of TNX, finding the proper members in all these team fights. They left no crumbs for Boom. They swept Boom in that team fight with a 1-for-5 exchange. They claim game one, and they're one step closer to that top 8 finish.
It's looking like basically the upper bracket once again, right? Like, if Boom Esports don't make the correct preparations in this game number 2, and to be honest, they are already at a worse standing because they've lost the Lori and lost the Zhang Fei like they had in game number 1 to secure them that victory. They now need to think of something that's going to make it work even better than that combo that they had.
It's really worrying, alarming indeed, because yes, it's a BO3, but you want to structure your composition to the best of the best available in the best of 3, and through expending such strong heroes, you couldn't make the game close, and that was a dominating win, I would say, coming in from Nemesis, especially in towards the late game.
And not to say that obviously Nemesis draft was cheap, right? Like that had quite a few expensive picks, especially like the likes of the Guan Yu as well. I mean, Eren seems to be quite not the big kind of go for. Obviously, you have the Aoi and you have the Ali still available, but definitely one of the big makers within that farm lane.
And the I think that the Lorian and the Tramfei pick together and just from Boom Esports, not taking the victory in there is gonna really hurt them in the next game.
I fully feel that if you draft something of a Lorian and Zhang Fei but couldn't find the aggressive end along with the Agudo, it really hurts your draft. And it not only hurts your draft, also your confidence, because you're being given over so much combat tools, but you aren't able to find success in team fights. That is a big blow towards Boom Esports.
All right, but let's just break it down. Like, what is the reason that they couldn't actually take advantage of that? It comes down to their own mistakes, or Team Nemesis actually understood how to really break them apart?
I think it was just Team Nemesis just basically putting the pressure on, right? Obviously, they weren't allowing any kind of like reactivity. There was like, okay, guys, if they get a kind of any inch, they're going to take a mile, and that's what we're just not affording to do here.
I fully agree on that statement, right? Yes, Boom Esports, they didn't play the best game, but it's not entirely their fault for this loss. It's more to say that Team Nemesis played their composition to a very high level. It's not about just team fights. Take a look at the early game later on where CC and L won the 2v2. Jero came down, got them the objective play, and then they converted that into map movement, lane wins. And even though you saw that few moments in towards the lane, you're like, oh, trade-offs, kills, trade-off, kills. Take a look at TNX. He's just having fun with the double marksman composition. He's like, hey, you're down.
Yeah, it's a lot harder when you've got like your jungler, the shot caller. He doesn't have to be necessarily present to make that fight happen. He's just going to be the moving piece. He's just going to be the king sliding across the board, you know, just to get the takedown here and put pressure onto the backline of Boom, which is what we were saying in the draft, right? If the pressure is there, it's kind of already a non-starter.
And due to the meta of this tournament with the abundance of Lorian, Zhang Fei, and also a late game carry like the Global Marksman, we start to see more of this late game full damage Nutza that's like just aiming in one specific target and just charging towards them for that big chunk of damage.
Because they know what they need to do, right? Obviously, they know that if the Flowbomb Marksman scales, it means it's probably at the behest of TNX scaling on the Nurtza, whereas if the Nurtza scales, it's because the pressure's been put onto Danny, you know?
Yeah, what can actually Boom Esports do in Game 2? Yes, back then in the previous series that they played, it was rather close. Boom Esports holding on towards the early mid game, getting those objectives, building those lead, but failing at the final moments because they couldn't end the game. But coming in towards this rematch, Nemesis looks like they are in a lot of control over the side of Boom Esports.
Nemesis does look like the bigger team at this moment, but we know that Boom Esports can bounce back. Next game is going to decide everything. If Team Nemesis takes the dub, they're going to make it into the top 8. Let's go for a break, and when we come back, the action of Game 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back. This is going to be Game 2 between Team Nemesis and Boom Esports. Boom Esports, the PKL champions, at the edge of the abyss. One little push and they might just fall, and their KWC run is going to come to an end, Sagi.
Well, that's the difficult part, right? You already have a PKL team beat goodbye to the stage today, which is Titan Esports Club, which they just lost just now in their previous series here. So you don't want to afford another one, which is their champions. PKL Spring 2026, back-to-back spring champions, just bowing out a tournament like this. That's going to be really sad and stressful, especially if you're a PKL fan.
Yeah, like I said, with the start of the show, right? Obviously, this can be a very sad morning for the PKL region. Because like Sai said, TEC lost. Boom, after that game, they weren't quite having the foot that they needed into this one, right? We was always talking about Carl in the previous series being the front foot, being someone on the Gudo, being able to actually dictate the tempo. It just was never dictated. It was always just crushed by Team Nemesis.
Fully agreed, right? It's just sad to see this sort of style, but that's the thing. We talk about style. You can always change up the style. We know Carl. He's not the Agudo type, the tank type. He can play them, but when we talk about Carl coming in from Boom Esports, it's about the jungle assassins. Bring me the Luna, bring me the Jing. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the switch up they need to do, right? Obviously, maybe try and go for something that's maybe a bit of a pocket pick, because if you don't pick it now, you've then got to live with the regret that your tournament life has finished there. You could have gone for this, but instead you played it safe.
Yeah, it's like you're on a plane 16 or 15 hours back to your home country, be it Philippines, and then you're like, man, maybe the last game I should have picked Jing or Luna instead of like Flowborn Tank.
Oh, that's such a long flight.
Right.
That is such a long flight.
Can't relate.
Wow.
At 46 minutes or something like that, as soon as I'm over in the air, I'm back there. Before I could even actually have that thought of doubt, I'm like, you know what, I'm off the plane, I'm going back home, see ya, you know.
You know, it's not going to be that kind of story for Boom Esports, right? Why are we so sad right now? Nemesis, they look good game one, but we've seen where teams bounce back from a game one loss and make it a reverse sweep. We've seen that, right, from Group B, where INF took game one against Rock Esports, and then INF just proceed to lose back-to-back games.
Yeah, I mean, INF definitely looked like they were going to try and take that one, obviously, last series, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. It was obviously one against the top dogs of MKL, but we're looking at the top dog of PKL, and that is Boom Esports. Obviously, they lost game 1 here. Draft-wise, they're making sure that, obviously, L is not going to be able to get that Jung Fei, because we all know how feisty it is. We know that L's used the Lapu Lapu as well, so if we're going to commit to that kind of tank meta into this BO3, it has to be the Liempo.
Liempo does sound pretty good, right? But there is also the concern is like, do you need a tank roam? What are you trying to play? Are you going to put Maggie on those Clash lane tanks and then allow Carl to play the jungle assassin? We've seen iterations of those, right? Where jungle goes assassin, roamer goes like some form of like a Diadea or an Anna, then your tank comes in the form of the Clash lane.
I mean, we saw Jill on the higher last game, right? And that to me already sort of like showed signs of like this pressure just by taking away one of the side of Boom Esports, mostly, notably Mickey, right? And a lot of those team fights. But now he's on piloting the Lorian. Obviously, Boom Esports weren't able to get the win with this pick. But Team Nemesis are looking to put the final nail in the coffin, right?
Yeah. And this is a good change from Boom Esports. It's like game 1, it's like, oh, let's play combo. Let's play 3v3, 5v5s, like multi-man knockups, right? Now, this game itself is like, okay, before we reach to that stage, let's play strong laning phase. You have the Lone, you have the Mozi. This is a very strong 2v2 matchup. Whatever farming that you pick, you need to make sure that your roam has a form of healing property that can actually keep you in lane. And then, that's not all. They also drafted the Charlotte, which is an amazing pick into the Byron in the mid game.
Yeah, but I mean, also these 2 picks into the side lane are very late, right? They're very late game orientated, but I do love that pick up here of the Motsu for draw, right? Obviously, we saw him using the flash, using that think inside the box against DCG. Like, that was probably one of the common denominators in that game too, even though they didn't win it. It was the thing that kind of drew them all the way to that late game.
I fully agree, right? These are the things that we need. It's like, okay, we think about the late game, but how do we get to the late game? And there comes the Mozi here. Yeah, high risk, high reward. You don't really have a front line, but at the very least, this Mozi helps you set up a strong mid lane 3v3 or bot side 2v2. And then when you win those lanes, you convert that pressure into your jungle, into your mid lane, moving around the map, expanding that goal lead and map pressure.
This is very interesting. Obviously, we got the Lorian onto the side of Team Nemesis. Normally, the 2 picks we go for is either the Garuda or a Xiao Xiao. With those 2 picks taken off the board, what do you reckon Boom Esports is go-to here in the mid laners?
That's a very good question, right? Maybe we look into things like the Princess Frost. That could be a case here. Or Angela is pretty niche, but still workable with a Mozi. But that takes a lot of combination and mastery on the roam and also mid lane.
Absolutely. I mean, Angela, you don't really want to burst out here. You're looking towards, obviously, Team Nemesis. They only have really Byron to be that strong front line, right? Like, he's the one you're going to be trying to catch. Or if it's played like Highline, you're kind of playing like Angela, like an assassin in that way, right? Like, that's a really good chance here, a really good style here for the side of Boom Esports.
Now, I'm interested to see, with so many of the mid lanes gone in this specific pool, we see like, what, 4 mid lane bans, Lorian being picked away. What is available for Tatsuri in that mid lane? You reckon he goes for like a surprise carry pick? Oh, it's going to be the Angel Lines
There
low.
it is.
Amazing.
There it is.
Very strong.
I mean, it definitely slows down the engage, right? If you land that second skill perfectly, it really kind of just throws the entire tempo off for the enemy team. So I really hope that's going to be the case here for Tatsuri. I feel like it's really big shoes and a really big burden of responsibility to be had with that one. But when it's paired with something like the Motsu, I feel like it's easier to get those catches, right? Cannon Blast, then second skill, you slow down.
I remember it's back to our conversation in the green room where you mentioned to me like, yeah, some ultimates like Zhang Fei Lorian, it's more costly to throw it at the enemy, and if you miss, you feel bad. But Angela and Mozi is like, 8 seconds,
spam,
I hit,
spam.
I don't hit, we'll wait for the next rotation.
Yeah. And I feel like it does complement a little bit more now that the next pick comes through here for the side of Team Nemesis. You have kind of like your prime target if you're trying to be that anti-tank mage, right? Dream Roam comes through, you pop the Blazing Brilliance, there's no real follow-up to the back line. You're going to just use that Blazing Brilliance just to chop down the health bars of the Lorian as well as their marksman.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially where Boom Esports, they are shifting up their draft a lot. I like the strong 3v3 control that they are generating. Yes, last game is more about the Wombo combo, but how do you get to the Wombo combo if you lose out the early game? So this time around, they're like, okay guys, strong level 4, let's play that 3v3. We win that 3v3, then we convert that pressure into valuable side lane pushes.
I want to see Boom Esports from the previous series where they made that engage into the enemy jungle, right? I want to see them come through with that one, deny any kind of steal for themselves if they do try to do it onto the side of Team Nemesis. I just want to see Boom put Nemesis into the position where they have to react, right? Because we've seen Boom do it. It didn't work the best. They kind of always had to kind of play defense and never really got aggressive in that one. But we got a hyper roast here. Let's go Indonesia. Bring home the EWC trophy. Don't give up and keep the spirit high. I feel like we need that hype for PKL here rather than the IKL.
Me and PKL, they're on a, I would say, like downslope right now. It's their one and final shot. If they lose this, they lose their shot of the equalizer and they will be bowing out of the tournament and once again missing out on a top 8 slot in the KWC history here. So this is PKL's Boom going up against Team Nemesis from IKL's second. This is your shot.
I mean, I hate to keep going on to the point about the Motsu here, though. But I feel like with this not being like a lane matchup, obviously Angela going against the Lorian, I feel like the Motsu here is a really good shout against the Lorian because what does Lorian really need? He needs a space between himself and the enemy hero. What does Motsu do? He lands that cannon blast that has long range, and it's going to obviously not only hit him, it hits him pretty hard because he has a squishy health bar.
And you have to be careful, right? And towards the top lane, we do see L marking Tatsuri, but I don't think there'll be much of a fight. Okay, back to your point. Yeah, it's a perfect logic where Juro wants to pull range, but the Motsu catches that and shortens the range, and once he gets a stun on Juro, then you see Carl jumps in with the ultimate, Tatsuri comes in with the flash spell too. These are common combo chains that will really make Juro's life not easy.
And what doesn't make his life easy as well is obviously Chano with the little wolves, right? You saw there, he tried to get the cannon blast, he activated the trap, and his cannon blast just hit the wall. So at that point, it kind of just mitigates that. They are trying to get the land and topple onto L, but L has the heart link. He's able to kind of have escapability as long as somebody's near him.
And the draw has a Zero Golem on him. I wonder where he got that from.
Questionable. He must have stolen it away. He must have stolen it away. That's the only answer, right?
Kennex doesn't have a Zero Golem here, so that's a pretty good steal coming in from the side of draw. Okay, and also interestingly enough, Nemesis pulled up a lane swap coming in the early game segments here, so CC will be all the way to the top side, farming safely for that 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, we see that Joel as well as TNX taking quite a bit of chunky health bars there. Obviously, Angela doing a lot of damage as well. Right now, I feel like Boom... It's still early to two-tail. Obviously, I don't want to give too much hope away here because everything could turn by the toss of a coin, but there is a potential setup here for the steal of the blue. It's not going to happen. TNX only lets you steal that Azure Golem once, but this time around, he gets it for himself.
Yeah, no, not the second time. Not the second time.
He's alert. Okay, knock up there as well. We do see locked into place. It's going to be TNX on the monkey. But still, he's still naturally tanky, right? This hero, this pick, is not quite like something, a pseudo-tank. He's generally got the good base health. He's able to kind of go in the early game without the automation to keep himself alive.
Oh, maybe you're being caught out by the bit of heart link. You're just taking a bit of a damage here, a lot of rotations. And back to the point where you talk about Monkey, yeah, it's not only just pure health, it's also the tankiness that he gets from the mass accumulated here. Joe, trying to set up for the play.
Yeah, trying to set up the play there. That's a 3-man knock up onto the Lorian orb there. Joe playing that one perfectly, but still there's no follow-up. The dive. When you're looking for dive here for the side of Nemesis, you're really looking at obviously the Monkey to follow with the Dream Roam, or you've got this obviously Spark Mace here and Byron with the knock-up as well, but none of them are there. So I feel like it's kind of, it's flashy, but there is no real kind of like lethality without those two.
And I like it, right? They are not like overextending because like, oh, it's a 5-man, 4-man combination. Let's just jump in. They're like, okay. Kennex not there. Let's just hold our horses here, pull ourselves back, win between the HP trade-off here, then let's convert that into map pressure here. But if they really want to fight, it's going to be at this Tyrant that's going to be spawning at the next 4-minute mark.
Yeah, it's all about discipline, all about the decision here. Something that Boom Esports kind of disregarded in that game number 1. Having a steady goal lead here is probably not going to be the denominator, which means that this is going to be successful. Tyrant takedown here, but it's going to be tough into the back line, just putting pressure on. It's going to be the levitation from Jill that means a crucial kill theft here. TNX knows what he's working with. He knows the prime moment to get these steals, and that displayed it beautifully here. We have the minion wave trying to be chopped up here by Angela. The teleport coming through just to give it a little bit more of a backbone, but it's still going to take too much damage for my liking.
Why did Boom Esports go for that fight? Miggy wasn't there. Miggy was handling a side wave, looking for that push, but they went in for the 4v5. Yes, they lost the Tyrant, but they also lost draw in exchange.
Yeah, and he's more of a problem. Obviously, we just see the Pure Sky, something that's always built onto the Byron, right? Built very early as well, because you want to make sure that those engages are happening already. So you're going to make sure you're prepared and have that Pure Sky earlier than later, right?
It just makes the Byron so tanky, right? You already have the healing, have the shielding, then you're like, oh, let me burst him down. You see the Flaming Palm coming in, it's like, oh, pop the Pure Sky, you don't do much damage.
Literally. I mean, we saw it with Aurora Gaming, right? Like, we saw him dive in, it was like, why he didn't take any help? It's like, oh, it's all thanks to the Pure Sky. So Tubbs obviously taking a little bit of advice there as well. Destiny counter's been used twice and not hit anybody, basically just being for zoning.
I think it's good, right? Just like dropping in for some healing here, gain some gold, because you know Diadea for a fact. When you gain gold or steal gold on Diadea, you sort of increase the healing and damage coming in from your ultimate.
Yeah, just infinite scaling on that regard, but it's going to be a 3-4 man dive here into that T1. Like, you know what? We don't really have any minions, but we're going to keep going for this T1. The aggression here from Team Nemesis is a lot harsher than that game number 1.
You're definitely feeling the momentum that's being shifted over to the side of Team Nemesis. They are confident and they are bringing it in towards this game number 2. But for Boom Esports, they need to find their ground. They cannot keep on experimenting here. They need to find some way, some sort of comeback material in this specific game.
Yeah, and I feel like all this playstyle is relevant to the draft. Okay, we got the launch up there. There's no follow-up. The Dream Roam is probably being committed here. Carl is very low, but into the backline. The Brazen Brilliance is actually going to be enough there with the help of Danny. The Flaming Palms, the front line of Team Nemesis has been melted.
Beautiful crowd control chain. It all started off with Carl just jumping in, getting that CC, the thing inside the box, locking every single one, setting up Tatsuri for that easy breezing brilliance to cut down every single member here. I wonder if we get a replay later on to fully break it down, but we talk about it. What play do they need? That's the exact setup that we talk about.
Exactly. You kind of just playing them into the palms of Boom Esports there, right? But as like was pointed out there towards Tatsuri, he used that skill to steal away the blue, right? Obviously, we saw Nemesis try and go for an attempt there to keep that Azure golem for when TNX was back up. Unfortunately, they've lost it. And I mean, now we get the extra bit of cooldown reduction onto Tatsuri, so it's even better here. But here's that replay you asked for.
Now look at this. Just the box ultimate flash, catching multiple members here, and then just making the TNX and Tough Z have no shot of repositioning themselves with their mobility.
Yeah, very scary when you're in that position, right? When you commit too much dive into the front line, you really want to hope that you've got some kind of means of exit. And in that team fight alone, Boom was just like, nah, you're in here with us, and we're going to make sure that you stay here. We get the results that we need. And it's starting to show into the Gorge as well, right? They've definitely kind of equalized the lead that they had into these side lanes.
They're clawing back leads, but Danny taking so much damage.
Gosh. I mean, but he's just got the Infinite Bastards there as well. So he played that very aggressively, not knowing that he had that ultimate just slowly but surely cooling down. I feel like that's a really good sign of these players playing to these timers perfectly.
Every time they collide in that mid lane, it almost seems to me that there might be a fight happening with how they trade their spells. Like maybe one Heartlink or Bittersweet Barrel just catches onto someone, or like a Cannon Blast from Mortis. So it's very volatile. Every time you see members of Nemesis or Boom just come towards that mid lane wave, you better be ready for a fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's a scary thing about playing the Diadea into this draft of Boom Esports, right? Like, if you go in, overcommit, you're locked down. The bit of it, like the Heartlink may not save you because you've used the Blazing Brilliance to drive away your enemy's teammates. So there's no real kind of return out of that team fight here. The Vanguard just putting pressure on here. We are seeing a Boom Esports being very patient, like hiding tiger, hidden dragon, right?
Engage coming in from Tubbs, finds the first kill on the side of draws Mortis here. Mortis gets taken down, making just annihilating the backline on the side of Team Nemesis here. Tubbs going dangerously low, but TNX is here for the rescue here, making it a 2-for-2 trade. But that knockup coming in from Carl was just amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, to be fair, it's an equal trade, right? You've traded a support for side lane for side lane. Yes, obviously to the side of Boom, they have their marksman still alive, so they still have the power here. It's just the setup's lacking.
Let's take a look at this play coming in from Carl. They're chasing them, boom, towards the backline, removing CC, removing L, and the rest is just history. It's good that he found a knockup. If not, it's going to look so bad for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I feel like that's a synergy that we're seeing here between Miggy and Carl, right? Obviously, he went in with the ulti, got the knockup, and then that gives kind of Carl the green light go, right? Like, get him into place. Let's do a little bit more damage. It doesn't matter if I lose health fast, because that's when I start to do more damage here on the Sulong. But before we run away with the fairies here for the PKL, right? Obviously, still knife edge with the gold lead, right? You know, equalized gold lead, kill lead, sorry, both for a piece here. It just seems to be, once again, we're at that kind of story that the team fight is really dictating the victory here.
Even the overall pit vote here is like 50-50.
Yeah.
Like 40-60 between two teams. That just shows how neck and neck these two teams and regions are. And none of them want to relinquish that control or bragging rights to their opponents here. With the 10-minute mark hit right now, Shadow Tyrant has been started by the South Team Nemesis. What does Boom Esports do against this? It's burning down fast.
Yeah, it's burning down fast, but we are seeing those orbs being thrown around there. Team Nemesis with the claim, and now we start to see Boom Esports on the run. Carl overcommitted there to try and get the steal. Danny is now being stalked by Tufts and locked up by the rest of Nemesis. Nemesis here are looking to get that push down to the bot side draw. Found in the brush. He's going to get taken down, but now there's two members surviving here into that mid lane, but they are not worried about the mid lane. They're looking to just put pressure down to this bot side. T2 falls.
It's a disaster for the side of Boom Esports. They did not find a steal. They lose Carl in that exchange, and they aren't able to potentially defend this turret here. Dream Roam!
Jill with a teleport, and then literally right after, follow up by the Dream Roam, is beautiful aggression here from the side of Team Nemesis. They're not looking to entertain that 3-game best of 3. They're looking to just keep their momentum and keep their score going here, the 2-0.
It's looking so good for Team Nemesis, and they're still going for more.
Yes, they're just looking for even more blood here. They're not quite happy with that one, just waiting for some kind of minion wave to come through, but they're still waiting for the kills to fall here onto the side of Boom Esports. Draw falls. We have Tatsuri back up in a second. Now, can they keep that base alive?
They seem to be wanting to go for a game-winning push right now, coming in for Sarah Team Nemesis. The wave is trailing towards that bottom side. You have 15 seconds to look for a Hail Mary defense. This is your moment, but you need to find it.
Jill just placing these orbs very nicely into the backline, but it's going to be Miggy overcommitting there. He tries to stop them from pushing, just keep that minion wave down, and he does his job. He makes the sacrifice, but now we need to see that they're going to create some kind of play for into the mid lane, just completely run that lane down.
At the very least, Boom Esports, they bought a sign of relief, and they can still have any sort of comeback moments here. But 5,000 gold lead at the side of 12 minutes here, with both your Crash and Jungle down, it's just going to be more structural damage in favor of Nemesis for the next upcoming few minutes.
Yes, it's not looking too good for them, right? Obviously, they have the empowered minions down bot side. They're now creating that same opportunity here into the mid. I feel like this is a good call for Nemesis to knock up the launch onto the back line there. Down goes Tatsuri, down goes Danny. Carl is back up in the moment's notice, but can they wipe out the minions? He dives in onto the back line. There's still a cannon minion left, but it's going to be enough. Oh, the crystal just does it in the nick of time, but unfortunately, supply and demand, ladies and gentlemen. Minion wave into the mid, minion wave down to the bot side, and Team Nemesis are going through to the playoffs.
Welcome to the top 8, Team Nemesis, and this is your first IKL team qualifying to the playoffs here. Rejoice, IKL fans and PKL fans. Boom Esports Valor in this decider match of this group.
Congratulations to Team Nemesis. It's going to be the next team moving into the top 8 of our KWC 2026. Sadly, on the other side, Boom Esports for the PKL. The top 8 still seems very far away.
It does. It still seems like a very far distance into the future, right? Obviously, they have to try again next year. Like, that's the harsh reality. They definitely tried their best within that one. I felt like Game 2 was definitely a better performance, right? Even when they felt behind, they still looked like they could get ahead, which is something I can't say for game number 1.
And Top Z has just been amazing, right? Back in his previous roster with Bigger Trauma Vitality in 2025. He was top 8, and right now, a year after, with a new roster, he's back at it again with DMT by Nemesis in top 8, and that's just the start of their playoff run.
You can see the fans from Nemesis right now, right over here in front of the stage, taking photos of their players. This is an absolutely amazing performance by them. Making it into the top 8 for the IKL second place is a great feat.
It is a great feat because, I mean, their first place hasn't quite got there yet as well, right? Like, this is still a huge feat for regions. Yes, obviously, one region loses 2 teams today, but a region, the IKL, get 1 representative into the playoffs.
Let's look at the highlights over here of the game, because it looked like Boom Esports could have made the comeback, but Nemesis just shut the door in their faces.
And this all started at this upcoming next fight at the 10th minute mark. it just started becoming a roulette of who dies coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Losing Carl, losing Draw, that's fine. But upcoming towards these plays, you lose Tatsuri and then the death timers refreshes here. You have to wait for the next player, and it just become a domino effect that Boom Esports entirely lost their momentum in this game too.
I have to say, I love how Joel's played this at Lorium, right? Like most times when we see a dive for a neutral objective, he just puts the orb in the pit. No, this player, he put the orb over the wall, waiting for that engage, or at least saying, like, if you dare come, I'm either going to fly in or I'm going to knock you up. And that's exactly how he got the denial.
If you jump in, then you're going to be controlled. What else you can actually do? There's no actual option out.
There's just no actual option. I think this is one of the best Lorium performance that we've seen so far in today that is matched up with the side of Zihong in Aurora. And welcome to the playoffs, Team Nemesis. IPL, you got a team here.
Exactly. One team, but I mean, they may get another one tomorrow. Obviously, Team Vitality still here within Group A, but it's all about Team Nemesis right now. They are proud to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be happy, right? You're TNX. You've been to this tournament for so long. Last year you made it here. You bid an early exit, and this year coming back with a fresh new roster with CC, with Tubsy, and you make it finally to the top 8 here. But now, pressure goes on to the side of PKL. They have sole survivor, sole representative,
Blacklist International
in Group A.
And that's going to be a difficult one, right? Because Blacklist International, as the only survivor of PKL right now, they're going to have to carry the flag of the Filipino region forward, just moving in there to try to make it into the unknown, the top 8.
But the beauty of that story is the fact that Blacklist was the group that came in from the playoffs.
Yeah.
Tech and Boom Esports were here because of their seeding within the PKL.
Exactly.
So Blacklist have had to try and push that little step further and keep themselves in this competition, which I think is beautiful.
Hopefully the play-ins have given them enough practice, enough experience for them to actually be able to beat everyone they need to beat tomorrow.
They definitely need it as of this point. So much hope, so much expectations riding on the line. But Team Nemesis, what a well done series thus far here. Game 1 looking a bit shaky for both teams coming in for the 10th minute mark, but it went over to the control of Team Nemesis. But Game 2, an absolute demolition coming in for the side of Team Nemesis to claim the win.
Well, Team Nemesis right now are going to be part of our top 8. The IKL second place came in. I know that TNX and Mara have something for us over there on the stage. What about we go and take a look?
TNX, congratulations. 2 clean sweeps against Boom Esports, and you were great with Jarnessa. Now, Boom Esports is known to be playing aggressive, but you managed to turn their aggressive plays against them. Was punishing their overextension in the game something you specifically prepared for? How were you able to read their moves so easily in this matchup and in the previous matchup back-to-back?
Okay. Actually, for me, I thought maybe we were against DCG, yeah, but the Boom Esports gave me the surprise because they beat the DCG. Then I know maybe today will be not easy because they beat the DCG strong team. Then they are strong team also. Then I know I cannot too afraid. I need to carry the game. Yeah, that's a key we win today. Yeah.
You knew not to be afraid because you knew that you were a dominant team. Now, there's another IKL team that you're waiting for. You've made it to the top 8, but Team Vitality has still yet to fight MIBR and another Philippine team. How about you send a message to them to motivate them so that 2 teams from your region will make it to the top 8 and succeed?
I know they will do it. They will secure the playoff because they are champion IKL. I know they are really strong. I'm excited to fight them and meet them in the playoff. Yeah.
You want to fight them and meet them in the playoffs. Now, everybody, for sure, from Indonesia are really happy with that win. How about you send a message to them and invite them to support you?
Thanks for your guys' support. I know now already late in Indonesia, but thank you for you guys keep support us. Thank you.
Congratulations. And we're looking forward to your next match. We'll head back to the casters. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you very much, TNX. Thank you very much, Mara. I know that the teams not only need the coaches and the strats, they need the support of their fans. And seeing here so many Team Nemesis fans coming in, flying all the way to Paris, France, is actually something very nice for them to understand the support and what they're playing for.
Absolutely. I mean, TNX has been one of those players I've been watching since Season 2 Invitational, and that seems like a way long
time ago.
Back when he forgot to take Smite on Dune. So you can see where this guy has come from all the way to now. And this is one of the reasons I got into esports, is these players' stories, these players' journeys. And I'm so happy for TNX to finally get in to those playoffs again, especially with this IKL team.
And back towards his interview with the side of Mara there, he actually gave so much respect towards Boom Esports, because Boom Esports defeated DCG, who they claim are a valuable and tough opponent here. And then coming in towards that series, was like saying that, okay, we can't be arrogant, we can't be overconfident, we gotta lock in. And he locked in, and look what they rewarded him. It rewarded both his team and IKL a slot to the top 8.
Well, that's actually really good. The PKL champions right now, they're gonna have to go back, try to recover after this, because the year has not yet finished. They still need to go back and start thinking about the next season, thinking about next year's KWC, and trying to make their way back over here with us.
Exactly. I mean, if you think about it, in a weird reality, like last year was the reverse, right? Obviously, Danny's team got through to the playoffs, whereas TNX's team was knocked out. This year, Danny's team gets knocked out, TNX's team goes to the playoffs. It's like a complete switcheroo, which once again just brings the excitement to the Kings World Cup at EWC 2026, right? It's just, you never know what the story's going to be.
It's never a fixed storyline. It's always about redemption arcs, revenge stories here, and then coming in towards this specific matchup. Stakes are just never been high, right? You have PKL looking for their first top 8. You have IKL, like what? TNX looking for its first ever top 8 as well. Everybody is coming here for something, but in a competition setting, only one team wins.
Only one team wins. And I mean, we still have one Chuck BR within the mix, right? Obviously, we still have Los Fernandez tomorrow. We still have, obviously, Blacklist trying to get into the playoffs, like you were saying there, as well as Team Vitality. But you also have the KML team. You have Virtus Pro. They are a team looking to kind of maintain that height that the players of like Highlang 90 achieved last year. That top 4 position. That means for the global teams, that's huge.
It's never a dream. It's always something that you want to consistently push your record. It's like any games, you just want to like top your previous rank, top your previous leaderboard, top your previous time record. And for all these players out there here, some have achieved that today. But for tomorrow, there's going to be more and more series revealing who will leave the stage and who will join the top 8.
And one of the difficult things about when you come here to the lower brackets is that it's do or die. There's no tomorrow. So the pressure on them, they cannot lose a game, they cannot lose a match, or else they're going to end up going home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to decide the match first thing of the day, so someone then leaves. And then even if you make it through to that next game, you know that like, that could be me literally in about 45 minutes, right? Like, there's a lot of time that there's not enough time for you to make the difference of I'm staying in the competition to my key could be crushed next. And I think that's one of the scary things, but also the beauty of KWC, right? Like, it's never promised, it's always earned.
Never promised, never earned, and then you're gonna be crowned by honor as well. So, coming in for tomorrow, it's gonna be our last day of the group stage, and you only have what? 2 more final slots.
Yep.
It's just like that. You don't get like 1,000,000 slots, 1,000 slots. It's only deserving for the 2 teams.
Before we start jumping into tomorrow, what about we review a little bit about the action of today? We had the Group B, Aurora Gaming. They came in, they had that rage inside of their hearts, trying to prove that they needed to be there in the top 8. And sadly for Influence Rage, and sadly for Titan Esports Club, it was the end of the road.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit of farewell for somebody, right? Like, not everybody can be a winner. Like, somebody has to fall out of these brackets. And unfortunately for, obviously, not only the PKL region, but obviously the Chuck BR, they lose 1 representative. Yes. And now it rides on to their first seed, because normally it's always the second seed that performs them.
And actually, right now, when you look at it like that, last year, top 8, we had Chuck BR right over there. So the pressure right now, tomorrow, on MIBR loss is going to be so high.
And MIBR loss has not been the best achiever in international stages thus far. So it's something I need to look forward to. But let's hop into Group D and exactly what happened today. With the match just now, Team Nemesis beat Boom Esports and they march it towards the playoffs.
Boom Esports is going to join Deep Cross Gaming. on the way to the airport as they need to go back home due to the way of the tournament, how the tournament... What? Are they not gonna go to the airport? What are you guys talking about? Making me look like a bad guy right now.
Isaac's about to pull out the plane ticket out of his pocket. It's like, here you go, guys, go back.
Like, congratulations, here's your ticket back home.
You guys are funny, man. You guys are funny. KK Esports and Team Nemesis are gonna take the 2 tickets from Group D into the top 8.
I mean, those teams are obviously at the upper part of those playoffs, right? They are looking for that next part because they